I crossed over to the child body in perfect world. My body is weak, only strong than a normal-looking person. I am hopeless. How to live in this life in perfect world? Unexpectedly bounding check-in system. It didn't only check in various places and also give me reward. Chapter 1 Stone Village Willow God, Punch System. In Shiguo, it was just dawn, the full moon in the sky was slanting to the west, and a few stars in the clear night sky shone darkly. In the towering and vast mountain range, from time to time there was a roar of a terrifying beast, which caused the mountains to vibrate, making the stars in the sky flicker, as if they were about to fall. In this vast and perilous mountain range, there is a village named Stone Village, with dozens of simple stone houses, which are very inconspicuous. The man's rough snoring came from the house, which made the small village look a little more lively. In the stone house in the center of the village, Xizhang woke up from the bed with his eyes open. This is a child who only looks like 4 or 5 years old, but he does not have the baby fat that should be at this age. On the contrary, he is thin, and his pale complexion adds a touch of morbidity to him. There are still stone beds and wooden doors all around, and the ferocious howls of ferocious beasts come from the depths of the mountains intermittently, which is creepy. If only this were a dream, Xizhang muttered. He was originally just a college student in the 21st century, in his prime, but because he drowned in a winter swim, why did he come here? It's a pity that this wasn't a dream. He was indeed in the stone village in the perfect world. The little boy Shihao lay on his lap, drooling all over the bed. Is this really the protagonist of the perfect world, the Wangtian Emperor who is arbitrary? There is also this world, without computers, without games, and only with endless boundless mountains and countless ancient beasts. Okay, but once you go out, with your own little arms and legs, you will be torn to pieces immediately. Xizhang complained. Others have everything they need for time travel, but I don't have any, which is too partial. He is the grandson of Shi Yunfeng, the head of Shikyun village. The original owner of this body passed away in frail body, and then he took over this body without knowing why. 2 years ago, Xizhang just traveled over and took away the dead original owner. Over the years, Shi Yunfeng has collected various elixir and true blood to baptize him, trying to strengthen his physique, but unfortunately this body is too weak. No matter how it is remedied, at most it can only act like a normal person. And the little Shihao is a child adopted by his grandfather, so the two have lived in the same room since childhood. Looking at the white and lovely little one like a porcelain doll who is only 3.5 years old, he already has amazing powers and can understand some bone inscriptions, but I still don't know anything about bone inscriptions when I am over 4 years old. Compared to him, I am not a little weaker. How can this lowest level physique and understanding survive in a perfect world full of crises? How about a heavenly emperor cultivation plan? Xizhang thought, if he could establish a relationship with the future heavenly emperor, wouldn't this world let him walk sideways? But what if there is a butterfly effect? I remember that in the perfect world, Shi Yunfeng has no grandchildren, but because of my arrival, it has changed. Will Wangtian Emperor fall halfway because of my appearance? Thinking of this, Shi Yunfeng Zhang felt uneasy. If the little one can grow up smoothly, he will naturally have no worries, but the little one in front of him is still a baby eating animal milk. How can he pin his hopes on the other party? Everything depends on myself. Xizhang sighed. Just when Xizhang was worrying about the future, a female voice suddenly appeared in his mind. It was clear and sweet, very pleasant to listen to. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the auxiliary check-in system and triggering the first check-in task. At the same time, a message suddenly flooded into Xizhang's mind, explaining the function of the check-in system to him. As the name suggests, the check-in system is to go to a certain place to check in, or complete the system requirements to open, and you will get rewards including but not limited to physique, treasures, strange treasures, etc. Is there such a good thing? Then what is my first check-in task? Xizhang asked. Punch in front of Willow God for 10 minutes. The female voice replied. Xizhang was ecstatic when he heard the words. He jumped up from the bed in shock, waking up the little one on his leg. Brother Zhang, what's the matter? Xiao Budian asked, rubbing the corners of his sleepy eyes. I'm going to find Willow God. Xizhang's face was full of excitement, as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. Then you go, I'll sleep for a while, remember to come back and give me some animal milk. The little one said, and fell asleep. Xizhang knew that Xiaobudian's lethargy now was because his body was repairing the trauma left after the supreme bone was forcibly taken away. But at this moment, Shi Zhang couldn't wait. It had been 2 years since he took over this frail body, and now he finally had a chance to change. He jumped off the bed, rushed out wearing a pair of big animal skin pants, running like a gust of wind, frightened broken cock that was about to crow. At this time, the genius was slightly bright, and the distant sky showed a fish belly. The vast mountain range on the wild land was like a giant black beast that chose to eat people, crawling outside the stone village, which was creepy. Fortunately, the half-cut willow tree at the entrance of the village emitted a little bit of soft light, covering the stone village and cutting off the terrifying atmosphere, which made Shi Zhang feel at ease. This is the current body of Willow God. The trunk is more than 10 meters in diameter, and the whole body is scorched black, leaving only one emerald green branch. According to Shi Zhang's past life memory, the Willow God was injured in a catastrophe, and brought thousands of thunderbolts down from the sky in a thunderstorm night, took root outside the stone village, and became the sacrifice spirit of the stone village. This is an absolute thigh. Shi Zhang is familiar with the plot, and knows that the Willow God in front of him was once the ancestor sacrifice spirit of the immortal ancient era, and also the supreme powerhouse of the immortal king level. Jia's body has been injured, and he is also an absolute big shot. If he can climb this high branch, it will be enough to protect him from all worries. He has known for a long time that Liu is extraordinary, and has been trying to communicate since he first came to this world, but despite his best efforts, Liu has no response. Shi Zhang understands that God Lu is too detached. He has lived for millions of years and has witnessed the long years. How can he, a mortal without any extraordinary features, attract God Lu's attention? Even the little guy Shi Hao was not paid attention to by Liu at first, but it wasn't until the little guy showed his prominence in the blood-moving realm that she paid attention to it and cultivated it carefully. It seems that only by fading away from the ordinary, can I win the care and guidance of Willow God. I hope this mysterious reward can make him change the status quo of passerby. Punch in, I'm here. Shi Zhang's eyes were hot, and he ran to Liu like flying. Even though his clothes were soaked by the thick morning dew, he didn't care, he was eager to check in for the first time. Standing in front of Willow God, Shi Zhang carefully observes the dark skin on the trunk. There are gullies and gullies, like horned dragons, containing a mysterious atmosphere. The slender willow branches and leaves are crystal clear and green, seemingly fragile and boneless, which is hard to imagine. Such a wicker has the power to split mountains and rivers. At the same time, he was also silently counting the time in his heart, looking forward to the end of the check-in time. Ding dong, the first check-in is complete, and the rewards are being distributed. The female voice from before resounded in Shi Zhang's mind as promised. What's the reward? Shi Zhang asked urgently. Chapter 2 Mission Rewards, Eucharistic Embryo. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the reward, innate saint body, Dao embryo, and a drop of Sangwang Shenshui. Wow, Shi Zhang was so excited that he almost jumped up from the ground. The congenital Eucharistic physique is one of the most extreme physiques in the world, and it can be described in 2 words, invincible. The congenital sacrament, the Dao womb, and the physical body should be among the most powerful in the world, and they are naturally close to the Dao, and their understanding is extremely high. In the memory of his previous life, there was such a person who also had an innate holy body. That is, the great Emperor Wuxia, who is the peak at the end of the fairy road. Seeing the beginningless way becomes empty. This great emperor who has never failed in his life best interprets the word invincible. Push the universe horizontally and rule all directions. Before becoming an emperor, he was able to take over the extreme emperor's soldiers with his bare hands. After becoming an emperor, he pushed the human race to an unprecedented glory. It's all silent. You must know that the great Emperor Wuxia lived in an era where the immortal way was lacking and the way was dissatisfied, but he was different. The way in this world was complete, and both way and reason could be manifested in the body of the ancient beast. If he has such an extreme physique, once he grows up, Shi Zhang is confident that he will not be weaker than anyone else. Is it integrated into the innate sacramental body? The crisp female voice asked in Shi Zhang's heart. The voice was nice, but it had a mechanical and cold feeling. Yes, immediately, Shi Zhang said excitedly. The congenital sacred body and Taoist fetus are merging. As soon as the mechanical sound fell, Shi Zhang felt a tyrannical force rushing into his limbs and skeletons, aggressively transforming his body in an all-round way. The 5 viscera were torn and repaired by this force, and became tougher, and the bones were also regenerated from the fracture. The blood flowed down the pores of the stone clock, dark red, lacking vitality. It was the waste blood in his body, and the bone marrow in his body was producing fresh blood for it, which contained wisps of faint golden color, which was very extraordinary. Whenever there is some kind of rare treasure or rare body vein in the world, it will usually be accompanied by visions, and the stone clock at this moment is no exception. His body was crystal clear, his feet left the ground autonomously, floating in midair, and golden and silver hazy radiance emanated from his body, each occupying one side of him. With the further change of physical fusion, Shizong's reaction became more and more violent. Because his body became tougher with every remodeling, the pain from the destruction became more intense. At this moment, he looks like a fairy from a distance, with a sense of sacredness and inviolability, but when he looks closely, he finds that Shizong's face is purple and ferocious, like a wild beast in the boundless mountains. Such a crime, the extreme pain has pushed him to the brink of collapse. The energy fluctuations in Shizong's body became more and more intense, and the two kinds of light of gold and silver shrouded his body became brighter and clearer. As time went by, his body was like a two-colored little sun, radiating radiance, and energy surged out through his body. The willow god, who was close at hand, was startled, hanging down a glistening green branch, and a ray of light wrapped the stone bell inside, cutting off the radiant light, otherwise it would probably attract fierce beasts from the vast mountain range. It should be that the dormant blood in his body has now awakened. Lu Shen speculated secretly. At this time, the mutation regenerated, and a hazy human figure appeared in the gold and silver light. A burly man emerged from the golden light. His muscles were sharp and angular, and his whole body was covered by golden light. There was only a vague outline, and he couldn't see the details clearly, but there was an aura as vast as the sea emanating from this figure. This is a supreme king, very much like Shizong's grown-up appearance. The power on his body is so majestic that no one can resist, as if the whole world has been trampled under his feet. And a figure appeared in the silver light. It was a man in a robe, with a slender body, very handsome in the blooming white light, with shawl and long hair hanging down to his waist. He was surrounded by the avenue, and he was integrated with the surrounding space, as if far away from the sky, and as if just in front of it. It seems that the immortal under the moon came by the wind. Immortal kings come to the 9 heavens, and immortals take the moon. These two extremely powerful and diametrically opposed visions actually appeared on Shizong alone. Even the well-informed Lu Shen couldn't help being amazed. The transformation of the congenital sacrament still continued, and Shizong's whole body was soaked in cold sweat from his body, mixed with blood, falling to the ground drop by drop. This inhuman torture has been going on for a quarter of an hour, but there is no sign of stopping. Double images began to appear in front of Shizong's eyes. The extreme pain had already made him hallucinate. He couldn't remember how many times the bones in his body had been broken and rebuilt, and even the internal organs were torn and reunited. He really hoped that he would pass out by himself, and when he woke up, his physique would be successfully fused. But Shizong didn't. The all-round changes in his body made his 5 senses extremely clear, and he clearly felt that invisible knife was cutting through every slight detail of his organs. He could even hear the cracking sound of bones snapping, as if someone was smashing his bones with a sledgehammer. A fish belly white appeared on the horizon, and the fiery red sun was shining brightly, rising from the vast mountain range, illuminating the earth. The pale green light that originally enveloped the whole village also dissipated with the morning dew, gathering around the stone bell to form a green cocoon of light. With the crowing of the rooster, the residents of Shikyun woke up one after another and came to the entrance of the village to prepare for morning exercises. In this environment where strength is the capital of survival, everyone is constantly working hard to become stronger. Pai Hu was reluctantly woken up from the bed by his father holding his ear, and headed for the entrance of the village first. "Oh, father, come quickly, the willow god has changed," Pai Hu yelled, as if he had discovered something serious. "You melon, what are you yelling all day? If you dare to play tricks on me, I'll see if I won't smash your ass," Pai Hu's father said. "The folk customs living in this wilderness are so simple and sturdy. How dare I, come and see," the stone monkey shouted loudly. Because of the stone monkey, the residents of the stone village were all attracted by him, and the village jumped up and down. Following the direction he pointed, everyone found the glowing green cocoon under the willow tree at the entrance of the village. "What's inside?" Aunt Six of Shikyun asked. Everyone shook their heads and approached cautiously. Could it be some ferocious beast, or the birth of a god-man? Or Willow God is about to transform? Everyone in Xikyun guessed. The sleepy-eyed little boy also came out under the leadership of Shi Yunfeng. He hugged his fleshy stomach and whispered, "Earlier brother Zhang said he wanted to see God Lu. I asked him to bring me animal milk, why didn't he come back?" Although the voice was low, everyone in Xikyun had keen senses in a dangerous environment, and they heard everything verbatim. Chapter 3 Reborn, Sangguang Shenshui. Could it be a stone bell inside? Someone boldly guessed. Quickly find out where he went. The villagers searched every corner of the village, but they didn't find the stone bell. It's probably the stone bell here. Shi Yunfeng frowned with worry. Is there any danger? Meng asked his mother. Everyone in this simple stone village is like a family. Although Shi Zhang is weak and can't make much contribution, everyone loves him very much. Probably not. Maybe it's a good thing that Lu Shen is so approachable. Someone said. After listening to his words, most people felt relieved. Willow God has been guarding the village silently for decades without asking for anything in return, and the sacrifices have never been touched. How could it be detrimental to their descendants? Even though there were still a few people who were worried in their hearts, they did not act rashly, fearing that their actions would affect the stone clock in the light cocoon and bring him danger. Alright, start your morning exercise. Shi Linhu, the strongest man in the village, greeted. After the morning exercise, Shi Yunfeng and some people stayed around Guangkokun, letting the others go to work on their own. Don't worry. In this wilderness, every adult man has a heavy burden on his shoulders if he wants to survive. Until day by day, the vision gradually entered Shi Zhang's body, and the pain in his body gradually disappeared. He opened his eyes to check himself, and found that his whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and a layer of sticky gray-black body fluid was excreted by him. Shi Zhang knew that those were the impurities in his body, which were discharged during this transformation. Moreover, he found that his body was also much stronger, and some places became sharper and sharper, changing his look of frailty. Shi Zhang felt comfortable all over at this moment, with an indescribable sense of lightness. He always felt that he had inexhaustible strength, and he was very confident that he could overturn a reckless bull. Shi Zhang, who had undergone all-round changes, was in a good mood at the moment, and couldn't help but want to raise his head to the sky and scream. So far, he finally has the capital to rise in this perfect world. Seeing that the vision of the stone bell disappeared, Lu Shen no longer blocked it, and spread the green light. Little Zhang, you're here. As soon as Shi Zhang fell to the ground, the people who had been waiting for him flocked to his side, pinching and pinching him. Hey, look at this doll. I haven't seen him grow so strong overnight. It's almost comparable to Uncle when I was a child. Pihu's father smiled happily, touching the chest muscles of the stone bell with a big hand, and his big mouth was full of joy. Almost to the base of the ear. Yeah, it's completely reborn. He must be a handsome young man when he grows up. Zhang Zi, what do you think of Ernie from your aunt's family? Seeing everyone chattering around him, Shi Zhang felt warm at the same time. It has a big head. In the memory of his previous life, these things happened to Xiao Budian, but now they happened to him. At the same time, Shi Zhang felt a pair of hands holding him tightly, and when he looked back, it was his grandfather Shi Yunfeng. The nearly 70-year-old Shi Yunfeng didn't say a word, but his expression was excited, his eyes were reddish, and the people in Xikyun looked at him and felt happy for him. Since the birth of Shi Zhang, how many times has Shi Yunfeng secretly dragged his wounded body and ventured to the wild mountains to hunt and kill ferocious beasts, just to get the blood of the ferocious beasts to replenish Shi Zhang's body? How many times in the middle of the night his room still sounded like smashing medicine? There was no sound, and the pale yellow candlelight could not illuminate the deep furrows and frowning brows on his face. Even so, Shi Zhang almost died 2 years ago. Even his heart stopped beating, but later he miraculously came back to life, but he became silent. Finally, today's Shi Zhang was completely reborn, full of vitality, and Shi Yunfeng's heartache was relieved. He's fine. It should be because the hidden blood in his body has awakened. Lu Shen said, and his voice rang in everyone's heart. Hearing this strange voice, everyone was a little surprised. Are you God Willow? Someone tried to ask. It's me. Wow, everyone's heart was filled with turmoil. For decades, they had prayed sincerely every day, and often they did not get a response from the sacrifices. They did not expect Lu Shen to speak today because of the stone bell. When everyone in Xikyun was shocked, the mechanical voice sounded in Shi Zhang's mind again. The host's innate sacramental body has been fused, and all attributes have reached the standard. There is still one reward that has not been claimed. May I ask if I can receive the Sangwang Shenshui? Shi Zhang thought to himself, although I have a strong physique like the innate saint body, it still takes time to grow up, and I will need the care of Lu Shen for a long time in the future. She can use the light cocoon to help me cover up the vision. It means that the other party's attention has been drawn. In this case, it's better to reciprocate and give the 3 light divine water to Liu Shen. With Liu Shen's character, it's likely that he will never turn a blind eye to him again. Just do it like this. Shi Zhang decided decisively in his heart. Confirm to receive, Shi Zhang said in his heart. Ding, Sangwang Shenshui has been distributed, please check it. Quote. Shi Zhang found that his left hand was slightly hot, and colorful rays of light spewed out from his palm, and he looked involuntarily. After the rays of light dissipated, Shi Zhang found a golden, white, and purple water drop floating in his hand, which was crystal clear and exuded boundless vitality. The Sangwang divine water is divided into the golden sunlight divine water, the white moonlight divine water, and the purple starlight divine water. Individually, they are all ecstasy, but the combination of the 3 is the world's #1 healing medicine. Lu Shen, do you think this Sangwang Shenshui can help you? Shi Zhang handed his left hand in front of Liu Shen. Everyone was shocked again. Although they had never seen it before, they knew it was not an ordinary thing. It seems that there is a big secret in this little Shi Zhang. Quote. Everyone and Lu Shen thought at the same time. But everyone didn't get to the bottom of it. Everyone has secrets. Anyway, Shi Zhang is a member of Shi village. It is a good thing for everyone that Shi Zhang becomes stronger. And Lu Shen has experienced so much that ordinary people can't imagine, and he didn't pay much attention to it. I really need it, but are you sure you want to give it to me? Having this Sangwang Shenshui is equivalent to an extra life. Lu Shen asked. This drop of water contains infinite vitality. Although she has never seen it before, she knows that at a critical moment, it is equivalent to 1 more life. Yes, Shi Zhang said seriously, you have been guarding the safety of Shikyun. As a member of Shikyun, I hope I can do something for you. Okay, Lu Shen said. A gleaming branch hangs down and stretches towards the stone bell. The top touches the 3-color water droplet lightly. The water droplet disappears instantly and is absorbed by the wicker. After absorbing the Sangwang Shenshui, the willow branch shone brightly, and even the tree trunk more than 10 meters away emitted a hazy green light, full of life. From the dark tree trunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, more than a dozen buds stretched out again, verdant and crystal green, fluttering with the wind, no longer having that lifeless feeling. Seeing that Lu Shen has recovered a little, Shi Zhang is sincerely happy. The stronger she is, the more secure Shikyun and herself will be. Chapter 4 Shikyun performs martial arts and emerges. I'm about to fall into a deep sleep. I won't be able to protect Shikyun during this time, but it won't be too long. Your physique is extraordinary. Try to improve your strength. I'll talk to you about other things when I wake up. Biography of Lu Shen voiced to everyone. Everyone knows that Lu Shen's words were first told to everyone, and later they were explained to Shi Zhang. After saying this, Lu Shen didn't make a sound, probably fell into a deep sleep. Everyone thought that Shi Zhang was already extraordinary, but they didn't expect to be praised by God Lu, which made everyone have higher expectations for him. After listening to Willow God's words, everyone in Shikyun village was happy, but their hearts were also heavy. Willow God is now sleeping, and the safety of Stone Village depends on their own protection. Everyone returns to the village to prepare for the days ahead. Shi Zhang couldn't wait to go back to the stone house and take a bath. His body was sticky and uncomfortable. After washing, he suddenly felt drowsy. The previous process of merging the innate sacramental body had consumed too much energy, so he went back to bed and fell asleep. Seeing that Shi Zhang was tired, the people in the village didn't ask too many questions. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. Today is a bit unusual. It is the day when children perform martial arts. Adults from all families gather together to watch, hoping that their children can shine and add some glory to their faces. The children on the field were all from 4 to 5 years old to 12 or 13 years old, and some of them were shirtless, exposing their delicate upper bodies, with strong muscles, like little beasts. They are practicing duels, and in this dangerous world, they have to hone from an early age to become stronger. There are also some children who are lifting weights. Although they are young, because they are often baptized with the essence and blood of fierce beasts, their bodies have extraordinary strength, which is far better than their parents' generation. In addition, the talents of this group of children are indeed excellent, and the future stone village will definitely be stronger because of them. Thinking of this, all the elders in the clan smiled. Boom! The martial arts arena shook slightly, and with a loud noise, some of the dried meat around it fell to the ground, attracting everyone's attention. It turned out that a mang ox had been overturned by someone. It was huge, with strong limbs and snoring like thunder, but it lost its balance when it was slammed by a 12-year-old child with its shoulder, and its strength was terrifying. Hey, it's really a face to your father. It seems that the beating last month was not in vain. I have practiced more diligently recently, but I have to keep it up. A rough middle-aged man outside the court laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. The children of the same age also laughed, but the Shi Dazhuang who knocked over the reckless bull had a bitter face, thinking of his father's big palm like a cattail fan, his butt ached. Boom, bang, violent voices sounded one after another. Piho and Shimeng threw a millstone as big as a millstone far away, and the other swung the heavy hammer loudly. They were both born with supernatural powers at the age of 8. The smile on the elder's face grew even wider. This will be a virtuous circle. The stronger this generation is, the stronger the beasts that can be hunted and killed. If there are 1 or 2 heroes who can fight with the ancient remnants, the offspring baptized with true blood will be unimaginable. Milk-feeding little Hao, do you want to try this 1000 jin cauldron? If you can lift it up, come to uncle's house to drink animal milk at night. Shi Meng's father teased. Although Xiao Budian is only 3.5 years old, he is fat and white, with big black eyes, bright and beautiful, but he has already learned some supernatural powers. Everyone wants to see if his power is as powerful as his understanding. Okay, hearing that there was animal milk drinking, the little boy's eyes lit up. He wiped off the milk stains from the corners of his mouth, and trotted solemnly in front of Qianjin Ding. This heavy tripod is made of bronze. Except for the tripod legs that are often grabbed by people, other parts of the tripod body are covered with emerald green patina, which is simple and natural. Little one, be careful, don't hurt yourself, uncle will treat you to drink animal milk even if you can't lift it. Shi Meng's father shouted, afraid that the little one might hurt his body by lifting it. Boom. A deep voice sounded. Xiao Budian got under the tripod, suddenly exerted force, and lifted up the heavy tripod in an instant, and it didn't look like it was very strenuous. Everyone present was dumbfounded. You must know that the little one is only 3.5 years old, he can lift a heavy tripod. You must know that many children over 10 years old tried just now and couldn't do it. Is the little one a humanoid beast? Many people present thought this way. They have also heard of the geniuses of the super-rich families near the Mangkang Mountains, but they have never heard of the little ones at this level. Child, put it down quickly. Several clan elders hurriedly spoke out, for fear that this beloved baby would be hurt. Xiao Budian didn't reply. He threw the copper tripod on the ground, and then left quickly. You child, how did you grow? His mother Piho leaned forward and touched the little boy's chubby arms. Everyone is very happy. If the little one grows up, the stone village will definitely prosper many times, perhaps no less than a tribe with a population of tens of millions. Shi Zhang, come here, I saw that you were reborn yesterday, even God Lu praised you, why don't you show your hands and let uncle see? The bearded man shouted at Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang thought for a while. He did have this intention, he could most clearly feel the earth-shaking changes in his body, and he also wanted to know his own strength. He raised the stone roller first, and threw it with both hands. The stone roller weighing hundreds of caddies flew far away with a whistling sound, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Shi Zhang scratched his head in embarrassment, continued to walk in front of Mang Niu, slapped Mang Niu with one hand, and Mang Niu fell down, foaming from his mouth. Finally, he walked up to the heavy tripod, grabbed the legs of the tripod, and lifted it up all at once. He still weighed it in his hand, feeling no pressure. With these things, I don't even know where my current upper limit is. Everyone was stunned. Besides Xiao Budian, there was such a monster in the village. Shi Zhang looked around and found a huge diamond rock, which he thought was good. He walked forward quickly, and Shi Linhu shouted, Little Zongzi, come back quickly, that stone is too heavy, it weighs 8 or 9,000 caddies, and it was you and me, Uncle Feijiao, who made it with great difficulty. I moved it back. Shi Zhang walked up to the diamond rock, clasped his hands on the rock, he shouted loudly, exerted strength with his hands, and his strong heart drove blood mixed with gold to provide him with an endless stream of blood, power. At the same time, there is a hazy golden light coming out of the body, and the body that has been tempered is tougher than the horned elephant, as if it was poured with gilt gold. Indistinctly, everyone in the stone village seems to see a peerless fairy king appearing behind him, setting him off as heroic extraordinary. In the eyes of everyone, Shi Zhang has integrated into this small world, and even the surrounding space seems to be helping him intentionally. This is the powerful manifestation of the innate holy body in Tao womb. Innately close to the Tao, every inch of flesh and blood contains a mortal divinity. Under Shi Zhang's full force, the diamond rock actually left the ground inch by inch in everyone's eyes. Chapter 5 Learning Bone Inscriptions, Iron Arm Ape Bone. In the end, Shi Zhang lifted the diamond rock weighing more than 8,000 jin over his head, and then threw it to the ground with a boom, causing the martial arts field to shake for a while. The children present couldn't stand their feet. In front of Shi Zhang, the hard ground was smashed into a big hole. Everyone was completely petrified, their eyes widened, their mouths opened wide, and they looked like they had seen a ghost. This is a child who is only 4 years old, but his strength has already surpassed the most powerful Shi Linhu and Fei Jiao in the village by a large margin. Even the strongest pure-blooded beast heir is far behind Shi Zhang at this age. Hold on, am I dreaming? Some people find it hard to accept. Shi Zhang gently patted the dust off his body, thinking inwardly. He almost used all his strength to lift the 8,000 jin diamond rock just now. Even if he still has some spare strength, it won't be too much. My own strength is about 10,000 caddies now, Shi Zhang thought to himself. This is just because the innate sacramental body has just been fused, and he has not fully adapted to it. If it takes some time, it will definitely strengthen again. Little Zhang, uncle can't find any words to describe you, Chang. Shi Linhu gave Shi Zhang a thumbs up. When you grow up, you must catch Uncle a Suzaku, a golden-winged rock or something, and let me experience what it's like to soar in the sky. Pihu's father rushed forward and said, "Don't worry about those who can't fly." She pushed him violently and said, "It's good if you catch them, but I'm too picky, uncle. As long as it's a pure-blooded beast, I don't care to slike." Ha ha ha. The words of these two people caused a burst of laughter on the court. They all know that as long as Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian grow up smoothly, Shi village will definitely grow countless times and gain a great reputation in this endless land. Everyone was very happy to find these two little evildoers today, and the laughter was endless, and even the wrinkles on the faces of the old clan elders eased a lot. But after being happy, the clan elders frowned again. They can occasionally baptize their children with the blood of their prey. Although the number of times is not many, it is still enough for the current state. However, Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian are not young anymore. In big tribes, children will undergo a major baptism when they are 5 years old, which will lay a solid foundation for their future practice. The stronger the blood essence used in this baptism, the more effective it is, and even a rich family with a deep foundation can produce the true blood of the ancient relics, so the descendants of people like him are often much stronger than ordinary children. This baptism is very important to a person's future. The talents of Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian are so outstanding, they must not be wasted just because they were born in Shikyun. However, the materials used for baptism are too rare. The most powerful Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao in the village can only hunt in the outskirts of the Kangmang mountain range. How can they get these things? The clan elders were worried, but most of them hadn't considered this yet, and went about their work happily. "Grandpa, I want to learn bone inscriptions," Shi Zhang said. "Okay." Shi Yunfeng's face was full of smiles. He had never been as happy as today in his life. He turned around and took out a crystal-clear bone from the room, emitting a dim light, and an inexplicable aura emanating from the bone. Shi Zhang took the bone with both hands, sat down cross-legged on the spot, immersed his mind, and tried to analyze the lines on it. Precious bones can be bred in the body, and those with their own unique races are all powerful alien species. As soon as Shi Zhang took the hand, the breath left on the bones rushed towards him. Judging from the aura, this bone should belong to an iron arm ape. It was very powerful during its lifetime, and there was blood of a demon ape in its body. The precious technique recorded on this bone should be to strengthen the strength of the arms. Shi Zhang once saw the little one perform it. At that time, he also wanted to learn, but it was a pity that his comprehension was too poor. Looking at the bone inscriptions on it was like reading a heavenly book, and he was spurted several times by the breath of the Iron Wall ape, and almost passed out. But now it is different from the past, he is now an innate sacramental body. Xizong is very confident that he can learn this treasure technique. Sure enough, under his full attention, Xizong's body began to have a faint silver glow, resonating with the heaven and the earth. There was a silver light shining from his eyes, shining on the bones. Xizong found that the dense bone inscriptions on this bone suddenly seemed to come alive. There was a slight silver light on the edge of these bone inscriptions, and they began to swim on this bone, and finally assembled into a human shape, just like the appearance of the iron arm ape during his lifetime. The sky and the earth around the stone bell rang softly, and the iron arm ape was completely made up from bone inscriptions to flesh and blood, exactly like a living thing. In his eyes, this ape stretched out its fists and feet, and began to activate the treasure technique of the internal imprint. A stream of energy flowed out of his body, pouring into every part of his arm, and then metal-like runes emerged on his arm, very textured. The iron arm ape's power surged, and it screamed at the moon, and it exploded a huge bluestone with one punch, sending broken stones flying everywhere. So that's the case. Xizong nodded unconsciously. He is already proficient in the iron arm ape treasure technique, and he can master it as long as he takes time to familiarize himself with it. This innate sacramental body is really against the sky. Xizong also sensed that this small world was helping him. Xizong stood up, put the bones away, and began to imitate the appearance of the ape in his memory, reproducing this treasure technique on himself. Even before the night fell, metal-like bone inscriptions had condensed in Xizong's palm, shining brightly, very extraordinary. Ah, little Zongzi has mastered the power of bone inscriptions so quickly. The men from the stone village came back from hunting. Their clothes were tattered, but their expressions were very excited, because the hunting was very successful. Not only did they not suffer any casualties, but they also gained a lot. Xizong looked towards the entrance of the village, and all the men in the village had gone to carry their prey. There were huge elephants with dragon horns, kui like a one-legged ox, and scale birds with wings of more than 10 meters. The momentum was mighty, but he was too serious just now. I didn't notice it. Everyone in the village was very happy. These prey were rare and difficult to deal with. Normally, even if all the hunters in the village went out together, it would be difficult to catch one. Now there are so many. There are several more powerful creatures among these prey, some of which contain the blood of the ancient remnant species, which are usually the targets that hunters dare not provoke, but today they were brought back as prey. It's really lucky this time. These prey were trampled and seriously injured by more powerful mountain beasts. We killed them easily. Shi Linhu laughed. The village boiled, and the blood of the prey was released, combined with ancient medicine, to baptize the children. Xizong is also in this list. After being baptized, he feels physically stronger, far better than before. In the next 3 months, Xizong and Xiao Budian learned treasures together, and I have to say that Xiao Budian is indeed talented and intelligent, not inferior to Xizong, who has greatly increased his understanding in Dao Dao's assistance. The two learn together and confirm each other, and the efficiency has improved a lot. The riots in the Boundless Mountains are still going on, and there should be major changes about to happen, but it is really a good thing for Shikyun. From time to time, the hunters can pick up some seriously injured mountain animals, and the children in the village have improved their physique again after many baptisms. 3 months later, Xizong lifted up the 30,000 Jin boulder at the entrance of the village amid the disbelieving eyes of everyone, and his eyes fell out of shock. Chapter 6 Punch in again, Green Scale Lair. Seeing that Xizong and Xiao Budian are so extraordinary now, the adults in the village asked their children to study hard with them when they had nothing to do, and hoped that Xizong could teach them. Everyone in Shikyun is like a family. Even though Xizong was weak before, the people in the village treated him very well, just like treating his own children. This was something he had never experienced in his previous life, and he cherished it very much. Therefore, Xizong treats them the same as his own relatives. He has no secrets, and teaches them all. But this group of dolls is really hard to accept at the moment. Even if Xizong personally demonstrates for them, the effect is not great. Paihu and others feel that their brains hurt after a few glances, and they are crying and howling, but they are dragging Xizong to fish and catch shrimps. Milking animals, coming and going, are also familiar. Sometimes after doing bad things and being discovered by the parents, there will always be crackling applause in the stone house in the evening. That day, when the adults were all busy, Pai-Hu called the little friends together and said in a low voice, "I heard from my father that the green-scaled eagle in the mountain recently laid an egg. Why don't we go and get it back today?" Many people looked excited and eager to try. These children all grew up in the mountains, and they are bold and fearless. Piffo, you really dare to think, the green-scaled eagle has the blood of the ancient demon bird in its body, and it is the overlord of the outskirts of the Kangmang mountain range. Even Lin Hu and Uncle Feijiao are far from opponents. Shi Meng said. It's because of the strength of the green-scaled eagle that we want to go to its eggs. Think about how powerful its cubs will be when they grow up. If we let it hunt the uncles in Shikyun, there will be no casualties. Piho said. Hearing what he said, the children who were originally hesitant nodded in agreement. There are not a few clan members who were killed or injured because they went out to hunt for survival. Everyone is like their relatives. Although the children are young, they hope that this kind of thing will not happen again. We can dig out the eggs while the green-scaled eagle is out hunting. Besides, don't we still have the stone bell and the little one? What are you afraid of? The children present all looked at the two of them. Brother Zhang, are you going? Xiao Budian asked, her bright eyes flickering. Since Shi Zhang merged with the innate holy body, his strength has skyrocketed, and he has emerged in the village. Coupled with his steady personality, he has a vague feeling of becoming a child's head. Shi Zhang hesitated, and he was also a little moved, but he had the experience of the previous life, and he thought more than the children present. Going to the lair of this ancient magic bird is a very dangerous thing. I don't want anything to happen to these friends. At this moment, the mechanical voice that had been silent for 3 months sounded again in Shi Zhang's mind. Ding, the host triggers the check-in task and goes to the green-scaled eagle's lair to check in. Do you accept it? Shi Zhang was stunned. The last check-in turned him from a frail boy into a genius with an innate sacramental body. The world's #1 healing holy medicine, Sangwang Shenshui, was given to Liushan. This time the reward must also be an unrivaled treasure, and he is bound to get it. Except, let's go. Shi Zhang made up his mind. With his current strength, as long as he doesn't confront Qing Lining head-on, he should have no problem protecting this group of people. Oh, the friends cheered happily, and sneaked towards the Kangmang mountains. As soon as he entered the mountain range, there was a faint smell of blood in his nostrils. I don't know what happened. A large area of the mountain collapsed, and the rock walls were stained with blood. It has not dried up for a long time. It must be left by some powerful creatures. The broken limbs hanging on the big tree make people creepy. This was the first time for the children to enter the Kangmang mountain range. Even though they were not afraid of tigers when they were born as calves, they were also a little frightened. They even saw some dying mountain beasts along the way, which were easy to get, which made them a little moved, but they still forcibly held back. Everyone had a more important purpose for this trip. When this group of people saw a nearly 100-meter footprint similar to a human foot, most of the children were so frightened that their legs were limp as mud, and the residual fluctuations on it made their souls tremble. It's so terrifying, it's hard to imagine what kind of powerful creature left behind. Go, let's bypass it, Shi Zhang said. According to Pai Hu, the cliff where the green-scaled eagle lives is not very far from the stone village. They walked a certain distance along the predetermined direction, and they must have been very close. After walking for another mile, the dense vegetation and ancient trees became less and less, and even the poisonous insects disappeared. Accompanied by it, the number of boulders gradually increased, and the mountains and rocks were everywhere, like a forest. There were many bones scattered in it. Some of these skeletons have different shapes. The same thing is that there are sharp claw marks on the skeletons, most of which appear on their vital points. It is terrifying to be killed with one blow. Passing through the stone forest, there was a stone cliff hundreds of meters high standing horizontally in front of them, like a moat, with a large amount of blood splashed on the stone wall, giving people a very depressing feeling. According to Uncle Lin Hu's description, it should be right here. They have been observing here for a few days, and there are probably green-scaled eagles' nests on the rocky cliff. Piho said. Will the green-scale eagle be on it? Someone asked, his voice trembling. Snotty baby, look at your talents. Piho glanced at him and continued. According to the adults, the green-scaled eagle has only one female, and the male may have had an accident deep in the mountains, and I have never seen it before. So it has to hunt by itself at noon every day, and it should not be here now. How about we go and see? Shi Meng said. It's too dangerous, I'd better go, you guys meet me below. Xi Zhang stood up and said. Although they grew up in the mountains since they were young, they have good skills, but the cliff is too high, and they may stumble and fall when they climb up. Since they have to check in, let them do it by themselves. Hearing what Xi Zhang said, everyone was silent. His strength was obvious to all, and his words carried a lot of weight. Brother Zhang, let me go with you. Xiao Budian said. He was worried that Xi Zhang would take risks alone. Hey, it's okay, wait for me to come back. Xi Zhang pampered his head, jumped up 7 or 8 meters from the ground, grabbed onto the rock wall with both hands, and began to climb up. Super strong physical fitness allowed Xi Zhang to climb the vertical stone wall without the slightest pressure. His young body tossed and turned on the protruding stone wall like a spirit ape, and quickly climbed nearly 100 meters. The friends of Shikun all watched with their necks up, silently sweating for Xi Zhang, and seeing him move so swiftly and sensitively, they were quite envious in their hearts. Xi Zhang's strong physique made his every movement smooth and smooth. Even if it was the first time he climbed such a high cliff, he didn't feel jerky at all. It didn't take long for him to reach the top successfully. And what came into view was a huge lair, more than 10 meters long, built with black sycamore wood, so dark that it made one's heart palpitate. Chapter 7 Golden Winged Rock, True Dragon Essence and Blood. There is a circle of dark red blood on the edge of the disc-shaped lair, and there are some thick and long bones scattered around the periphery, which must have come from the giant. Xi Zhang hid himself and observed carefully for a while, but there was no movement in the nest, presumably the green-scaled eagle was indeed not there. This made him let down his guard a little bit, and approach the lair step by step. After reaching a sufficient distance, Xi Zhang pulled the black sycamore and flipped it up. What caught his eyes were 3 eggs the size of a washbasin. The eggshells were crystal clear, as fascinating as jasper. There are also spots and lines on the eggshell, and a mysterious power flows in it. It's really a fierce bird with the blood of the ancient demon bird. This race is favored by the heavens. It's just an egg that has the blood of the Tao fragments imprinted on it. When it grows up, it will definitely be the overlord of the air. Xi Zhang thought silently and began to clock in. Ding! The blue-scaled bird's nest has successfully checked in, and I will be rewarded with a golden winged rock egg and a drop of real dragon blood. Do you want to claim it? The mechanical female voice sounded. Golden winged rock, true dragon essence and blood. Although Xi Zhang had been prepared in his heart after the previous experience, he was still stunned by this generous reward. This is the golden winged rock, a real pure-blooded immemorial divine bird. Xi Zhang has only seen it in legends and some ancient books. One must know that an adult golden winged rock can compete with the gods, and can easily destroy an ancient country that has been passed down for thousands of years in a fit of anger. And the blood essence of the real dragon can just baptize Xi Zhang at the age of 5, paving a golden road for his future practice. He forced himself to remain calm, thinking about how to bring these two things back in a legitimate way. Yes, Xi Zhang thought together, opened the animal skin bag and stepped on the soft golden grass, walked quickly to the 3 eggs, and put them in. During this process, the lines and spots on the green-scaled egg gave off lightning and shocked his palm. However, Xi Zhang's physical body is strong, and this level of thunder light is just numb to him, not a threat at all. After putting the 3 ferocious birds' eggs into the animal skin bag, Xi Zhang received the reward for the golden winged rock eggs in his mind. Suddenly, a golden light burst out in front of his eyes, like a small sun rising in front of him, making him unable to keep his eyes open. After the light dissipated, Xi Zhang saw a bright golden egg quietly lying in the nest in front of him, light casted from divine gold, shining brightly in the sunlight. The golden yellow eggshell is covered with intricate lines, which is the unique life imprint of the golden winged rock. It has been passed down from ancient times to the present. Xi Zhang almost immersed his mind in it after taking a closer look. Compared with this golden winged rock's egg, the blue-scaled bird's egg just now is like a poultry. Before the golden winged rock was born, Xi Zhang could hear its heartbeat coming through the eggshell. What an exuberant vitality this is! Xi Zhang exclaimed. But Xi Zhang also understood that it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. He grabbed a handful of golden silk grass and stuffed it into the animal skin bag as a cushion, then took the golden winged rock egg with both hands, and put it down carefully. In fact, stone bells don't have to be like this. Even the egg shells of blue-scaled birds are harder than ordinary stones, not to mention golden-winged rocks, which are simply invulnerable. It's just that this golden-winged rock egg is too rare, so Shi Zhong's concern is chaotic. After tying up the animal skin bag, Shi Zhong fixed the bag on his body and climbed down lightly. The way down is much more dangerous than the way up. Fortunately, Shi Zhong's physical fitness is strong, so he landed without any danger. As soon as we landed, the friends who had been waiting for a long time surrounded us. "Brother Zhong, what is in your bag? Why do I see a golden light coming out of it?" Shi Zhong opened the bag, and everyone gathered around to look. Many people were stung by the strong light, and tears flowed from their eyes. "Come. Wow, this doesn't look like the egg of a blue-scaled bird. Could it be that the blood in its body has returned to its ancestors?" Shi Meng exclaimed. "If this is really the egg of the ancient magic bird, its value is inestimable. Let's go first, let's go back to the village," Shi Zhong said. For some reason, he always felt tense all over, and his heart beat faster than usual, as if danger was about to happen. Okay, everyone knew the danger, and it was safest to go back to the village. Haha, Dad must be very happy now. Pai Hu's face was flushed with excitement. Yes, the little friends communicated while running, and the excitement was not expressed in words. But after the crowd ran for more than a mile, a cry came from behind them, resounding through the sky, shaking the mountains and forests, and the leaves of the trees fell with a clatter. "Covering your ears makes you feel better. Don't stop, run," Shi Zhong shouted. The last thing he wanted to see finally happened. The female green-scaled eagle came back from hunting and found that the eggs in the nest had been stolen, and she must have gone crazy. The adult green-scaled eagle is a dragon-horned eagle that hunts flying pythons. Its senses are so keen. It followed the scent left by the stone bell and found the group of thieves at a glance. Its wings are more than 10 meters long, covering the sky and the sun, and swooping down from the cliff, it can reach more than 1 mile in the blink of an eye. "Run in the direction of Shijumi," Shi Zhong shouted loudly. The crowd didn't turn their heads, but there was a wind behind them, and a huge monster was rapidly approaching them, and it didn't even occur to the green-scaled bird that threw eggs to chase them down. They all knew how terrifying this blue-scaled bird was, and now that it was killing it behind them, many children were so frightened that their hearts jumped into their throats. The children ran in the direction of Shi Duolin, hoping to escape the pursuit of the blue-scaled bird. The blue-scaled bird is bronze in color, without a single feather on its body, and its whole body is covered by metal-like scales. Under the refraction of the sun, it emits a cold light, which is creepy. There is a pair of sharp claws under it, which are nearly 1 meter long, and there is still blood left, and the murderous aura is scattered everywhere. I don't know how many mountain beasts have been torn apart by this. Dozens of towering ancient trees were broken by it, and the branches flew, and the stone forest was cut into 2 halves by its wings, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror, without any sharpness. Coupled with the great strength in the green-scaled eagle's body, it is invincible in this mountain forest. Even if there is a small mountain, it can split it. "Big bird, take an arrow from me." The extremely strong Shi Meng raised the bow and arrow made of dragon-horned beast strings and shot at the blue-scaled bird. The arrow shot was as thick as an adult's arm, and the arrowhead was made of refined iron. Under Shi Meng's full strength, it shot towards the blue-scaled bird with a sound of breaking through the air. The blue-scaled bird felt it, but didn't pay attention to it at all, allowing the arrow to hit its body. Dang! The sound of gold and stone colliding came, and the arrow hit the cold bird's wing and was immediately bounced off by the scales, without any effect. Hoo-hoo! The blue-scaled bird flapped its wings and cut down a cliff. The earth and rocks flew up, and the mud splashed, trying to bury everyone inside. "Run!" Shi Zhong roared with all his strength. Chapter 8: The Primordial Demon Bird, Shi Hao's Crisis. These children were all strong, and after hearing the reminder from the stone bell, they all avoided the area where the rocks fell. "Snot baby!" the leather monkey shouted hysterically, his eyes wide open. When everyone turned around, it turned out that Shi's youngest snot baby was left at the end. The crisis situation was chaotic and he hadn't taken care of it for a moment. At this moment, a big rock was hitting the top of his head. This rock weighs 1,000 caddies. If it hits it, snot baby will definitely turn into a puddle of blood. The little guy near him had quick eyesight and quick hands, sprang out like a spirit snake. Bone inscriptions appeared in the palm of his right hand, his arm was flowing with silver light, and he punched the falling stones. Boom! The rocks immediately fell apart, and the sound of the explosion attracted the green-scaled eagle hovering in the sky. It saw the little one and the snot-nosed baby falling at the back of the line, and immediately took this opportunity to swoop down and open a giant, more than 1 meter long beak to swallow Tiny and Snotty. Next, the little one threw the stunned snot baby to Shimeng, and the latter hugged him, but the little one was completely exposed to the green-scaled eagle's attack range, and he would die if he saw it. Shizong's eyes turned red immediately. He threw the animal skin bag on his back to the ground, pulled out the steel spear on the monkey's back, and charged forward. "Hurry up!" Shizong shouted while running wildly. Now that the matter has come to this point, it is impossible for him to leave the little one and run away, so he can only make a desperate fight. Piho and the others also knew that the situation was critical, and they would probably drag them down here. He called his friends to run out of the mountain, wanting to go back to Shikun to bring in reinforcements, but he didn't even dare to pick up the animal skin bag on the ground, for fear of being targeted by the green-scaled eagle. "Get off!" Shizong saw that the little one was in danger. He was so anxious that he held the spear shaft with both hands, and the clothes on his sleeves exploded, the blue veins on it were exposed, attached to it like a horned dragon, and the spear tip hit a huge boulder of several thousand kilograms scattered on the ground fiercely. Swept over. Bang! Under the angry blow of Shizong, this rock soared into the sky, and hit the green-scaled eagle's wings heavily like a meteor, knocking it staggeringly. The green-scaled eagle was hit by a boulder and was hindered, but it hated these little thieves who stole eggs, and it would definitely smash them to pieces, adjusted its body and continued to pounce like a little one. "Little one, get out of the way!" Shizong yelled. The green-scaled eagle, more than 10 meters high, descended from the sky, and a violent wind blew in the forest, causing the trees to fall in pieces. They were as vulnerable as straw under the might of the ancient demon birds. The green-scaled eagle opened its claws and grabbed Xiaobudian, flashing a cold light, like a pair of indestructible scimitars, trying to tear him apart. Although Xiaobudian is only 3.5 years old, he is extremely clever. A donkey rolled away from the claws of the green-scaled eagle and narrowly avoided it. Originally, a stone pillar beside him exploded, and was caught in the claws of the green-scaled eagle. With a little force, the hard stone pillar was cut into several pieces and slid down from the gap in the claws. Only then did Shizong's tense heartstrings relax slightly, and he continued to sweep away the stones on the ground, smashing towards the green-scaled eagle like shooting stars. It's a pity that they were all broken by the pair of wings of the green-scaled eagle, turned into powder, and scattered in the air. Seeing the human race attacking it, the green-scaled eagle screamed at the sky, its resentment and anger undisguised, shaking the mountains and forests. The beasts knew that this was the overlord on the outskirts of the mountain range going crazy, and they were so frightened that they fled, fearing that it would affect themselves. From the smell left in the nest, the green-scaled eagle knew that the human race holding a spear in front of him was the real culprit. Shizong was locked on by its murderous eyes, and felt that the hairs on his body stood on end, and a sense of great danger came from his heart. But Shizong wasn't timid at all. He felt fever all over his body, and waves of majestic power surged from his limbs, making his blood vessels swell and his fighting spirit high. He held the spear in his hand, as if he had returned to an even more ancient era, where the ancestors fought dragons and tigers in the wilderness to open up territories for the human race. Shizong is fighting for the first time, but at this moment there is a feeling of familiarity. This is the fighting gene hidden in the blood of the innate saint body, and now it is awakened, making his fighting spirit reach its peak. The blue-scaled bird opened its huge beak, intertwined with runes, and waves of blue crescent moon swept towards the humans below it. This is an attack method derived from the precious bones in the body of the green-scaled eagle. This race has the blood of ancient demon birds flowing in its body, so it is born to be strong. Shizong and Xiaobudian lowered their heads and walked quickly through the stone forest, avoiding the light wave of the crescent moon. But the light waves of the crescent moon were too dense, and a large stone forest was cut into flat ground by it, which made the two of them fall into an unavoidable situation. Shizong looked up at the blue-scaled bird, and there was a faint silver light in his eyes. In Shizong's eyes, for a moment, the whole world slowed down, and he could clearly catch the traces of the crescent moon light waves. Shizong raised his steel spear, swung it quickly, and met the incoming light waves, but instead of resisting forcefully, he used ingenuity to sweep these light waves away like sweeping stones. Dang, clang, clang. There was a metallic trembling sound from the handover between the two, which was endless. At this moment, Shi Zhang swept back the oncoming curved light waves in a large area. There were hundreds of them, the earth and rocks around him cracked, the trees broke down, and the smoke and dust shot up into the sky. Some of the light waves bounced onto the green-scaled eagle itself. No matter how powerful its body was, it couldn't hold back its own treasures. Many scales on its body were broken and bleeding came out. The green-scaled eagle is even more angry. It is a descendant of the ancient demon bird, and it is the overlord of one side. As long as it does not enter the depths of the mountains, it can walk sideways. Now it has suffered a disadvantage in the hands of two small human races. It no longer jets out meniscus light waves, but rushes down with a whistling sound with its tyrannical body. Shi Zhang also stopped, and the steel spear in his hand was almost broken. The green-scaled eagle clearly wanted to keep fighting with him, but the opponent was at high altitude, so he was really passive on the ground. The only chance is the moment it swoops down. "Little one, you block its sight," Shi Zhang said. He had a plan in his mind. It was difficult to complete it by himself, and he still needed the little one's help. "Okay." Little Bu nodded. A silver-white light appeared on his arm. He lifted a stone weighing several hundred kilograms above his head, and then threw it at the green-scaled eagle's eyes. The green-scaled eagle noticed something and closed its eyes. There were also scales protecting it, and the stone smashed on it immediately shattered. Xiao Budian raised his arm. The lines were all over it, shining brightly. He pointed forward, and immediately a little crimson sparrow appeared and flew towards the eyes of the green-scaled eagle. The green-scaled eagle didn't want to be contaminated, and closed its eyes again, but its figure was still sprinting. At this moment, the green-scaled eagle was already very close to the ground, and the strong wind howled, and the little one was quick to avoid it. Chapter 9 Eucharist Explosion, Butterfly Effect. Taking advantage of this short moment, Shi Zhang rushed to the side, stepped on the stone pillar suddenly with both feet, and cracked the stone pillar more than 10 meters away. The bird's eyes stabbed. In midair, Shi Zhang also used the iron-armed ape's treasure technique. With metal-like light flowing from his hands, its strength increased sharply, and the steel spear pierced the blue-scaled bird's eyes, cracking the scales on it, but the spear tip also completely broken. "Break it," Shi Zhang yelled. His veins were exposed all over his body, and the clothes on his upper body exploded. He knew that he only had this chance. If he didn't kill it completely, there would be endless troubles. Lu Shen is now sleeping, and the entire stone village will be in danger. Shi Zhang tried his best, his silver teeth creaked, and all the strength contained in his body burst out. At this time, the golden radiance on his body was shining, including the green-scaled eagle, and the vision reappeared. In a trance, the peerless fairy king appeared behind him again, and the vast sea-like aura rushed the green-scaled eagle out of control. Flick. It was the fear from the depths of the soul, as if the supreme god appeared beside it. Shi Zhang's innate sacrament body has been fully awakened in the past 3 months, and now the power is so terrifying when it explodes with all its strength, coupled with the blue-scaled eagle's trance. The broken steel spear finally pierced through the scales, straight it was inserted into the eyes, and a large amount of blood splashed out. Shi Zhang was not merciful. He held the steel spear firmly and inserted it until the handle end was completely submerged, and pierced through the other eye socket. The body of the blue-scaled bird trembled violently, and before it died, it let out a mournful cry, which resounded through the sky. Its huge body fell to the ground weakly, and slid out for hundreds of meters while rubbing against the ground. All the rocks and trees on the way were broken, as if they had been crushed. "Brother!" Xiao Budian yelled, and ran to the place where the blue-scaled bird stopped, for fear that something might happen to Shi Zhang. Bang! The blue-scaled bird suddenly moved, which surprised Xiao Budian. Could it be that it is still alive? The little boy took a closer look, and a figure came out from under the green-scaled eagle's wings with a disheveled face. Xiao Budian hurried forward and helped Shi Zhang up. "Brother, are you all right?" The little boy's bright and dark eyes swept Shi Zhang back and forth. Seeing Xiao Budian caring about him so much, Shi Zhang felt a burst of warmth in his heart. "Don't worry, it's fine." Shi Zhang patted the little one's head and smiled. Xiao Budian was still worried, and went around the stone clock to check carefully. In the end he was relieved. Shi Zhang was drenched in the blood of the blue-scaled bird, his body was tattered, covered with dust and dirt, he looked miserable and embarrassed, but there was no serious injury. "Brother, you are so powerful, you have killed such a terrifying ominous bird." The little one said with some admiration, his bright eyes blinking. I'm older than you, and what's inside your body? Shi Zhang paused for a moment. I might be stronger than you when I grow up. The little boy listened to Shi Zhang's intermittent speech, as if he was hiding some secret. Just as he was about to ask, he heard a loud noise coming from the distant woods. Hearing that the footsteps were chaotic, there were dozens of people. When they got closer, they realized that it was the people of Shikyun who came. Headed by Shi Yunfeng and Shi Linhu, they rushed all the way with heavy axes and broad swords, looking anxious and desperate. "Grandpa, Uncle," Xiao Budian shouted, waving his hand as a signal to them. Everyone was surprised when they heard the sound, and when they took a closer look, they found that Xiao Budian and Shi Zhang were looking at them with smiles on their faces. They came to rescue people, and they were all mentally prepared for the worst. They were about to fight with their lives. How could the rescued people wait for them to come with a smile on their faces? Then, they saw the green-scaled eagle lying on the ground. It had a huge body, and its blue-colored scales exuded a cold light in the sun, but its body was lifeless, and the blood flowing from its head stained the nearby rocks. Famous. "Oh my God," everyone exclaimed, their mouths opened wide enough to stuff a ferocious bird's egg. "This green-scaled eagle, is it dead? Well, my brother killed it very well." The little boy smiled, his eyes narrowed into crescents. Shi Zhang felt that everyone's eyes were focused on him in an instant. He felt a little embarrassed, and nodded slightly. "Wow, although I guessed it was still so unacceptable. Uncle, I don't even know how to describe you, it's really." Shi Linhu gave Shi Zhang a thumbs up again. "Don't stand still, put the blood in a container, it's all precious, just flow on the ground." Someone shouted. "Oh, that's right." Everyone woke up like a dream, blocked up the green scale eagle's wound, even picked up the bloody mud on the ground and put it back. "Hey, what is this?" Someone discovered a small mound not far away, and a golden light was shining out. It should be the egg of the blue-scaled bird that was dug out earlier. Shi Zhang stepped forward, pushed aside the mound of soil, and picked up the animal skin bag. "I've never heard that the eggs of blue-scaled birds can glow golden." Someone leaned forward. Shi Zhang untied the animal skin bag, revealing the golden-winged rock egg inside. Wow, this caused an uproar in the crowd again. Could it be that the blood of this egg has returned to its ancestors? Someone asked, with a very excited and surprised tone. "Go back and talk about it later," Shi Yunfeng said. His heart was excited. This can be said to be a priceless treasure. The sound of fighting just now is likely to attract fierce beasts deep in the mountains, and people in the nearby villages must be wary. Under the temptation of the green-scaled eagle and the ancestral spirit egg, the human race may be more dangerous than the fierce beasts. Okay, everyone also understood this truth, lifted the body of the green-scaled eagle and walked cautiously towards the stone village. Along the way, everyone praised Shi Zhang endlessly. Shi Zhang smiled on his face, but felt very heavy in his heart. This egg-digging incident put the little friends in a dangerous situation, and even the little one almost died. If he hadn't killed the green-scaled eagle today, and the willow god was sleeping again, the entire stone village might be wiped out. After all, Shi Zhang is just an ordinary college student. Although he has traveled here for 2 years and knows that this world is very dangerous, he has always been in Shikyun, protected by the willow god and the elders of Shikyun. Now he can truly experience this world through personal experience. Terrible. This is not the world he lived in his previous life, and it is not the game where he can die and start again. Everything he does, every decision, may bring serious and irreversible consequences to himself and the people around him. According to the memory of Shi Zhang's previous life, Xiao Budian would bring everyone back to the village safely. Because of God Lu's action, the green-scaled eagle would become Shi village's partner, but now because of his appearance, the reality is not going in that direction at all. Butterfly effect. Shi Zhang suddenly felt that these 4 words were more terrifying than any beast, which sent chills down his spine. In the future, if there is no blue-scaled bird, how will the corpse of the ancient relic Suani be obtained? How will the little one be baptized, and will it just decline, become an ordinary genius, or even die? For a while, Shi Zhang was a little afraid of the future, like a movie that didn't follow the script. Chapter 10 True Dragon Blood Essence, Ready for Baptism. Shi Zhang secretly made up his mind that he must be more thoughtful in everything he does in the future, so as not to let himself and the people around him fall into unwarranted disasters. In addition, Shi Zhang was also stunned by the powerful combat power he had erupted just now, and he actually beheaded the green-scaled eagle that needed Lu Shen's action in his previous life. After thinking about it carefully, Shi Zhang has a strong confidence in himself. Shi Hao in his previous life was younger than he is now, and even if the supreme bone is taken away, he can lead the rise of Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang is in this world, with a mysterious check in assistance system and the innate sacred body. There is no reason why he should be younger weak. This is a real world, and we should not rely too much on past life memories. Xiaobudian is not the future Wangtian emperor, and now he has to carry the sky by himself and protect the stone village. Thinking of this, Shi Zhang clenched his fists tightly, no longer hesitant and frightened, but became high-spirited. During this short journey back to the village, Shi Zhang's heart undergoes earth-shaking changes, making him feel like a newborn. A group of people carried the body of the green-scaled eagle and happily walked towards the stone village. They were very careful along the way and sent people to scout and guard the way. Fortunately, this is the territory of the green-scale eagle. Its frenzied cry just now scared away all the nearby mountain beasts, so this area is still safe for the time being. It didn't take long before they returned to Stone Village happily. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Lu Shen was asleep, having such a strong man here would always make people feel at ease. Only then did people dare to take out the 4 eggs on the wide grounds of the village, and the golden-winged rock eggs reflected the colors of the nearby stone houses. Clan Elder, what kind of egg is this? Why is it so powerful that I can't even open my eyes? The woman in the village asked. The clan elder took out a thick ancient book. The paper was yellowed and age-old. He carefully flipped through it to compare the lines on it, and finally said tremblingly, "This is the golden-winged rock egg. Look, this appearance and aura are pure blood." The clan elder was so excited that he couldn't even speak, and his beard was shaking. Everyone's eyes were blazing, and they were chatting non-stop around them. The same thing was that their faces were filled with satisfied and happy smiles. If these 3 blue-scaled birds grow up, they will be able to protect themselves even if the willow god is sleeping, and they can hunt freely in the periphery of the Kangmang mountain range. Not to mention the unimaginably powerful golden-winged rock. You must know that the adult golden-winged rock is the existence of slaughtering gods, and its might is unmatched. With Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian here, plus the golden-winged rock, the rise of Shi village is already unstoppable, and it will rise to an unimaginable level. The small stone village is very lively today. Men, women and children are busy disposing of the body of the green-scaled eagle, preparing to baptize the children to strengthen their physique. The body of the green-scaled eagle is really too hard. Even if it is dead, its body is as solid as pure gold. Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao, the strongest in the village, took heavy axes and hacked for a long time profusely with sweat before breaking his scales. The clan elders in the village carefully packed the blood in containers, not willing to miss a drop. Hey, this green-scaled eagle is full of treasures. Look at the scales, which are sharper than knives, not to mention the claws and beak. Who can stand it as a weapon? Pihu's father said cheerfully, "It's a pity that it took a long time to dig out a scale. That is, when these weapons are made, they can immediately increase the strength of Shikyun." Shi Feihu said. In addition to the stone bell, although the little one and the golden-winged rock have unlimited potential in the future, it will take some time, and the effect of the weapon made from the part of the blue-scaled bird will be immediate. Grandpa, I found this in the blue-scaled bird's nest. After Shi Zhang returned to Shikyun to clean up, he secretly received the reward of the real dragon's blood essence. This time he has personally experienced danger, and he can't wait to improve his strength, so that he has the capital to protect the people around him. Shi Zhang opened his palm, and a fist-sized blood-red liquid lay quietly in his hand. The red light was so bright that it instantly overwhelmed the golden-winged rock's carved egg. Everyone's eyes were attracted, and they saw that there seemed to be a little dragon wandering in the drop of blood, and at the same time, there was a slight dragon chant in their ears. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone in Shikyun could hear the heartbeat from this drop of blood, as well as the extremely strong life energy. Everyone in Shikyun bathed in it, and some old wounds left by hunting and labor were all there. It disappeared without knowing it, and the whole person was refreshed and felt several years younger. The children's faces were also flushed with smiles. Affected by this drop of blood, their life energy became more abundant. It's no wonder that one of the green-scaled eagle's eggs has a bloodline that is so pure. It turns out that it has obtained such a great treasure as the blood of the real dragon. Many people thought this way, and the doubts in their hearts suddenly became clear. As for why the green-scaled eagle has the blood essence of the real dragon, the dead are not qualified to explain it. Prepare immediately, let Shi Zhang perform the baptism of the 5-year-old, don't let the energy of this drop of blood dissipate. Shi Yunfeng said, and a large group of people immediately went to work, even leaving the matter of dealing with the green-scaled eagle behind. The heavy black tripod was carried over. On it were patterns of sun, moon, mountains and rivers, birds and animals, and sacrifices of ancestors. All kinds of ancient medicines were ground into powder and thrown in. The blood essence of the green-scaled eagle was also poured into a large basin, as well as the animal bones that had been stripped off, centipedes more than half a meter long, poisonous snakes, colorful spiders, they are all horrible poisonous insects. The black dragon wood was ignited and burned blazingly under the cauldron. The liquid in the black cauldron quickly became hot, boiling with thick black bubbles, and the heat wave rushed towards the face. Everyone was very serious. They used the purest mountain spring water to cleanse the body of the stone bell, preparing for this crucial baptism. After everything was ready, Shi Linhu split open the green-scaled eagle's chest, and pulled out a crimson heart the size of a washbasin, which contained its most precious true blood, which was the source of its whole body's strength. The heart is put in. A loud eagle cry came from inside the cauldron, and a phantom of a blue-scaled eagle flew out, which quickly disappeared into the sky and the earth. You can put the blood of the real dragon in it, the patriarch said seriously. Okay. Shi Zhang walked to He Ding's side, tilted his right hand, and let the drop of blood essence drop down. Boom. The moment the blood of the real dragon fell, the liquid in the cauldron boiled crazily, almost pouring out of the mouth of the cauldron. At the same time, a phantom of a real dragon rose up, about to soar into the 9 heavens, and a violent sound came from its mouth. The roar of the dragon made many people feel uneasy under this roar. Fortunately, these are just phantoms that exist in blood fragments and have no substance. Even so, it took a long time for many people to recover. It was the trembling from the soul and the crushing of life levels, which made it difficult to calm down. Chapter 11 The Shadow of the Real Dragon, The Cry of the Green Eagle. Patriarch, look, the pattern on this cauldron seems to come alive. Someone exclaimed. Sure enough, everyone took a closer look and found that the patterns on the tripod were all glowing, the sun and the moon were turning, fish and animals were swimming, and the mysterious Sanskrit sounds of the ancestors' sacrifices seemed to faintly sound in everyone's hearts. This tripod is amazing, a clan elder said in surprise. They have all heard the legends about this tripod, it seems to have a great background, but there is no basis, but now it seems that those legends are likely to be true, this is a treasure. These patterns have a kind of magical power, no matter how much the liquid in the cauldron boils, they cannot escape the suppression of the cauldron's mouth, as if there is a barrier blocking them. When the liquid level returned to normal, the originally black liquid had completely turned into a dark red color, shining brightly like agate. The patriarch nodded to Shi Zhang, indicating that the time had come. Shi Zhang jumped into the liquid, submerging his head in it. Feng Ding, Shi Yunfeng shouted. Several strong men carried the black cauldron cover over. They walked heavily and panted heavily. They worked together to put the cauldron cover on. With a dull sound, the stone bell was completely sealed inside. The faces of the Piho and other children turned pale, and the water at such a high temperature still simmers people in it. Who can bear it? Will something big happen? The old patriarch glanced at them, guessed what they were thinking, and said lightly, Shi Zhang has refined bone inscriptions into the flesh and blood of his body in the past few months, turning them into rays of light, and becoming Xianxia, which can attract the gods in the world. Keep alive, even if you don't breathe. Even though they knew that they would not have the advantage of life, the tightly stitched cover inside was like stewed animal bone soup, which made these children panic. Not long after, the cauldron cover shook violently, was knocked loudly, and there were bursts of dragon roars, as if something was about to break out. The mountains, rivers, sun, and moon on the tripod turned more frequently, and the Sanskrit sounds of the ancestors' sacrifices became louder and louder. They were all trying to suppress the things in the tripod to prevent them from getting out. Why don't you open it and see if the stone bell is in danger? Piho said in a low voice. His father immediately glared at him, what are you thinking? Open the lid now, and all the divine essence will come out and dissipate in the world. It's okay. It's the fragments of Taoism in the blood of the true dragon that are rioting. Indeed, At this moment his stone bell was in dire straits. He closed his eyes, let go of his body, and let the medicinal liquid seep into his body from his limbs and bones. But the blood of the real dragon is so domineering, the Tao fragments in the blood follow the liquid medicine into the body continuously, washing every part of his body. This kind of change is rapid and violent, and Xizong's internal organs have been severely impacted, all cracked. Afterwards, the life essence in the medicinal liquid repaired his injured body. Xizong endured these tortures in the cauldron again and again, and the muscles and bones in his body were broken countless times. This is extreme torture, not only physically, but also mentally. The endless pain and confined space are likely to drive a weak-willed person crazy. The blood of the real dragon is domineering by nature, but the green-scaled eagle is different. It was killed by Xizong himself. The blood in this heart is full of resentment towards Xizong. Will to destroy. Even so, Xizong couldn't resist, otherwise his body would be tense and the medicinal bath would not be able to penetrate into his body to transform him. He could only rely on his own willpower to protect the clarity of the Lingtai and wait for the phantom of the blue-scaled bird to disappear. The dark red liquid medicine poured into his body continuously, washed it away, and then brought out some filth, repeating over and over again. Gradually westward, night falls. The baptism was still going on. Shi Yunfeng and a small number of people stayed here to prevent accidents. The baptism at the age of 5 is very important. The baptism time can vary from 1 day to 3 months. No one can tell. It depends on the true blood used for baptism and the absorption speed of the individual body. The night passed quickly, and the monkey ran over early in the morning, wanting to see the change of the stone clock, but unfortunately he was disappointed. The lid was still there, and the boiling sound still sounded. The baptism was not over yet, so he could only mumble. The mouth added a few pieces of black floodwood to the bottom of the black cauldron. At this time, the trembling inside the tripod became more violent. The legs of the tripod were shaking, as if they were about to overturn the tripod, and red and blue light reflected through the tripod. The sun, the moon and the mountains and rivers are becoming more and more realistic, as if they are about to come alive. The birds and beasts are leaping and jumping. The ancestors have solemn expressions on their faces. The sound of sacrifices is loud, and the sound of chanting sutras is one after another, and they are trying their best to suppress the tripod. Things within. The baptism of Xizong came to the most critical moment. A large amount of bright red medicinal liquid poured into every part of his body. The internal organs cracked long openings, a large number of skeletons were broken, and even the meridians could not bear the bursting force. Broken. The rune fragments began to intertwine in the stone bell, turning into infinite Xianxia, hiding in every corner of his body. If someone could see the scene of Xizong at this moment, he would find a long winding dragon entwining him, roaring, and a cyan eagle constantly hitting the top of his head, trying to destroy his spirit. Xizong was in excruciating pain, trembling from the pain, but his closed eyes revealed unyielding and tenacity, and he was silently enduring everything. If you want to be stronger than ordinary people, you must endure pain and suffering that ordinary people cannot bear. This is like a rule and an order. His physical body was in extreme pain, as if he had been skinned and boned, but his spirit became more and more full. All the materials used for baptism were absorbed by him into his body, and he gained great benefits. His internal organs were extremely tough and full of vitality. His bones also glowed with precious light, his meridians were widened several times, and Shen Zai's flow was smoother and more natural. In addition to the physical body, there is also a spiritual transformation. After such a long period of inhuman torture, Xizong's will has become as rigid as iron. This is the true essence of every strong man. Another day passed. The dragon's chants and eagle cries in the cauldron gradually shrunk, were almost absorbed by the stone bell, and disappeared in the evening. The tripod stopped shaking and calmed down. On the third day, there was finally movement in the cauldron. First, there were 3 knocking sounds, and then the cauldron cover was lifted from inside. Everyone turned their heads and saw Xizong holding the cauldron cover with one hand, and then lightly jumped out. The original bright red transparent liquid in the tripod has turned into a pool of turbid black water, and the divine essence inside has been completely absorbed by Xizong's body, leaving only the impurities in the body. But the power of the real dragon's blood essence is so great that Xizong can easily and completely refine it. Most of the essence is left in the body, just waiting to be excavated in the future. At this moment, Xizong's body seems to have shed a layer of old skin, blooming with a hazy precious light. warm and clear like a piece of beautiful jade, and the skin is thin and elastic, like a newborn child. Chapter 12 60,000 Caddies of Strength, the embarrassing village strikes. A group of people came up and surrounded the stone bell tightly. They touched and pinched him, raised and lowered their hands, as if they met some big treasure. Seeing Shi Zong's radiant body, everyone was amazed. Look at this skin, it's watery, soft and smooth, and it feels more comfortable to the touch than my newborn piglet. Shi Meng's mother said cheerfully. Yeah, this kid will definitely be a handsome guy when he grows up. Someone echoed. Faced with the fiery enthusiasm of the people in Shikyun, Shi Zong bravely carried it for a while. His ears turned red, and when he found a gap, he immediately lowered his head and got out, and ran to the stone house like flying, looking for his own clothes to wear. On the body, I feel a lot more at ease. This kid, uncle and aunt watched him grow up, and he's still shy. Everyone laughed behind him. After wearing it, Shi Zong began to feel the changes in his body. Every inch of his body is filled with divine light, spewing out rays of light, motivating the spirit of the world to nourish his body, and he feels comfortable all over his body. The essence of the real dragon's blood essence and the blue-scaled eagle's blood are now absorbed into Shi Zong's body, making his muscles, tendons, bones, and internal organs all have a qualitative leap, becoming extremely tough and hard to damage. His body is as white as fat, and it looks like it can be broken by bullets, but in fact it is hard to hurt by swords and axes. Conventional weapons have lost their effect on him. Moreover, the congenital Eucharist had grown up due to this baptism, and there were more golden threads in his blood, which made his strength skyrocket. Shi Zong felt that he could now lift a dragon-horned elephant tens of thousands of caddies with one hand. He couldn't wait to run to the entrance of the village, kicked a piece of diamond rock weighing tens of thousands of kilograms far away, and smashed it to the ground with a bang, sending dust flying. You know, this is the stone bell before the baptism, which can be lifted with great effort, but the changes are amazing now. He searched for a long time at the entrance of the village, and tested many times, but failed to test his true strength. In the end, he found a huge reclining cow rock with a smooth surface. Friends from the stone village often played here, climbing up and down. It weighed 50,000 caddies and reflected a bright yellow shimmer in the sun. Shi Zong held his breath, stretched out his arms and hugged it tightly, and exerted all his strength. The crouching bull rock moved slightly, and then gradually rose, exposing the black and yellow soil full of wormholes underneath. Everyone in Shikyun who was watching at the entrance of the village was stunned again. Fortunately, more and more miracles happened to Shi Zong recently, and everyone has a certain ability to accept it. However, when Shi Zong completely lifted the snail stone over his head, the crowd still had turbulent waves in their hearts, and they couldn't help shouting. The huge and heavy crouching bull stone was completely out of proportion to the small body underneath, but Shi Zong still lifted it up so abruptly. Father, I want to be baptized too. Pai Hu and Shi Meng and the other dolls said, their eyes were fiery, eager to become stronger. Hee, you're all crying and howling when you're being washed on weekdays, but today it's really strange, I know you envy him. Shi Feijiao teased. However, the parents are also very happy to see the desire to stimulate their children to become stronger. After Shi Zong lifted the crouching Niu stone over his head, he felt that he had almost reached his limit, about 50,000 caddies. He threw the crouching bull rock back to its original position with a bang, and ran towards the boundless mountains. He walked like flying, and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Why did this child go? There is no danger, right? An old lady in the village asked worriedly. As long as you don't go to the depths of the mountains, what can happen with this kid's current strength? I believe he has a sense of proportion. Shi Feijiao said. His own strength is only 7 or 8,000 caddies, and he is already one of the strongest adults in the village. He didn't expect a 4-year-old child to be as heroic as him, so he couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. Not long after, the people who were still busy heard the continuous roar of beasts, coming towards Shikyun from far and near. When they went out to check, they found a dragon-horned elephant galloping backwards towards the village with its back down, howling. When I got closer, I realized that there was a small figure under the dragon-horned elephant, holding it up with both hands, but the smoke and dust billowed all the way, drowning him, and I almost didn't see it. Shi Zong is back, and he has captured a live dragon-horned beast. Someone shouted, and the village man immediately came out with an axe and a knife. Shi Zhang ran to the village holding the dragon-horned elephant, and threw it down. The dragon-horned elephant wanted to fight fiercely, but was hit on the head by Shi Zhang's fist, and immediately fell down with a bang. This relationship is good, the essence in the blood has not been lost at all. Pihu's father's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to disassemble the dragon-horned elephant. In this way, half a month has passed, and Shi Zhang can bring back different beasts every day, including dragon-horned elephants, flying pythons, even double-headed fire rhinos, and even Pixiu with impure blood, which made the children in the village baptisms are carried out every 3 and 5 times, and the physique has been greatly improved. Our Shi Zhang is now the number 1 hunter in the village, ha ha ha. Shi Linhu patted his head and smiled happily. Shi Zhang scratched his head in embarrassment. After half a month of proficiency, his strength has improved a lot, rising to about 60,000 jin. During this period, the 3 green-scaled eagle eggs retrieved hatched one after another, and 3 nimble young birds came out, with purple-blue light shining on their bodies. Among them, the last one was born closest to the golden-winged rock eagle egg. Affected by its breath, it was born with a deep purple body, like an amethyst, with runes all over its body, showing signs of returning to its ancestors, and its body can be purple. Bloom lightning. The one that was born first was called Dapeng, followed by Zhaoqing, and the last one that was extraordinarily strong was called Xian. These are all started by the children, and they have new playmates, chattering around them every day. They all have the blood of the ancient demon birds in their bodies, and they are destined to be the strongest to dominate one side, especially Xian, who gave birth to purple scales within a few days and possessed fighting power. The little green-scaled eagle was like a balloon, growing up day by day, and most of the flesh and blood of the beast brought back by Shi Zhang fell into their mouths. Shikyun is getting stronger day by day, everyone is very happy, and they work harder. Zoo. One day, everyone was busy. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian were studying the lines on Xian's body, hoping to obtain the treasure technique of this ancient magic bird, but there was a dense sound of breaking the sky at the entrance of the village. The men in Shikyun felt that something was wrong, so they picked up the dragon horn bow and gathered together with the big sword and axe. They were all simple and kind, but if anyone dared to attack Shikyun, they would turn into iron-blooded killers and show no mercy. At this moment, a large group of arrows were planted in the open space outside the stone village. Not far away, a large group of people ran over. The momentum was huge, and the visitors were not friendly. Friends from the embarrassing village, what's the matter? The patriarch stood up and asked. Although everyone was holding back their anger when they were shot at the village gate like this, but in this wilderness, the human race was already weak and it was not easy to survive, so they should unite. Besides, if a conflict breaks out, both sides will inevitably bleed and die, which is inevitable, so the clan elders stopped the bloody Shikyun man. They didn't want to see anyone in Shikyun get hurt. Chapter 13 The Blue Wolf in the Embarrassing Village, the Prestige of the Stone Bell. The leading man was tall and burly, holding a big bow, riding on a tall and strong blue wolf. The blue wolf grinned its huge mouth, with white teeth, sticky saliva dripping down, and a fierce light in its eyes. Very scary. This is a powerful and ferocious beast in the Kangmang Mountains, and now it is not known why it obeyed the order of the village and invaded the stone village. It's nothing. People in the neighboring villages should walk more, shouldn't they? The leading man smiled, riding on Qinglang, overlooking the people in Shikyun with a condescending attitude. Then that's how you went to your grandfather's house as a guest? Shi Linhu glared and said, pointing at the arrow on the ground. Hee. The leading man glanced at Shi Linhu, and the murderous intent flashed from the corner of his eyes. The hunters in my embarrassing village saw that you got a lot of good things recently, and found the blood of the green-scaled eagle. The folks in this village, why don't you share something with us? Said the man in embarrassing village. The hot-tempered Shi Linhu couldn't bear it any longer. He pushed aside the crowd and stood at the front. Xia has always been our territory. You have crossed the line, and you have the audacity to come here to beg for it. If you have the ability to kill yourself, if you want to snatch it, just say it. You don't have to be so hypocritical. Yo, we didn't mean that, but it seems that you really picked up the body of the green-scaled eagle. If you don't give it back, you can understand it that way. The leader of the embarrassing village said, holding the big bow intentionally or unintentionally. He aimed at Shi Linhu. Try it if you have the ability. I will chop you up and feed it to the tree pig. Shi Linhu raised the half-human high broadsword in his hand with a murderous look. Brothers in Shikyun, we are about to break through the spirit sacrifice recently. I have no choice but to borrow something from you. After we break through the spirit sacrifice, we will definitely repay you twice. The clan elders of Yui village stood up and broke the atmosphere of drawing swords and bows. We don't have enough supplies, so the friends in the embarrassing village should find another way. The patriarch evaded. Originally, the human race was supposed to help each other and watch together, but no one would be willing to borrow the other party's aggressive appearance. Not to mention whether there are excuses or not, with the way of doing things in the embarrassing village, when the sacrificial spirit breakthrough becomes stronger, it will inevitably become even more unscrupulous, and it may even get worse. After our sacrificial spirit breaks through, it's one of the best in the neighborhood. Friends, please don't make mistakes. Hearing this, the village elder's expression darkened immediately. Our sacrificial spirit is here, aren't you afraid of making mistakes? The patriarch of Shikyun heard the threat from the other party, and he was not so polite. Ha ha ha, the man riding on Qinglang laughed loudly, shaking forward and backward. Your sacrificial spirit probably has an accident. Your village is no longer shrouded in green light at night. You still want to bring out this half-dead willow tree to scare us. If you don't know each other again, I will chop it up and use it as firewood. The expressions on the faces of everyone in Shikyun became even more unkind upon hearing this. Embarrassed village obviously planned it for a long time, and only then dared to kill Shikyun with great fanfare when he was sure that Willow God could not protect Shikyun. Shizhong and Xiao Budian were also in the crowd. Although they were young, they were among the best in strength, so they didn't have to hide in Shikyun like other children. Even so, the adults blocked them with their bodies, which made Shizhong feel warm in his heart. Listening to the exchange between the patriarch and the people in the embarrassing village, Shizhong didn't pay attention. He set his sights on a young man next to Qinglang. The boy was fair and handsome, tall, not much shorter than an adult, but his eyes were cold and murderous, his hands were bowed, and he looked like he was choosing someone to eat. His aura is very cold, similar to the blue wolf beside him. He wears a bracelet of wolf teeth, with a hazy gleam. It should be a treasure without a doubt. After searching Shizong's previous life memory, he was sure that that person should be the talented boy from the village, Hao Feng. The two sides talked for a few more words, but Shizong didn't pay attention to listening. Suddenly, he saw Hao Feng raise the bow and arrow in his hand like lightning, and shot towards Shikyun without hesitation. Get out of the way! Shizong shouted loudly, waking everyone up. But the arrows were as fast as lightning, and even with the reminder from the stone bell, Pihu's father's neck was brought out a line of blood by the arrows, and he almost died. Looking for death, everyone in Shikyun was angry, and they pulled out their dragon horn bows one after another, relying on Shikyun's house to shoot at the people of Dian village. All of a sudden, the sound of piercing through the air rang densely, accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood entering the body, mixed with screams, and people were constantly injured and fell down. Hao Feng drew his big bow and could shoot 3 arrows at a time. With a stern expression, he shot at the vital points of the men in Shikyun, piercing through their 3 layers of armor plates, and the arrows pierced through from behind. Not long after, several men from Shikyun were seriously injured and fell down, dying. Shizong wanted to take action to solve it, but the tall blue wolf in the embarrassing village had already rushed over. This blue wolf's copper-skinned and iron-skinned body was stripped of its strength by its fur when the arrows were shot on it. Only a little blood spilled out, and it couldn't hurt the muscles and bones at all. If this blue wolf broke into the stone village, not to mention men, even the old and weak, women and children would be killed by wolves. This kind of beast has no humanity. Qinglang rushed forward against the arrows of everyone in Shikyun. Shizong gritted his teeth, and rushed out from the wall, rushing towards Qinglang. Zhangzi, don't act recklessly. Even after seeing Shizong's ability, and seeing that he was going to toughen up this invulnerable green wolf, the elders of Shi village were all heartbroken in an instant. Even though the arrows were like a rainstorm outside, everyone in Shikyun followed Shizong and rushed out, fearing that he would be hurt. But Shizong's physical fitness is extremely strong now, and he distanced himself from them all at once, and went straight to Qinglang. God Lu, don't let anything happen to this child. Everyone in Shikyun prayed silently in their hearts. Villagers in the distance also spotted Shizong, and someone laughed and said, it's true that there are people who are so overconfident. He's still a child, and his courage is commendable, but it's a pity that he can only die in vain. They all turned their heads to look at the figure of Xizhong moths flying into the flames, with a cold-blooded and cruel smile on the corners of their mouths, looking forward to the scene when the blue wolf swallowed Xizhong. Xizhong, be careful. As the two got closer, everyone in Xi village shouted anxiously, with their hearts raised in their throats. Xizhong galloped quickly, and the blue wolf was already in front of him, 4 or 5 meters high, like a stone house, with a huge and tall body, and a strong bloody smell on its fur, giving people a sense of oppression. Xizhong is not afraid, since he is determined to become a strong man and protect Shikun and Xiaobudian, then he has the courage to face any danger and challenge. One side was looking forward to the bloody scene of Xizhong being swallowed, while worrying about Xizhong. At this moment, even the arrows flying all over the sky were reduced a lot. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment when the two collided. Looking at the blue wolf who is so close at hand, Xizhong's blood spurts, and the strong and powerful heartbeat drives the blood of the light golden holy body to flow. Infinite power surges from the whole body, and the muscles of the whole body are tightly contracted together, which is harder than steel. Facing Qinglang's wide-open mouth, he did not avoid it, and slammed into it fiercely with all his strength. Boom! Qinglang seemed to be hit by an adult pure-blooded rhinoceros, and immediately flew out, tumbling in the air, and several blood-stained fangs fell from his mouth. Chapter 14. The youth is embarrassed, the blue wolf falls. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone was stunned, looking at the blue wolf who was spraying blood in midair. Everyone in Shikun felt unexpected. They didn't expect Xizhong to be so tyrannical, and the people in Embarrassing Village were even more unbelievable, as if in a dream. This is a powerful and ferocious beast among the mountain beasts, invincible enough to sweep away a village. This is their biggest reliance for attacking the stone village this time. Now he was knocked into the air by a kid who ran out from Shikun. This result is beyond everyone's understanding. That's it. Xizhong stood motionless on the spot, uttering these 2 words lightly. The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Everyone in Shikun cheered and cheered loudly for Xizhong. On the other hand, Embarrassed Village was completely silent. Seeing such a little monster in Shikun Village, many people felt uneasy and retreated. What are you in a daze for? Shoot this little bastard to death with an arrow. The elder of the Embarrassing Village clan spoke, and the previous composure disappeared in an instant. Yes, the man in the Embarrassing Village bent his bow and set his arrows, and shot at the stone bell indiscriminately, pouring down like a torrential rain. How dare you? Shi Linhu got really angry, for fear that Xizhong would be killed by random arrows. He took an arrow as thick as an adult's arm and shot at the old head of the Dim Village clan, intending to kill him. Dang! The leader of the Embarrassing Village also shot a thick arrow, and the 2 arrows collided in the air, canceling each other out. He glanced at Shi Linhu with provocative eyes, with a vague smile on his lips. Both Shi Feijiao and the man from Shikun shot, but they missed the clan elder. There was a man from Dim Village who was not weaker than them, and he was fully prepared for the intruder from Dim Village. Xizhong looked at the rain of arrows falling head-on. He mobilized Xianxia, the golden blood in his body surged, a faint golden light appeared on the surface of his body, and all the arrows that fell on his body were broken off. Is this the offspring of a pure-blooded ancient ferocious beast? How could the physical body be so powerful? Everyone in the Embarrassing Village was shocked. Xizhong quickly stretched out his left hand, grasped an incoming arrow, and then slammed it in the direction of the village. The arrow was like a stream of light, and instantly hit the eyebrow of the village elder, and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Blood gurgled and flowed. Good. Cheers came from the direction of Shikun. Xizhong's face was livid and his expression was serious. This was his first time to kill someone, but he was well prepared. In this dangerous world, even if you stay in Shikun honestly, someone will jump out and shoot you to death. They were domineering, cold-blooded, and cruel, and wanted to kill themselves and everyone in Shikun because they suspected that Shikun got the body of the blue-scaled bird. Then there is nothing merciful to say. The elders of the Embarrassing Village were shot through the skull by the arrow thrown by Xizhong. They were angry and terrified. Several of his descendants rushed towards Xizhong with big axes without fear of life and death. At this time, the blue wolf who was knocked into the air also got up, shook his body, bared his teeth, and roared at the stone clock. The bloody smell of a creature like a wolf will instead arouse its fierceness, and it will not retreat at all. This is preparation and Xizhong will never die. Green-haired bastard. Xizhong was about to move, but suddenly 3 arrows shot towards his vitals. It was a flurry of wind. He did not choose to fight melee, but found the right angle and shot a sniper in the back. Hao Feng was born with supernatural powers, and the arrows he shot were stronger than ordinary people. Shi Zhang avoided 2 arrows, but was still hit by the 3rd arrow in the back. This arrow contained violent force. Even with Shi Zhang's current body strength, he was not completely immune to it. He staggered when shot, his back was in severe pain, bleeding came out, but fortunately it didn't penetrate, only injured the superficial muscles and bones. Shi Zhang gave him a cold look. His murderous intentions were not concealed, but Qinglang had already rushed close, so he had to concentrate on dealing with it. In this way, he also had to beware of the cold arrow shot by Hao Feng, and he was immediately in danger. "Don't hurt my brother." A childish voice sounded on the battlefield, and a small figure jumped out from the crowd in Shikyun. "Shoot him to death," the embarrassing village leader ordered. On the opposite side, another child ran out, and it looked even smaller than the previous one. He didn't believe that all the teenagers in Shikyun had such invulnerable bodies. Indeed, Xiaobudian is still young and has not yet passed the baptism of 5 years old, so he cannot resist arrows like a stone bell, but he is light and agile, like an antelope with no traces, so that the archers in the embarrassing village can't catch his trajectory. In this way, the little one shuttled through the rain of arrows, tossing and turning, avoiding the arrows if he could, and if he couldn't avoid them, he used the iron-armed ape's precious technique to strengthen his arms and snap the arrows off from the side. At this time, the people of Shikyun had already clashed with the people of Huan village. When the swords saw blood, broken arms and heads flew up in an instant. Relying on his nimble body skills, the little boy rushed to the front of Hao Feng abruptly, who turned around and shot 3 arrows at the little boy. Xiaobudian jumped up from the ground, avoided the first arrow, and then stepped on the second arrow. His palm glowed, and the metal light flowed on his arm, and shot the 3rd arrow from the side, killing him in front of Hao Feng. Hao Feng was very decisive, threw down the big bow, drew out the spear made of blood-patterned iron on his back, and stabbed the little one in the chest. The little one jumped a few meters, like a golden-winged rock cub, opened his arms, carried the iron-armed ape's precious technique, slashed and smashed the wind, and fought with him. The pressure on Shi Zhang, who did not have the cold arrow of the wind, was greatly reduced, and a pair of iron fists came out with heavy hands. The clansman of the village who was not afraid of life and death had been hammered into several pieces by Shi Zhang and his weapons, and his body was separated. Shi Zhang's young body contains 60,000 jin of terrifying strength, and his current strength cannot be compensated by these ordinary men with their blood. The blue wolf was hammering and screaming, his skull was cracked, and blood was dripping down. But it didn't give up, because it still has a trump card to use. This blue wolf has already broken away from the category of ordinary beasts, with a treasure bone born in its body, and has its own treasure technique. It opened its mouth wide, and a gust of black wind spewed out, and its breath was cold. The originally green grass was blown by the black wind, and immediately turned into powder, as if it had been scorched by a fire. At this moment, the stone clock was less than 3 meters away from it, and the blue wolf made a sudden move. This is the cunning nature of the wolf clan, and the stone clock couldn't dodge it at all. The black wind blew across his head, and a strong corrosive force wanted to penetrate into the stone bell, turning him into a puddle of pus. The pale golden precious light on Shi Zhang's body reappeared, which was particularly conspicuous in the thick black wind, setting him off like a god, sacred and inviolable. This layer of body-protecting precious light formed by the fusion of Xianxia and the power of the holy body's blood was exceptionally powerful, completely isolating this corrosive power, and could not hurt him in the slightest. Shi Zhang struck out again, leaping high against the black wind, and punched Qinglang on the forehead. The bone there was completely cracked, and Qinglang's huge body fell to the ground. The wolves have tenacious vitality. Even after being hit hard like this, they still struggle to get up. Shi Zhang jumped up, rode on the head of Qinglang, and punched down on the head of Qinglang, sparing no effort, with a thumping sound, as if hitting everyone's hearts. Qinglang let out a creepy howl, his body shaking violently. The sound and trembling became smaller and smaller as Shi Zhang's fist continued to fall, and finally disappeared completely, without any vitality. Chapter 15. The beast tide is coming, and the sacrifice to the spirit is embarrassing. Shi Zhang stood up, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the embarrassing village expressionlessly. When he looked at the men in embarrassing village like this, They all felt a chill in their hearts, and their feet were trembling uncontrollably. Xi Zhang ran like a gust of wind, broke into the battlefield, punched and kicked. People there turned their backs on their backs, screams and bone fractures sounded one after another, and some people were punched into the sky by Xi Zhang, their bodies burst in midair, and blood rained down. Everyone in the embarrassing village was terrified, they threw down their weapons and fled in all directions, and everyone in the stone village chased and killed them. The battle between Xiaobudian and Haofeng also came to an end. Xiaobudian broke Haofeng's spear with the iron arm monkey's treasure technique, and beat him until his mouth and nose sprayed blood. Seeing the appearance of defeat, Haofeng is born, and his courage is born in his heart. He was a genius boy in the village of Hao, with extraordinary strength. Even Ji Ling looked up to him, but it turns out that he is not an opponent here. Only by beheading him thoroughly can the shame in his heart be washed away. Wanfeng manipulated the mace bracelet in his hand, turning it into streamers of light, attacking the little one. This mace bracelet was left by the old embarrassment when it transformed, and it became a terrifying treasure. It is usually white and crystal clear, and it is really beautiful, but once it is activated, it can transform swords, and its power is unmatched. Xiaobudian looked solemn, and a curved blue moon rose, hitting the sword made of animal teeth, and the two collided with each other, making a crisp metal transition sound. Qingyu broke several streaks of light in a row, allowing the wolf fang to show its original shape, but it itself was also shattered, and the little one had to reunite. This is a precious technique learned from the precious bone of the green-scaled eagle killed by Xi Zhang. It is extremely powerful, but it is a pity that the time is too short to study the lines and rune fragments on Xian's body, otherwise there must be a qualitative leap. The little boy reunited with Qingyu, and the embarrassing wind turned the wolf teeth into weapons again, attacking the little boy continuously. Qingyu only has one round, and there are 42 fangs. Every time it is crushed, it will take time for the wind to transform again. The little boy suffered a bit, and his arms and thighs were pierced in many places, dripping with blood, staining him red clothes. Xiaobudian was in a hurry. Qingyu's reunion was much faster than Haofeng's magic weapon with wolf fangs. He had a chance to kill Haofeng, but he couldn't bear to do it. The fiercer the battle between the two, the green moon and the white light danced all over the sky, colliding with each other. The little one suffered more and more wounds, and some couldn't hold on anymore. "Don't force me, I don't want to kill you," Xiaobudian reminded Haofeng with a childish voice. Embarrassed Feng laughed, and the offensive became more fierce. He felt that Xiaobudian was already at the end of his strength, and he said this because he had no strength to continue. "Don't force me," Xiaobudian shouted. Haofeng didn't answer, and once again used the wolf fangs to transform into a weapon, attacking the little one's vitals. Xiaobudian had shed too much blood, and the scenery he saw was a bit blurred. He knew that persuasion was useless, and if he didn't make a decision, he would be killed by the other party. Dang, clang, clang. There was a series of metal collision sounds. The weapons transformed by the wolf's fangs shattered one after another, and the blue moon also dispersed. Xiaobudian's body was flowing with blue light, and the runes on his body flashed, and Qingyu quickly reshaped itself in the air. He clenched his silver teeth, and manipulated Qingyu to turn into a ray of light and swiped towards Haofeng's neck. Qingyu was extremely fast, passing through the gap between the remaining fangs, and arrived in front of Haofeng in the blink of an eye. An inaudible sound sounded, and a slit was cut on Haofeng's neck, and blood gushed out several meters high, and his breath of life declined rapidly, and he could not rest in peace. He never thought that he would die at the hands of a 3.5-year-old child. He is a genius in the embarrassing village, and he should walk out of the wilderness with infinite glory. Huh! The little boy's chest rose and fell violently, and he took a deep breath. His body was already stained red with his own blood. The men in the embarrassing village who attacked this time killed all those who killed and fled. The mutual shooting and personal battle also caused a lot of damage to the stone village man. When most people thought the battle was over, there was a gust of wind blowing, which made people's hair stand on end. "Be careful, I heard that the sacrifice spirit in the village is an old one. It didn't show up during the war just now, and now it's probably the old one who is playing tricks," Shi Yunfeng said, looking coldly, looking around. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and there was an overwhelming wave of air rushing over, and the stones were thrown so high that everyone could hardly stand on their feet. "Village chief, look," someone exclaimed. Looking in the direction he pointed, Everyone saw that dust and smoke billowed around the Kangmang mountain range, countless hoofs sounded, and trees broke and fell one after another, approaching the direction of everyone in Shikyun. This is a horde of beasts. The old man of the embarrassing village was really cunning, and even drove the ferocious beasts in the mountains to form a terrifying horde of beasts, trying to trample them all to death. Flying Zhao, use the ancestral weapon. Shi Yunfeng shouted decisively. Okay. Without hesitation, Shi Feijiao lifted up his armor, with brilliant runes on his body, and quickly pressed a piece of blood-stained ancient animal skin against his chest. If everyone is attacked by this beast tide, 80% of them will be damaged here, and even Stone Village will be flattened. Immediately, that piece of ancient animal skin shone brightly, blending with Shi Feijiao's flesh and blood, and a monstrous fierce power came out from the body. As if a gate of heaven and earth had been opened, golden light shone from Shi Feijiao's chest, and a figure of a ferocious beast rushed out from inside. It was shaped like a tiger, but with 2 horns on its head, much like the legendary Bian. This Bian is one of the 9 sons of the real dragon. The beast is mighty, and has the blood to suppress these fierce beasts. Under the control of Shi Feijiao, it let out a loud roar, and the raging beast tide stopped immediately, and all the beasts trembled. No matter how hard Lao Di drove him away, he would never take a step forward. Old embarrassment of Embarrassment Village, come out and fight, Shi Feijiao roared, shaking the mountains and forests. The tide of beasts came and went quickly, and the beasts on the mountain were rushed by Bian's fierce power, and immediately scattered in all directions, not daring to fight against them, but everyone in Shikyun still had a feeling of being stared at by others, blowing among the rocks and trees, whining, like howling ghosts. Come out, Shi Feijiao shouted, but the surroundings were terribly quiet, and there were yellow shadows flickering in the mountains and forests, circling around the people in Stone Village. Everyone understood that it was the old embarrassment of the embarrassing village, and he was also concerned about the ancestral artifact of the Stone Village. It had lived for so long, was treacherous and cunning, and was more afraid of death than anyone else, and would not make a move without full confidence. Village chief, what should we do? Shi Feijiao asked. Shi Zhang concentrated his attention, his eyes swept across the forest, and suddenly, the trajectory of the old man's movement clearly appeared in front of his eyes. The stone bell rushed out of the crowd with a whoosh, and got into the dense jungle. Zongzi, Shi Yunfeng shouted, trying to stop it, but Shi Zong's speed was too fast, and he disappeared into the depths of the dense forest in an instant, without a trace. Feeling the scenery on both sides retreating back and forth, Shi Zhang was very calm in his heart. His eyes were like torches, revealing a silver light, and he accurately captured the real body of the old embarrassment under the cover of layers of trees. Chapter 16 Stone Village Heritage, Ancestral Artifacts. It was a 2-meter-long creature, very similar to a wolf, with golden hair mixed with a little bit of gray and white, which was the embodiment of the old embarrassment entering his later years. Its hind legs are strong and powerful, but its front legs are extremely short. It stands upright like a rabbit, and usually lies on the giant wolf's body. But Bian's ferocity just now frightened the giant wolf away, and it could only flap its wings on its back to propel itself into flight. It has also seen the scene where Shi Zhang beat up the blue wolf before, and now it feels that Shi Zhang is approaching it. It has lived for so long, and it regrets its life more than anyone else, so it hurriedly flapped its wings and fled. But this is in the Kangmang mountain range, with many trees and jagged rocks, and it is greatly hindered from walking through it. Shi Zhang was only less than 5 years old, with a petite figure, and the dense trees did not bring him too much hindrance. Relying on his tyrannical body, he approached the old embarrassment like a gust of wind. Seeing that the old man was getting closer, Shi Zhang jumped up from the ground, stepped on the tree trunk, jumped left and right, shuttled among them, and caught up with the old man who was fleeing in a hurry. Shi Zhang exerted force with his feet and broke a thick tree trunk, and his whole body was instantly behind Lao Hao like a sharp arrow that left the string. He raised his right arm, a rune flashed in the palm of his hand, a metallic luster flowed from his arm, a faint golden light appeared on his body, and the violent force in his body surged. Boom! An invisible ripple rippled like a ripple at the point where the two collided, and accompanied by the crisp sound of bone fractures, a bloody arrow shot out of Lao Hao's mouth, and his body flew out like a meteor falling, breaking 10 arrows in a row. Several towering ancient trees. After the old man landed on the ground, he dragged a long gully on the ground, like a ox plowing the ground, exposing the black soil under the turf, which was hundreds of meters long, and finally hit a big rock before stopping. Xizong swooped down with the momentum of thunder. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He wanted to kill Lao Li without giving him a chance to breathe. The old embarrassed turned around. His golden fur was stained with blood and mud, looking really awkward. The short front paws on its chest were glowing, and a giant claw rushed out, slashing at the stone clock. This is a treasure technique derived from the treasure bone born in its body, so powerful that all the big trees in the middle were cut off. Although Xizong was full of fighting spirit in his heart and wanted to kill the old embarrassment, he was not careless. He mobilized Xianxia in the flesh and blood, combined with the power in the blood of the innate holy body and Taoist fetus, to form a protective light on the surface of his body. The golden giant claw hit it, and the powerful force contained in it knocked the stone clock back. He adjusted his figure in midair and landed smoothly, with several bloodstains on his body. The power of this old embarrassing treasure technique should not be underestimated. It penetrated Xizong's body protecting precious light, but was blocked by his tough body without hurting his bones. The body after being baptized with the blood of the real dragon is really strong. Xizong felt relieved. Finally he didn't suffer for those few days in vain, and the effect was remarkable. This old embarrassment can't hurt his root. Xizong continued to attack in the woods, killing Lao Hao, who once again activated his treasure technique, forming giant golden claws to hinder Xizong. However, today's Xizong has his feet on the ground. Unlike before, he has nowhere to draw strength in midair, so he doesn't have to fight hard, but uses his swift speed to avoid the giant golden claws, and at the same time keeps approaching. The old embarrassment spewed out thunder, and the two kinds of treasures simultaneously bombarded the mountain range. Earth and rocks were flying, towering ancient trees fell in pieces, and smoke and dust shot up into the sky, but they couldn't hit the stone bell. He is like a gust of breeze, his figure is swift and nimble, and he can't catch it at all. After dodging many times, Xizong came to the old embarrassment again, raised a heavy fist of tens of thousands of caddies and smashed it. Lao Hao's scalp was numb. This little thing was fast and fierce, just like the cub of the savage dragon. It was forced to parry and had no choice but to parry. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises rang out one after another in the mountains and forests. Everyone in Shikun saw the trees falling in pieces and thick smoke billowing. Boom. Being approached by Xizong today is definitely a terrifying thing. Even the old embarrassment can only bleed. The full awakening of the innate sacrament and the baptism of the real dragon made his physical body extremely tyrannical. There was an explosion of air in the fists. The old man didn't know how many punches he received. He was beaten and chased and beaten. His bones were almost broken, his mouth and nose were bleeding, and the big tree broken by his body was enough to build a village. How could this brat be so fierce? Lao Hao wailed in his heart. Although Xizong was fierce in the fight with Qinglang before, he was not as vigorous as he is now, and now he is fighting more and more fiercely, showing no signs of exhaustion. If it continues like this, it will really follow in the footsteps of Qinglang and be blown up here. At this time, the old embarrassment was already thinking of retreating. It wanted to escape from this mountain range and spread its wings in an open place. It no longer dared to ask for anything else. The old man jumped up from the ground, turned his head and ran towards the outskirts of the mountains. Want to escape? Xizong's eyes flickered with murderous intent, and he ran like the wind, chasing after him. On the way, Xizong caught up to it several times, beating Lao Li until he coughed up blood and his body collapsed. Everyone in Shikun saw the thick smoke billowing towards them, so they hurriedly avoided it. Boom! A figure shot out from the woods. Everyone looked up, and found that it was an old man who was as miserable as a torn bag, covered in blood, as miserable as he could be. The old embarrassment finally saw the light of day again. After rolling a few times on the ground, he immediately stood up, flapped his wings, and flew towards the distance without looking back. Call out! Another figure sprang out, and after the smoke and dust cleared, everyone saw that it was a stone bell. Zhang Zi, continue. Shi Feijiao rolled the animal skin into a ball and threw it to him. Xizong's eyes were quick and his hands were quick. He grabbed it, and the bone inscriptions on his body emerged, pressing the animal skin to his chest. The animal skin and the stone bell merged into one, and the mark of an ancient beast king appeared, and Bayan came out from it. It is majestic at the moment, its fur is shining, and its eyes are full of spirit. It is much more real than before, and its body has exploded several times, and its momentum is unmatched. Bayan stretched out a giant tiger-shaped claw, which radiated brilliance, extending to tens of meters long, and instantly photographed the old embarrassment flying in the sky. The old embarrassment fell to the ground and made a big hole. The wings on his back were completely broken, and the stubble came out through his body, and his whole body was stained red with blood. It climbed out of the pit and looked at the huge Bayan swooping down, with only fear in its eyes, but it didn't want to sit still. Its two front paws glowed with golden light, and once again rushed out a giant claw, and rushed towards Bayan. Bayan roared loudly, as if he had gained spiritual wisdom. It was one of the 9 sons of the real dragon. Even an old embarrassment dared to offend its majesty. Bayan refused to evade, opened his mouth wide, and the oncoming giant claw was directly bitten by him, making a cracking sound, and the giant claw broke directly. The old embarrassment screamed, and the front claws of its body broke off. The power displayed by the ancestor under the control of the stone bell was much stronger than that of the Shi Feijiao, and it was invincible. After smashing the old embarrassing treasure, Bayan fell down with undiminished power. The immemorial mighty power descended from the sky, and one claw pressed on the old embarrassing body. Its body fell apart in an instant, and all its bones were broken. Shi Zhang didn't spare any strength. Under his drive, Bayan raised his giant claws and slapped them down heavily. The incomparably sharp tiger claws would split Lao Hao's body and slap it into several pieces, causing Lao Lang to die miserably. Seeing the old man lying on the ground, Shi Zhang took off the animal skin on his chest, where the symbols disappeared and the brilliance gradually dimmed. The mighty Bayan roared at the sky, and then disappeared into the sky. Chapter 17 Pure Blood Golden Rock, completely hatched. Seeing the appearance of the sacrifice spirit in the embarrassing village, everyone thought it would be a vicious battle, but they didn't expect Shi Zhang to be so tyrannical. First, he broke into the mountains alone and fought with the old embarrassment, almost blowing it up, and then manipulated the ancestor weapon to destroy it. The gesture killed the old embarrassment on the spot. Is this really something a child under 5 can do? Even if everyone saw it with their own eyes, it felt like they were in a dream. The left-behind people in Shikyun rushed over with medicine and blood to heal the wounded. Shi Lin, who just came out of the forest at this time, he saw Shi Zhang entering the Kangmang Mountains alone just now, fearing that Shi Zhang would lose, so he followed with another ancestral artifact. It's a pity that the place where Shi Zhang and Lao Hao fought was moving too fast, and he still couldn't keep up. At this time, the battle was over, although Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian were so strong that everyone was surprised, but after several rounds of shooting and close combat, everyone in Shi village was also seriously injured, and there was a haze in their hearts. Most of the middle-aged men in the embarrassing village were beheaded in this battle. In this dangerous wilderness, without sufficient food sources, they would disappear completely soon. Although the people in Shikyun are simple and kind-hearted, they are deeply saddened by the death of many relatives due to the attack and killing in embarrassing village. After the business, everyone went back to Shikyun to rest. For a long time, the original laughter were lost, and they were all immersed in the pain of losing their loved ones. During this period, Shi Zhang became more and more aware of the importance of strength. In this dangerous world, not only have to face all kinds of ferocious beasts, but also face the human race with ulterior motives. Only strength is the capital of everything. He continued to exercise his body in various ways, day and night, so crazy that everyone in Shikyun was terrified. At the same time, he and Xiao Budian continued to ponder the lines on Zion's body, and finally successfully learned this ancient magic bird's magic technique. A round of silver crescent moon is so powerful that it can split gold and crack stones. A month has passed since such days, and the riots in the mountains have become more intense. From time to time, the roar of the sky-shaking beasts resounds, and there are unimaginably powerful beasts fighting in the Kangmang Mountains, swallowing the sun and the moon, which is extremely terrifying. One day, the center of the stone village, which had been silent for a long time, unexpectedly burst into golden light, and there were many rays of light, and the roof was covered with colorful glazed clouds, from which a powerful breath of life emanated. The golden-winged rock egg has hatched. Cracks appeared in the originally seamless eggshell, and rich golden light came out from the cracks. As more and more cracks appeared, the golden-winged rock eggs shone brightly, turning the entire stone house into gold. Everyone in Shikyun was full of expectations, gathered in a circle, and dozens of pairs of eyes fixedly stared at the golden-winged rock eggs covered with cracks like spider webs. The golden light was shining there, and the mist was flowing, and one could feel the strong vitality inside, as if it was gestating a god. As time passed bit by bit, a bright red beak drilled out, poked a small hole in the eggshell, and then slowly expanded it, and finally drilled out a golden egg from the inside, as if pouring divine gold. And the young birds come. The golden-winged rock's eyes are like black jade, bright and shiny. Every wing feather on its body is neat and flowing with golden light, without a stray hair. It flew up in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone sighed. This golden-winged rock is really a divine bird. It can flap its wings and fly as soon as it is born, and circled around the stone village several times. Everyone was worried that it would fly away. But everyone's worries were obviously superfluous. After a few laps with the golden-winged rock, it flew down and landed on Shizong's shoulder. Shizong was amazed. The golden-winged rock was so spiritual when he was born, and he knew that he was the one who brought it into this world. Everyone was very happy, which meant that besides having an unrivaled powerhouse in the clan, they would also get a shocking treasure, that is the pure-blooded golden-winged rock eagle. The golden-winged rock brought new vitality into Shikyun, and everyone came out of the previous grief. The children led the 3 green-scaled eagle offspring and the golden-winged rock to play around, having a great time. Although the golden-winged rock is the youngest, the pure blood of the ancient divine bird flows in its body, and it faintly becomes the head of the birds. Aside from the reason of the suppression of the blood, the strength of the golden-winged rock also exploded day by day, and it didn't take long for it to surpass the rock in Zhaoqing and catch up with Xian. This is the horror of the divine bird. As long as it grows normally and does not die halfway, it will be a supreme existence that can compete with the gods after adulthood. Shi Zhang named it Xiaojin. Suddenly one day, Xiaojin uttered human words, like a 2 or 3-year-old child's voice, and the friends were all shocked. The clan elders in the village were not surprised. The intelligence of this pure-blooded divine bird was not lower than that of humans, or even higher than that of humans. It is normal to learn the human language. Xiaojin's stature has also exploded. His wings are 3 to 4 meters wide, and he is very close to the villagers, often flying at low altitude with a stone bell. As time passed day by day, a roar of beasts came from the depths of the Kangmang Mountains, shaking the surrounding fields. All the beasts fled, and the mountains and forests trembled. This Suan Ni is going to die of old age, and in just these 2 days, he is clearing the field and slaughtering all beasts. A clan elder tremblingly said. After observing for so long, most people in Shikyun understood the situation in the mountains. Will it affect Shikyun? The willow god is still asleep. Some people were worried, and listening to the roar of the beasts in the mountains made people feel uneasy. Some people are worried about the safety of Shikyun, but Shi Zhang is thinking about how to snatch Suan Ni's body to Shikyun to baptize the little one. In the memory of the previous life, the green-scaled eagle helped Xiaobudian to bring back the body of Suan Ni. Now that the Qingliang has killed himself, he must snatch Suan Ni for Xiaobudian anyway, and he cannot be left behind here. 2 days later, the spies in the village were still in shock, and told everyone with a pale face that Suan Ni's life had come to an end, tearing apart many giant beasts, bloody and terrifying. Shi Yunfeng called everyone to prepare to leave, but Shi Zhang stopped him. He didn't want so many people to take risks, so he took Xian and Xiaojin to go for a long time. Shi Linhu heaved a sigh of relief. He was in his prime, but he felt like he was being aged by the stone bell. He was originally the strongest man in the village, but now he could only stay in the village. But there is no way. Shi Zhang's current combat power is seen by everyone, surpassing them by too much. It is not at the same level at all. Xiaobudian also wanted to go, but Shi Zhang sternly stopped him. It was the first time to show the majesty of being an older brother, so Xiaobudian could just wait at home with peace of mind. In this way, Shi Zhang, 1 person and 2 birds, set out on the road with an ancestral artifact. He rode on Xiaojin's body, looked at the ferocious beast fleeing under him like running water, and made up his mind that he was determined to get the corpse of Suan Ni. Chapter 18 Suan Ni's skeleton, return with a full load. Shi Zhang and Xiaojin Xian walked against the tide of beasts, and there were fierce beasts attacking him from time to time, so he could only kill them all, including the 2 bulls. The roars of all kinds of beasts in the depths of the mountains became even crazier. They were all fighting each other over Suan Ni's corpse. When Shi Zhang looked in that direction, he could vaguely see blood mist floating in the air. He also felt a little guilty. If he never dared to imagine fighting these legendary beasts head-on in his previous life, but Shizong's eyes became extremely firm when he thought of the scene of the little one holding the animal milk pot and calling him brother. This Suani, I am determined. Roar. Suddenly, the previous roar of the earth-shattering beast came again, mixed with the cry of the cow and the cry of the ape. Fight. Go, Shizong said, telling Xiao Jin and Ziyun to speed up and approach there. As long as the battle is over, it is the best time to make a move, otherwise, if other beasts succeed, it will be troublesome to share the food on the spot or drag it deep into the mountains. Xiao Jin approached quickly with a stone bell on his back. When the battle in the mountain was at its most intense, the old Suani ran away violently, trying to fight with all his strength, trying to take his deadly enemy to death together. The forest collapsed, and even the mountain was cracked. Not long after, the sound seemed to stop abruptly. The last vitality of the old Suan Ni was also squandered in this battle, the movement stopped, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Shizong was already very close to the battlefield. Through the woods he could see Suan Ni's golden body. When he was about to make a move, he found a black and red shadow flying towards the top of his head. The figure was only 2 meters tall, with wings on its back, horns on its head, and a hideous and terrifying face, like a ghost. It had a broken arm, which should have been torn apart by Suan Ni in the battle just now. In addition, there were countless wounds, large and small, on his body. The old Suan Ni deserves to be a powerful ancient relic. Dying hit it hard too. Good time. Shizong was overjoyed, took out a dull bone, a rune appeared on his right arm, and pressed it. This bone is another ancestral artifact of Shikyun. Shi Yunfeng felt worried when he saw Shizong coming alone, so he specially handed it over to Shizong, but he didn't expect to use it here first. If Shizong didn't have the ancestral artifact, he would have to avoid it, but now that he has it, and the demon ape was seriously injured, Shizong felt that he could give it a go, and at the worst, he would be able to escape unscathed. The bone erupted with bright light and merged into Shizong's body. An ancient beast king's symbol appeared on his arm again, but it was different from the previous one. The whole body of this symbol is luminous, and a 2-meter-long fierce beast rushes out. Its whole body is green, it looks like a dog, its neck is like a snake, and it has a pair of dragon horns on its head. This is Zhenju, with a very ferocious and irritable personality. With brute force, he jumped out towards the demon ape in midair, hugged him with his limbs and claws, and strangled him with all his might. A tragic ape cry came, and a large amount of animal blood was sprinkled in the air. This man directly tore the wings of the demon ape, and blood was splashed. The demonic ape panicked. Normally, it would kill all beasts as it pleases, but today it unexpectedly came out with a master more ferocious than it. Even though its wings were broken, it was still struggling hard, kicking the entangled jay with both feet, trying to break free. But soon, all its movements stopped, and Jia directly bit off its throat, extremely cruel. Shizong peeled off the bone on the arm, the beast disappeared, and the corpse of the demon ape fell in front of Shizong. It's really lucky. Shizong hid the corpse of the demon ape, let Zion catch it, and then took Xiao Jin to snatch the corpse of Suan Ni. Shizong rode on the back of the golden-winged rock, half-squatted to stabilize his figure, and rushed towards the battlefield of Suan Ni like a gust of wind. The place is seething, countless ferocious beasts have been trampled into bloody mud, all the mountain beasts are vying for the precious body of Suan Ni. Shizong cuts into the battlefield from the flank, and a round of silver moon appears above his head. He swiftly strikes, a bright red blood sculpture was cut in half. This is the original treasure technique of the ancient devil bird, and now it is extremely powerful when it is used by Shizong, beheading a powerful beast with one strike. Shizong strikes again with the momentum of thunder. The silver moon is shining brightly. It looks peaceful and holy, but it has destructive power. In this instant, 2 powerful beasts were killed by Shizong iron blood. Although this deterred most of the ferocious beasts, there were still some exceptionally powerful ferocious beasts who were not afraid of life and death, and identified Shizong as the most threatening enemy, and they all attacked in groups. I saw the strange beasts showing their original treasure skills and bombarding the golden-winged rock, and Shizong suddenly fell into a quagmire, full of dangers. Don't worry about these, grab it and leave, Shizong said to the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock was inspired, sometimes tossed and sometimes fell, avoiding the attacks of colorful treasures. With Shizong on its back, Yinyu took advantage of the situation to kill those giant beasts that threatened them, clearing the way for the golden-winged rock. One person and one bird are getting closer and closer to the corpse of Suan Ni, where there are swarms of fierce beasts, which will soon submerge Suan Ni. Suddenly, a bronze-colored pangolin sprang out from the ground, grabbed Suan Ni's body, and was about to sink into the soil. In an instant, this pangolin became the target of all the fierce beasts. Dozens of strange beasts frantically attacked its body, and some even tore Suan Ni's body to prevent it from being taken underground. This pangolin's body was as hard as iron and possessed brute strength, but it couldn't withstand the siege of so many fierce beasts. Large pieces of scales were broken and dripping with blood. It started to go berserk, twisted its body, and swept away a large area of ferocious beasts with its long tail, creating a short vacuum. "It's now," shouted Shi Zhang, and Xiao Jin immediately swooped down at high speed. Shi Zhang jumped up from its back and hit the pangolin's claw like a meteorite. The pangolin's already damaged claws snapped, and Suan Ni's body fell to the ground, caught by the swooping golden-winged rock. "Walk!" Shi Zhang yelled, and the golden-winged rock immediately lifted himself up into the air, allowing him to avoid the surging herd of beasts, because he found that a carved bear had snatched the scarlet horn of the Lihuo bull demon and was about to leave. Shi Zhang deliberately avoided the herd of beasts, and Xiaojin's body with a wingspan of less than 3 meters was too inconspicuous among giant beasts that moved tens of meters. He jumped behind the eagle bear and cut it off with the silver moon head, holding Li Huo's horn in his arms. Xian, hovering in the air, saw him and flew over quickly. The stone bell stepped on the rock, jumped 4 or 5 meters, and just landed on Xian's back. The two birds flew towards the outskirts of the mountain range. Shi Zhang shot, Yinyu killed a few flying demon birds, Xian grabbed the hidden demon ape corpse, and swooped down the mountain all the way to the direction of Shikyun. Chapter 19 Shi Hao's Baptism, Suani Treasure Technique. Feeling the retreat of the scenery on both sides, Shi Zhang's heart was pounding. It was too thrilling just now. In the dark beast tide, he would be torn to pieces if he was not careful. But the result was good. He retreated unscathed, not only got the corpse of Suan Ni as scheduled, but also accidentally harvested the demon ape, plus half of the broken horn of the fire bull demon. These are small enough to be baptized. With the great strength of Xian and Xiaojin, even if they grabbed the corpses of Suan Ni and demon ape, they still possessed great speed, and rushed out of the depths of the Kangmang mountain range in the blink of an eye. "Look, the stone bell is back!" The people at the entrance of the village who were looking forward to it shouted one after another, causing everyone to come out of the stone house. When Xiaojin and Xian flew close, everyone in Shikyun couldn't help but exclaimed. They only hoped that Shi Zhang would return safely, but they did not expect to bring back Suan Ni's body, as well as the black and red body under Xian's claws. Xiaojin and Xian flew into the village and put the beast's corpse on the ground. Looking at the corpse of Suan Ni, which was as bright as golden satin, the eyes of the crowd were hot, and a clan elder pointed to the black and red corpse on the ground and asked tremblingly, is that devil ape?" "Yes," Shi Zhang nodded. "Although this lion is powerful, it is just a pure ancient relic. This devil ape is not the same. It is ferocious in nature and likes to eat human brains. Many villages have been slaughtered by it. The clan elders have heard of its horror legend since childhood, and now he was killed by Shi Zhang, and the body was brought back." After everyone was amazed, they got busy, dismembered Suan Ni and demon ape, took out the ancient medicine, and prepared to baptize the little one. "This treasured body of Suani is really too tough." Shi Linhu took a heavy axe and hacked along the scar for a long time, but it didn't have much effect. Shi Zhang took over the heavy axe, and slashed vigorously, occasionally using the silver moon treasure to cut through the toughest places, and then successfully dissected Suan Ni. Suddenly, Shi Zhang found a strange bone in Suan Ni's chest close to the heart. It was full of light, and there were mysterious lines on its surface. "Is this a precious bone?" Shi Zhang took it out, feeling that it was very similar to the previous bone ancestor, but with those complicated lines. "Oh my god," several clan elders exclaimed, "this is the precious bone of Suan Ni, which contains the original treasure technique." Generally speaking, when a fierce beast dies, most of the bones will be cracked, or at least these lines will be erased, so that other people will not get it. But the old Suan Ni hated his old opponents too much, and even fought against them with his dying body, hoping to lead his opponents on the road. As a result, he had exhausted all his strength by seriously injuring the demon ape and the Lihuo bull demon. "Go to these and die." This is the original treasure technique left over from the ancient times, and its value is immeasurable, comparable to the treasure technique of some tribes with a population of tens of millions. Shi Yunfeng regarded it as a treasure, and carefully put away the treasure bone, leaving it for Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian to comprehend. Shi Zhang's arms were more than 60,000 catties strong, so it was relatively easy to dissect a Suan Ni. After dissecting the Suan Ni, the demon ape was next. Similarly, Shi Zhang also found the original treasure bone in it, but there were no lines on it. This demonic ape was really vicious. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he decisively used the power in his body to erase the lines on it. Shi Zhang reckoned that this precious bone would be destroyed if he moved a little slower. After Shi Zhang took care of the bodies of Suan Ni and demon ape, Xiao Budian, with the help of the villagers, washed his body with a spiritual spring and was ready for baptism. The black cauldron was lifted up. Since Shi Zhang was baptized with the blood of the real dragon last time, the cauldron has become more and more extraordinary. There are almost no sounds of ancestors offering sacrifices, which is sacred and grand. Pour in some of the purest spiritual spring water, another pot of Suan Ni and demon ape blood, put in ancient medicine, the black dragon wood under the cauldron burns blazingly, and the liquid in the cauldron boils and bubbles. Shi Zhang put Suan Ni's crimson heart and the blood essence from the broken horn of Lihuo bull demon into the cauldron, and the liquid in the cauldron boiled even more violently, and phantoms of Suan Ni and Lihuo bull demon appeared, facing everyone roar. The sun and the moon rotated on the cauldron, the mountains and rivers moved, birds and beasts ran, and the ancestors' grand sacrificial sounds rang out, scattering the phantoms of the two relict species. After being soaked in the essence and blood of so many leftover species, this tripod became even more extraordinary, with a hazy light flowing all over its body, and it smelled like a divine weapon. The little one took off his naked body, jumped in, and accepted the baptism. Little one, can you bear it? Shi Zhang was a little worried. The blood of Suan Ni and Lihuo bull demon contained too much power, and the little one was only in his early 4 years old. Brother, I can, Xiao Budian said, his eyes were pure, like black gems. Okay, Shi Zhang didn't say much, afraid that the essence in the liquid medicine would escape, so he took the lid and covered the black cauldron. There was a roar of Suan Ni in the black cauldron, and a crimson Suan Ni sprayed out a large piece of golden lightning, which hit the little boy, and the black cauldron vibrated, causing the patterns on the tripod to flow with mysterious power, and they jointly suppressed it. Shi Zhang is about to get the precious bone of Suan Ni, and he comprehends this precious art while guarding Xiao Budian's side. The lines on the treasure bone should be comprehended as soon as possible, otherwise the lines will dissipate, and you can only get the treasure but not the original treasure. Shi Zhang calmed down and stared at the lines on the bones of Suan Ni. It was just a symbol, but it was extremely complex and had many changes. It could even reflect the stars in the sky, making it difficult to penetrate. There was a real silver light in his eyes again, brighter than the brilliance of the high-hanging full moon, shining on the symbol. This symbol began to disintegrate into lines one by one in the eye of the stone bell, covering the whole bone, and then slowly overlapped, finally condensing into the previous symbol, with golden thunder and lightning power erupting from that symbol. Shi Zhang had some understanding in his heart. He clearly knew the composition and principle of this symbol, and obtained Suan Ni's treasure technique, which is the golden power of thunder and lightning, which can split mountains and ravines with infinite power. It took Shi Zhang a night to comprehend some of these powerful treasures, and his combat power increased a lot. When the next morning came, Xiao Budian's voice came from inside the black cauldron. Shi Zhang immediately lifted the lid of the cauldron, and found that the medicinal juice inside had almost become transparent, and the body essence was completely absorbed by Xiao Budian. Can you still hold on? Shi Zhang asked. Yeah, Xiao Budian's whole body was red, as if he had been cooked, but he still nodded seriously, indicating that he was okay. Xiao Budian didn't want to watch Shi Zhang in danger alone, but he couldn't help him, so he could only wait at the entrance of the village. The anxiety and uneasiness was very uncomfortable. He didn't want to experience it again, so he urgently wanted to become stronger. Okay, Shi Zhang opened a clay pot, and took out the heart of the demon ape. The phantom of the demon ape was still screaming at Shi Zhang, but he scattered it with a snap of his fingers. Chapter 20 Jinpeng fights the dragon, Reborn. After the devil ape's heart was put down, the medicinal liquid, which was as transparent as clear water, instantly turned dark red, and powerful life energy came from it. The little one closed the cauldron again for baptism, and the divine fragments in the blood essence of the demon ape in the cauldron condensed into a 1-foot-long demon ape medicine soul, which continuously attacked the little one in the cauldron. Another day and night passed. and in the early morning of the third day, the little one jumped out of the lid, and the medicinal liquid inside had all dried up, leaving behind a mass of black medicinal residue. A layer of dark old skin faded from Xiao Budian's body, revealing the tender red and delicate flesh inside. Every pore is swallowing essence, spouting divine brilliance. It's really strange. Before and after this level of baptism, both Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian had undergone a qualitative leap. Apart from the power of essence in blood, part of the reason came from the few ancient prescriptions in the village. It's a pity that the materials needed above are all god treasures, and with the current strength of Shikyun, they can't get them at all. They can only be replaced by ordinary items, otherwise the effect can be greatly improved. How do you feel? Shi Zhang stepped forward, carefully inspected the little one, and helped him put on the clothes he had prepared. Xiao Budian looked excited, and said with a blushing smile, I feel light all over my body, and my strength has increased several times. I can go to the Kangmang Mountains with you in the future. Shi Zhang felt very warm when he heard this, but he still gently patted the little guy on the head. Whoever has nothing to go there, let's study the bone inscriptions. The Kangmang mountain range did not calm down because of the death of the old Suan Ni, but became more violent. Looking from Shikyun, you can often see a furry horror creature taller than the mountain, carrying a thick iron rod, crushing a row of mountain peaks, and at night, you can also see two terrifying blood moons. Those were the eyes of a certain ancient ferocious beast, extremely terrifying. Xiao Budian finished testing his own strength and found that it was close to 30,000 jin. Everyone in Shikyun was amazed. The little boy was only less than 4 years old, and he has such terrifying power, which is not inferior to the offspring of the legendary pure-blooded ancient beast. Shi Zhang gave Suan Ni's precious bones to Xiao Budian for him to comprehend. This kind of ancient treasure technique, it is best to comprehend it by oneself so as to understand its true meaning, and it is far more powerful than others' words. And Shi Zhang began to ponder the treasure technique on Xiaojin's body. The golden winged rock is a legendary existence that can compete with the gods. The original treasure technique must be infinitely powerful. Keep the bone pattern in mind. Shi Zhang walked to an open space outside the village, and tried his best to visualize this extremely complicated symbol, or a pattern in his mind. It was the shape of a golden winged rock. Although it was only outlined by the lines on the runes, it also revealed the aura of looking down on the world and swallowing mountains and rivers with arrogance. Judging from the pattern outlined by the rune lines, the golden winged rock in the picture seems to be fighting fiercely with some supreme existence. The mountains and rivers faded, the sun and the moon dimmed, and a vast expanse of land was sunk. Shi Zhang closed his eyes, suppressed his senses to the weakest, isolated the interference from the outside world, and then completely immersed his mind. In his mind, the golden winged rock outlined by rune lines gradually came to life like the black tripod's ancestor sacrifice picture. His consciousness traveled to that endless and distant era. In a world where mountains and rivers were broken, the earth was split open, and was stained with endless black fire. All trembling. The two behemoths are both over 1,000 meters long, covering the sky and the sun. One is a giant golden eagle, like Xiao Jin's grown-up appearance, bursting with endless light. When it spread its wings, a towering mountain burst into the sky. Countless earth and rocks rolled down, dust and smoke filled the air. The other creature is a thick and meandering dragon with a huge body that fills the sky. It has dragon horns on its head, its scales are shining, and 4 dragon claws have sprouted under its belly, almost transforming into a real dragon. The golden winged rock is unrivaled in power, tearing apart countless ferocious beasts with its destructive power, and it has a tendency to look down on everything. Even in the face of the 4-clawed dragon that is about to transform into a real dragon, it is open and closed, strongly suppress and kill. It shook its wings and hit the Jiaolong, where the scales burst and a lot of blood gushed out. The Jiaolong didn't show any weakness, it opened its mouth and spewed out a hot dragon's breath, which stained many places on the golden winged rock with black fire. Both of them are top powerhouses in this world. For some reason, they are engaged in a life and death battle here. All kinds of innate treasures come out together. Peng strikes the sky, and dragons fight in the wild. It seems that the world is being destroyed here. There are no other life in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. They all died in the aftermath of terror. They were all injured, their bodies were stained with blood, and they were wounded by the opponent's treasure technique. In the end, they gave up the treasure technique and wanted to use the infinite power in their bodies to tear each other apart. The two sides fought fiercely, relying on physical strength, sometimes wrestled together, sometimes separated, primitive and savage, with blood-stained pung feathers and dragon scales constantly falling off. The dragon's 4 claws exerted force, and the giant claws of nearly 100 meters scratched the golden-winged rock's chest, exposing the flesh and bones inside, and the blood poured down like a waterfall, staining the lake below him red. Jinpeng was wounded, but its power was even worse. It spread its wings, and the surrounding energy poured into its body continuously, and the whole body burst into light, which was more dazzling than the sun in the sky. There was a terrifying momentum emanating from its body, gushes out. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and the golden-winged rock eagle instantly crossed the distance between the two, and slammed into Jiaolong fiercely with the power of destroying heaven and earth. The movements of the golden-winged rock were clearly presented in Shizong's consciousness. Shizong knew that this was the essence of this battle. Jiaolong flew out tens of thousands of meters horizontally, collapsing dozens of towering peaks in a row. The body there was almost cut off, and the lower half of the body was stained red with blood. However, it has tenacious vitality and has not lost its combat power. It still crosses the void and wants to fight the golden-winged rock. Suddenly, these pictures turned into pitch black, and Shizong's consciousness withdrew from it and returned to the real world. He opened his eyes, only to feel a splitting headache. That kind of terrifying creature fight can be called a battle of gods, and it is trillions of times stronger than Shizong. Even with the help of the innate holy body and Tao embryo in Tao, it can only be seen here. This is already amazing. If the battle scene between the golden-winged rock and the 4-clawed dragon is spread, even the immortal ancient country will be crazy about it. At this moment, Shizong's heart was pounding, as if it was about to pop out of his chest. It was the first time he had seen that kind of power that could destroy the world. Compared with it, everything in front of him was like ants and wormwood. After he calmed down, Shizong understood the origin of the pattern on the bone inscriptions. It was the magical technique of the first generation of golden-winged rock to fight against the 4-clawed dragon. This is the Jin Peng fighting dragon art, the original treasure art on Xiao Jin's body. Shizong already knows part of it, but he needs more practice to use it. Chapter 21 Shanbao is born, the 4 major families. Shizong did not forget Lu Shen's words. He has been exercising his own strength, and at the same time he is familiar with the treasure technique he has just learned, and his life is very fulfilling. A few unimaginable beings came out of the center of the Kangmang mountain range. They fought fiercely, shaking the mountains, and the sun and the moon were dimmed. They were fighting for something crucial. Shanbao is about to be born. The news was spread, causing some huge tribes to send out their own troops one after another, wanting to share a piece of the pie. Everyone in Shikyun didn't care. There was a violent riot in the mountains, and there were supreme beings fighting. Everyone was very pragmatic and would not have any fantasies. Earlier, Shizong hunted a large number of strange beasts, and the food was plentiful, so they all stayed obediently in the village. Piho Shimeng and other children at the entrance of the village are playing with 3 green-scaled young birds, while Xiaojun is eating the meat of dragon-horned elephants in the village. Xiaojun's size is growing every day, and he has a great demand for food. Suddenly, Piho and the others saw a large group of people walking towards Shikyun. There were flying dragons with wings on their backs, exotic horses with 1 horn on their heads, and even earth dragons tens of meters long and a big lizard. Rolling up the sky full of dust and smoke. They have grown up in this stone village since they were born. How have they seen so many people, and all of them are dressed luxuriously and imposingly? Fly away. Father, there are many people coming from the entrance of the village. Piho shouted, alarming most people in the village. Who is it? A group of people came out of the stone house and gathered at the entrance of the village. The large army of alien beasts was still in the distance, but there were 3 small figures galloping towards Shikyun at high speed. On the way, they fought each other, punching and kicking each other, and came to the entrance of Shikyun while running and fighting. Just now I saw 3 little divine birds flying into your village, bring them here. There was a little boy about 5 or 6 years old, with handsome features, but he acted very domineeringly. As soon as he came, he opened his mouth to ask Shikyun for a green-scaled eagle baby bird. They are Shikyun's partners, why should I give them to you? Shi Meng said bluntly. Although they are kind and honest, they will not have a good face when facing an arrogant and unreasonable person. No, then I'll tear down your village and take it for myself, said the little boy. His descendant in Luofu days is named Zhaopeng, who comes from a large clan with a population of tens of millions. He is an extremely powerful force within a radius of 50,000 li. Lingdu killed him before, but now a small village dares to go against his words. He has made up his mind that he must let Uncle Zhao uproot the village. You little baby is so domineering, you speak so loudly. Shi Linhu was also angry. If it weren't for his extraordinary background, he would have given him 2 big red slap marks on his buttocks. HMPH, you'll know later that I'm not serious. Zhao Peng shot directly, using his hand as a knife, leapt forward, and slashed at Shi Linhu's throat. Shi Linhu was furious in his heart, and wanted to teach him a lesson, but he also cared about the people behind him, fearing that it would bring disaster to Xikyun. Xiaobudian jumped out from the side, stopped Zhaopeng in midair, and kicked him a few meters away. He is very smart. Shi Linhu is not convenient for an adult to make a move, but he doesn't take it into consideration. But even so, he still kept his strength, otherwise, with his current physique and strength, he could have kicked Zhaopeng dozens of meters away with one kick. How courageous! Dare to attack me! Zhao Peng didn't appreciate it, but felt insulted, got up from the ground, took off the bow and arrow behind his back and aimed at the little one to shoot. Who? There was a sound of piercing through the air, and Xiaobudian quickly avoided it without hurting himself. Haha, you still can't do it after all. Xianxia smiled and said. What did you say? There was no winner just now, let's fight again to see who is the number 1 genius within a radius of 50,000 miles. Zhao Peng shouted, turning around to prepare for the Xianxia battle, ignoring everyone in Xikyun. I'm afraid you won't succeed. The winner will be divided sooner or later, but not now. Xianxia smiled, then turned around, pointed at Liushan to the people in Xikyun and said, I don't want these god birds, I think this willow branch is a bit extraordinary, it would be a waste if you put it here, how about letting me take it? Although he was asking, he had already walked towards Willow God, holding a pair of bone scissors in his hand, and was about to do it. Shi Zhang took a look at the dozens of willow sticks glowing with a hazy green light, and he was determined. You know, since the Willow God fell asleep that day, these willows have been dim, no different from ordinary trees, but today they have regained their brilliance, and the branches and buds before falling asleep have also grown into long willows. The Willow God is probably already awake. Everyone in Xikyun only knows that Willow God is powerful, but Shi Zhang really knows the cultivation of Willow God. With him, even these so-called princes and nobles can't do anything to Xikyun. The little guy stood in front of Lu Shen, opened his hands to stop Xianxia, and said with big eyes, this is our sacrificial spirit. So what? I said I want it. To the little one. He comes from Zishanhu's power, and has been at odds with Zhaopeng's Luofu days. He and Zhaopeng's fighting power is almost the same, and it is difficult to tell the winner, so he wants to defeat the little guy who knocked Zhaopeng into the air to prove that he is stronger than Zhaopeng. Everyone in Xikyun is not worried, the little one now has 30,000 caddies of divine power, comparable to the heirs of pure-blooded beasts. It is hard to compare with his peers, even if he is the heir of a prince. Not surprisingly, Xiaobudian slapped the bone scissors and threw Xianxia 10 meters away. There is something, I will fight you. Lei Mingyuan of the Thunder Clan jumped up from the unicorn, a light yellow rune appeared in his hand, a ball of lightning condensed in his palm, and slapped the little one. He is very smart, although he has the same idea as Xianxia, but he saw that both of them were blown away before, so he used the Thunder Clan's treasure technique as soon as he got up. Xiaobudian was not afraid, and opened his palms to meet Lei Mingyuan. After all, he is a poor man in the mountains. He knows some physical exercises, but he doesn't know the power of bone inscriptions. He dares to receive my treasures empty-handed. Lei Mingyuan's face was filled with a smug smile. The scene where the 5 fingers were broken and the arm was broken. But what happened next was beyond the expectations of these rich people. After the 2 palms touched, Lei Mingyuan flew upside down and hit the unicorn. After standing up, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his palms convulsed, and his mouth burst open. Bleeding, if it wasn't for Lei Hu's force-relieving talisman, his hand would have been broken. It is said that the clay figurines are also very angry. As soon as these people in front of them come up, they will take away Zhaoqing and Xian, shoot arrows at themselves, and hurt Liushan. After defeating Xianxia, the other party will attack. The little guy couldn't bear it anymore, so he naturally hit harder. Chapter 22 Pure Blood Rock, the treasure is moving. The crowd of the rich and princely princes had already come to the front, but they just watched quietly. They felt that this small village was a bit weird, and it would be a good thing if they could find out with the help of these juniors. Wild people, you have angered me, Lei Mingyuan said in a deep voice. He who is usually aloof, but today he was humiliated in front of the hostile forces, which made him furious, and he wanted to kill the little boy. Are you angry? I'm still angry. Xiaobudian took the initiative to rush forward, and gave each of the three geniuses a mouthful, causing them to spurt blood from their mouths and noses. But the little guy was still very measured, he only used a part of his strength, otherwise this slap would have smashed their skulls, and no force-relieving talisman would have been able to protect them. The three stood up, their faces were hot and red, and they roared and wanted to rush forward, but they were stopped by the elders of the clan. They could see that the little one had kept his hands. The gap between the two sides was too big, as if they were separated by heaven and earth, and there was no hope of winning. That's all. The elders of the clan sighed. If they continue to fight, they will only humiliate themselves and show the people in Yuntian Palace a joke. At this time, after eating, Xiaojun heard movement at the entrance of the village, and came to watch curiously. This is the Golden Winged Rock. The voices of the three major clans trembled as they watched the golden light shining in the sky, as if they were divine birds made of divine gold. This is a legendary creature. Judging from its breath and appearance, it is probably pure-blooded, and its value is immeasurable. This kind of creature can compete with the gods when they are adults, but now they have met them. You rascals, how dare you offend my descendants of Marquis Zishan, you deserve to be punished. Shouted the Zishan clansmen who originally planned to calm down. That's right, if a small village dares to injure a member of our Lei clan, it should be wiped out to show its majesty. The Lei clan people also echoed. If you don't kill, you can show the inviolability of Luofu days. The three big clansmen rushed forward, with runes all over their bodies, and the weapons in their hands glowed coldly. They wanted to level this small village and obtain this supreme fortune. Grandpa, can you help them? The little girl from Yuntian Palace grabbed the arm of an old man. They didn't want to see this kind of massacre of the village happen. Well, you are still young, so I don't know how attractive the Golden Winged Rock is. It's difficult. Let me see if I can save some women and children in the end. The old man shook his head. For the Golden Winged Rock, they will do anything. If they stop it, they will probably go to war with Yuntian Palace. Have you lived to the point of your shame? Shi Zhang made a move, and a round of silver moon flew out, cutting off the heads of several powerful knights. Now that the matter has come to this point, it is impossible for the other party to stop, so it is better to strike first. Kill. The people of the three major tribes swarmed forward with their weapons in their hands. Shi Zhang was afraid that the little boy would be injured, so a crimson rune appeared on his body immediately, and a large golden thunderbolt fell from the sky, striking at everyone. Suani is a relic of the ancient times. The primitive treasure technique is amazing and powerful. The golden thunder and lightning bombarded the three tribes of people and horses, causing them heavy casualties. Some people were turned into coke by electricity. What a baby! Zhao Kang made a move. He saw that Shi Zhang was extraordinary, much better than the little one before, so he went forward himself. Xiao Budian sacrificed 2 rounds of silver moons, 1 round to protect himself, and 1 round to attack and kill all enemies. From time to time, a demon bird flew out of the clear and white silver moon, lifting the skulls of many people. This is a precious technique learned by Xian. After such a long time, the little one finally displayed its power even better. Everyone in Shikyun also wanted to fight out with big swords and axes. Although they were average in strength, they all blushed and wanted to go out to fight desperately when they saw the children being besieged for fear of accidents. But the willow tree at the side cast a little bit of light, and stopped everyone in Shikyun, unable to step out of the village entrance. They'll be fine. A familiar voice sounded in their hearts. God Lu, are you awake? Someone asked in surprise, but there was no response. Everyone in Shikyun was stopped by the God of Willow, anxious and helpless, so they had no choice but to trust God of Willow. Zhao Kang is the leader of Luofu Days' operation this time. His cultivation has surpassed the realm of moving blood, and he has opened up a hole in the sky. After several months of continuous tempering, Shi Zhang's physical strength has reached a terrifying 90,000 jin, which is close to the limit of the blood-moving realm, and he has fought against Zhao Kang for several rounds without losing the wind. Zhao Kang has a strong figure, and his burly arms are almost thicker than ordinary people's thighs. He and Shi Zhang fought fiercely, and their bodies collided. Shi Zhang was full of blood and energy, and the innate sacramental body gave him an incomparably tyrannical physique. His physical body was as hard as iron. Even facing Zhao Kang, who surpassed the realm of moving blood, he was happy and fearless, punching and kicking, fighting fiercely. Seeing that his physical body was at a disadvantage, Zhao Kang was shocked. He had lived for dozens of years and tempered his body through various methods, but he was no match for a child. So what if the physical body is strong? Let you see how powerful the cave realm is. Zhao Kang roared. A small gray-brown volcano appeared 3 inches above his head, continuously tempering the spirit from the void, turning it into power and pouring into Zhao Kang's body. At this moment, Zhao Kang's aura suddenly rose, his body became harder, and his physical strength became stronger. The two sides fought again, and they were evenly matched. Give you destruction. Zhao Kang roared, the runes on his body lit up in an instant, and a fierce dragon rushed out, more than 10 meters long, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Shi Zhang. This is the treasure technique of Luo Fu days. Zhao Kang used it, trying to tear the stone bell apart in one fell swoop. Shi Zhang's arms glowed, 2 rounds of silver moon rose from behind his head, and 2 devil birds flew out, rushing towards the fierce dragon. With a flick of its long tail, the fierce dragon smashed the 2 demon birds, and their bodies turned into silver light and dissipated. After Zhao Kang used the power of Dongtian, his body was filled with Xianxia, and all his abilities had increased by a large margin. Zion's precious technique, the stone bell, hadn't been practiced to the extreme, and the palace under the moon hadn't manifested yet, so he was no match for the fierce Zhao Kang. Shi Zhang used Suan Ni's original treasure technique again, and the golden thunder fell instantly, striking the fierce dragon. The golden lightning was full of destructive power, and when it landed on the fierce dragon, large pieces of scales flew up, and the inside was scorched black. Originally, Shi Zhang's current state could not exert such great power. After all, Luo Fu Days' township treasures were not inferior to Suan Ni's ancient relics. But the congenital Eucharist, the Tao fetal affinity and the avenue, can mobilize more energy in the world, so the treasures performed by Shi Zhang are much more powerful than ordinary people. However, this still failed to disintegrate the fierce dragon, but only slightly damaged it. The ferocious dragon was extremely fast, and at this moment it had already slaughtered in front of Shi Zhang, biting down with a bloody mouth. Shi Zhang dodged it and dodged to the side of the fierce dragon, but the fierce dragon's tail was 4 or 5 meters long, and it swept over extremely quickly. Shi Zhang could only put his hands in front of his chest to resist, and at the same time cause the power of Xianxia in his body and the blood of the innate holy body to emerge on the surface of his body to reveal a layer of protective light. Boom! Shi Zhang was swept away dozens of meters away, a thick and long bloodstain appeared on his arm, his skin was torn apart, and the blood in his body surged, receiving a lot of impact. Chapter 23 Jinpeng Bolong, Willow God Revives. There is a qualitative gap between the Dongtian realm and the blood-moving realm, and it is difficult to cross. Under Luo Fu Days' clan-suppressing technique, even Shi Zhang suffered a small loss. It seems that I can only use my own trump card. Shi Zhang's eyes were firm and his eyes were like torches. In the current situation, it seems that only the original treasure technique of the golden winged rock can break through this barrier and cross this natural moat. Shi Zhang took a deep breath. The golden runes on his body were shining brightly, spreading all over his body, outlining a Jinpeng pattern on his chest. Jinpeng fighting dragon art, Shi Zhang shouted, the golden light on his body bloomed through his clothes. For a moment, Shi Zhang's aura rose straight up, and the ferocious aura swept across the world. Shi Zhang seemed to have turned into a humanoid little golden rock, and his eyes became sharp, full of aggressiveness, and contained the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers with arrogance. Seeing the fierce dragon twisting his body and rushing towards him, Shi Zhang took a deep breath. The surrounding scenery instantly became sluggish, the infinite energy of heaven and earth condensed into colorful rain of light, rushing towards him frantically, turning into Xianxia, piercing into the sky. Into every inch of his flesh and blood. At this moment, the stone bell is like the Son of God descending into the world, guarded by 10,000 ways, sacred and inviolable. Everyone on the field could see that behind Shi Zhang, a golden vision appeared, a looming golden winged rock was fighting the sky, shattering the sky. Even though its body was blurred, it exuded supreme pressure, making the audience everyone's heart palpitations. Soon, the Xianxia in Shizong's body reached saturation, every inch of his flesh and blood was glowing, and essence gushed out from his pores. He felt that he was full of infinite power at this moment, and at the same time, he was full of confidence, and he could kill all the enemies in front of him. The scene of the first golden-winged roc flapping its wings and striking the four-clawed dragon appeared in Shizong's mind. He opened his arms, like a golden roc flapping its wings, as if he had crossed the space, and came to the fierce dragon in an instant. Shizong slammed fiercely at the torso of the fierce dragon, and the Jin Peng behind him flew out of the vision and hit the fierce dragon at the same time. The fierce flood wailed, and its body, which was more than 10 meters long, shattered into pieces and disappeared into the sky. After breaking the treasure of Luofu days, the golden light on Shizong's body has not receded. The Jinpeng fighting dragon art is not only a holy skill for attacking and killing, but also a technique for strengthening the body. He rushed to Zhao Kang's body forcefully, stretched his fists and kicks, opened and closed, and fought fiercely with Zhao Kang. Shizong's whole body was bathed in the golden light, his movements were wide open and closed, the blood in his body was boiling and turbulent, and his blood energy was soaring to the sky. He almost turned into a golden rock, tearing Zhao Kang apart. Shizong's movements were as fast as lightning, and he swung his fist hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, beating Zhao Kang until his body was cracked, his internal organs were bleeding, and even the crater above his head was dimmed, unable to absorb the world anymore. The spirit of the time replenishes itself. The people of the four clans were shocked. This stone bell was too powerful, its momentum was like a rainbow. The golden arm hit Zhao Kang's body one after another, blood spattered continuously. In the end, among the lightning and flint, Shizong blasted Zhao Kang alive in the air, and the broken corpse and blood fell from the air. He was bathed in the enemy's blood, like a demon god, stunned everyone with his unparalleled power. This is a strong man in the realm of the cave, and it feels unreal to be killed by a 4 or 5-year-old child. But Shizong himself understood that the main reason he was able to do this was that creatures like the golden-winged roc often feed on dragons. This has been the case since ancient times, so they were born to restrain creatures with dragon blood. When he performed the Jinpeng fighting dragon technique, he had the aura of a golden-winged roc on his body, which made Zhao Kang feel frightened in his heart, causing his mind to become unstable, and he was finally shot to death. During the battle between Shizong and Zhao Kang, Xiao Budian also killed many enemies, but he himself was injured, and was hit by the opponent's treasure technique and fine iron sword many times, bloody. It's a pity that there are 2 evildoers in this small village, they are all going to die. The flying Jiao of Luofu days spit out. It is the strongest among Luofu days, surpassing the realm of the cave. He had been waiting and watching before, and did not think that a 4 or 5-year-old doll could kill Zhao Kang. He did not expect that Shizong could really do it, causing Luofu days to lose a collateral. Its tens of meters long body soared into the air, with a huge mouth covering the stone bell, wanting to swallow it in one gulp. At this moment, God Lu made a move, and a green willow branch flew over, extending to hundreds of meters in an instant, piercing the flying dragon. The people of the 4 clans were stunned. The black willow tree at the gate of this small village was so powerful. They all felt the supreme aura of gods coming from the willow tree. The wicker trembled slightly, and the flying dragon that was several tens of meters instantly turned into powder, leaving only a drop of bright red blood essence lying on the end of the wicker. Soon, this drop of blood essence also disappeared and was absorbed by the wicker, making it more crystal clear. Zi Shenkin, with swollen cheeks, felt cold all over. For such a powerful sacrificial spirit, he wanted to break the body of a god just now. If he hadn't been stopped by someone, he would have died countless times. What god? Just such a half-dead willow tree, someone said. Everyone immediately focused their eyes on him. It was a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe with a golden word, wolf, on it. He is a member of the Golden Wolf tribe, but the genius of the tribe was taken to experience by the elders of the tribe and has not yet returned, so they did not have juniors to participate in this operation. Even though only a few people came from their Golden Wolf tribe, he was still bound to win the Golden Winged Roc, because they brought a powerful treasure with them. That is the sacrifice spirit of the Golden Wolf tribe, a remnant of an ancient species, the slough of the Golden Wolf. This Golden Wolf is the strongest within a radius of 50,000 li. This slough is left when the Golden Wolf transformed. It is very complete and was sacrificed to become a powerful treasure. With it, It's like a golden wolf coming in person. This is where they have the confidence to search for mountain treasures. That's right, how could the sacrificial spirit in a small mountain village be a god? Don't pretend to be a ghost here. The leader of the Lei clan echoed, and he took out a bone with lightning flashing on it. This is a treasure, and it is also a one-time piece. Consumables, crafted from a mighty thunderbird. This quick treasure bone has the attribute of space, and it can be said that the strong men of the Thunder clan can be brought over. The Thunder clan would not be willing to consume this precious bone unless it was an extremely urgent moment, but the Golden Wolf tribe brought the relics. Kai Dapeng definitely doesn't belong to them anymore. The clansmen of Xianxia also took out a Dharma paper, the purple mist on it, and the breath of a strong man exuded. This is a Dharma paper made by Xianxia himself, Avatar. The slough of the Golden Wolf is lifelike, even has teeth, and the cold light is shining. This unusual treasure reappears like a divine wolf, with vitality, and the chest is rising and falling slightly. The precious bones brought by the Lei clan exploded, and the inner thunder light formed a light door, and a huge foot stepped out from it, across the space, and came to the battlefield. Xianxia's Dharma paper was also activated, and the paper made of various materials began to burn with purple flames, and the smoke condensed into a human shape in the air, which was Xianxia. The original Luofu days should have brought treasures of this level, but it's a pity that Zhao Kang was blown up by the stone bell, Fei Zhao was beheaded by Lu Shen, and the remaining servants didn't even know where the backhand was. Chapter 24 Crystal Branches, Catastrophe is approaching. What kind of god, pretending to be a ghost? Jinlang Yishui said, this is an unusual treasure, as if it is alive. It turned into a gust of golden gust, stretched out half a meter long sharp wolf claws, flashed cold light, and rushed towards the dark-skinned willow tree with monstrous murderous aura. At the same time, the burning mist of Zishanhu Faji condensed into a purple giant. Its huge body filled the world, and it was so powerful that it covered the willow tree with one big foot. The patriarch of the Lei clan actually came down in person, staring at the golden-winged rock in Liushan's eyes with lightning. The preciousness of the golden-winged rock is self-evident, and I am determined to win this time, even if I have to fight other tribes for it. There is also the willow tree that was struck by lightning, which is a rare treasure for it after being destroyed. Thousands of thunderbolts bloomed between his 10 fingers, and the mountains in the distance collapsed. The river dried up in an instant and was evaporated by the thunder. It was extremely terrifying, as if the god of thunder came to the world. The people of the 4 clans were amazed. These are indeed the strongest creatures within a radius of 50,000 li, each with astonishing supernatural powers, and they actually gathered in front of a small village at this moment. Any one of them could destroy a large tribe and make an inheritance disappear from the land. What's more, if they act together now, even if the willow tree is a bit extraordinary, it will definitely not be able to resist, and the small village will definitely be removed. I saw the willow branches shining green, emitting a hazy light, covering Shikyun, isolating these terrifying energy fluctuations. In a short while, the golden wolf had already approached. Its long sharp claws were full of golden light, and runes were scattered all over them. From the appearance, it could be seen that it was terrifying. It raised its claws and swept across, bringing out a burst of violent blows. The wind will cut the willow tree. At this moment, Lu Shen finally made a move. A seemingly weak and boneless wicker fluttered, without any terrifying aura, but it arrived in an instant, stretching towards the golden wolf's chest. There was a fierce light in the golden wolf's eyes, his claws were crossed, and he slashed at the wicker. Dang! The golden wolf's claws chopped on it, and there was a sound of metal clashing. It was just a wicker stick, beyond everyone's imagination. What the people of the 3 tribes did not expect was that the extremely sharp golden wolf claws that could cut golden rocks actually broke, and the 6 wolf claws broke into pieces and scattered all over the ground. But the willow has no effect, not even a white mark. It is like a spirit snake, burrowing through the golden wolf's claws. The branch plunges into his chest, and sticks out from behind. The slough of the golden wolf trembled slightly, the original shiny fur dimmed instantly, and the body began to shrink, as if it had gone through thousands of years in an instant, and finally turned into a pinch of black powder, which was blown away by the wind, leaving only one grain the glittering golden liquid submerged into the willow branches. At this time, 10,000 thunderbolts descended on the willow tree with an aura of destroying heaven and earth, and it turned into a sea of thunder. The violent lightning flashed, and many people were affected by the ejected lightning, and their bodies exploded instantly. It was horrifying. Everyone in Shikyun was shocked, especially Shi Yunfeng, who had seen Willow God damaged by lightning decades ago, and finally came here. Now facing such a fierce thunder light, can Lu Shen withstand it? However, Willow God's strength once again exceeded everyone's expectations. She was bathed in the sea of thunder. Not only was she not destroyed, but she became more and more crystal clear, and the branches swayed in the sea of thunder, green and glistening. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This willow tree is so extraordinary. They are no longer afraid of the power of thunder and lightning, but treat it as rain to nourish themselves. Another branch extended from the tree trunk more than 10 meters long, and bound the patriarch of the Lei clan, but he did not kill him immediately, but let him discharge electricity while struggling to moisten the tree. The purple giant in the sky was hundreds of meters tall, stepped down and covered the willow tree. Before contact, a large area of land subsidence, cracking bottomless ravines. This depleted method aims to possess most of the power of the main body in a short period of time. Another branch protruded from the willow tree, passing through the soles of the feet, piercing the 100-meter giant directly, and destroying the spiritual power inside. Tens of thousands of miles away, in a large clan with a population of tens of millions, Zi Shanho, who was originally sitting on the throne of the palace, suddenly screamed and rolled down from the high platform. In a short while, the masters of the 4 major clans were all wiped out, and the patriarch of the Lei clan was also pierced by the wicker after emitting endless lightning, and became the nourishment under the willow stump. Only the old man in Yuntian Palace and the 2 little girls carved in powder and jade were not attacked and stood in the distance safe and sound. They didn't make a move before, and Lu Shen didn't make things difficult for them. Let's go. The old man led them away, unable to calm down for a long time. The strong men of several big clans came through synesthesia, but they were actually beheaded by a priest from a small village, leaving corpses all over the ground. This land will not be peaceful. In this war, several big families left behind a lot of good things, which makes people envious. Lu Shen released the restraint, and everyone in Shikyun cheerfully moved these things back to Shikyun, and at the same time cleaned the battlefield to erase the traces of the war. Everyone was busy with their lives, but Shi Zhang led Xiao Budian to Lu Shen. In the previous life, Lu Shen was interested in Xiao Budian, but now he has changed due to his appearance, which made Shi Zhang feel guilty. However, Xiao Budian's current talent is outstanding, comparable to that of the ancient fierce beast cubs, and he did not decline because of his appearance. On the contrary, he was somewhat stronger than the same age as he remembered in his previous life, so he should also be able to attract Liu Shen's attention. You have grown very fast during this time, beyond my expectation. Lu Shen's voice echoed in Shi Zhang's heart. He didn't make a move before, just wanting to see what step Shi Zhang can do. The result was somewhat beyond Lu Shen's expectations. Shi Zhang actually killed a strong man in the cave heaven realm on the spot. I see that your physical strength is 90,000 caddies, which is already at the peak of the blood-moving realm, but don't rush to break through. The heaven-ranked primordial beasts, the real beasts, and the pure blood Pixiu will allow their offspring to reach the extreme state of 100,000 caddies. 100,000 caddies. Shi Zhang clenched his fists, feeling a little bit of anticipation in his heart. And you are also a good seedling, and you also have the hope of reaching this extreme state. Quote. Lu Shen's voice also sounded in Xiao Budian's head. Xiao Budian's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon, and her face flushed. You two try to temper your physical strength to the extreme. After you arrive, you can ask your grandpa for a piece. Bone, that is the original truth, understanding it will help you grow in the future. Quote. Lu Shen spoke again, not only to the 2 of them, but to everyone in Shikyun. The food is well prepared, and disaster is approaching. After Liu Shen finished speaking, he fell silent. After hearing the words, everyone in the stone village believed them. They slaughtered the mounts left by the 4 clans and dried them into dried meat. The smell of meat wafted from the chimneys of every household. A few days later, the turmoil in the mountains completely broke out. The birth of the mountain treasure attracted several supreme beings. They fought fiercely in the center of the mountain range, and the mountains and rivers faded, and the sun and the moon dimmed. Chapter 25 The 4 Great Beasts, Willow God Protects. There was a furry humanoid creature holding a big iron rod, and swung it down fiercely, oppressing the heaven and earth, as if it wanted to sweep away the stars in the sky, and the endless mountains burst into pieces and turned into powder stones. Its opponent was a divine bird that was completely red and dyed with flames. With its wings fluttering, immeasurable flames shot up into the sky, dyeing half of the sky red, the earth cracked, rivers and lakes dried up, and even the mountains and rocks turned into magma, just like hell. There is also the big black bird that covers the sky, its eyes are as big as a lake, and its wings are spread thousands of miles away. Its huge beak opens, mountains and rivers burst, towering ancient trees rise up, and it is swallowed by it. That huge beast with red body, tiger claws, and green wings on its back was fierce and mighty. With a twitch of its long tail, the 100-foot-high mountain was flattened, and nothing could stop it. These 4 powerful ferocious beasts fought fiercely for the mountain treasure, fighting each other, and the opponents exchanged in turn. The mountain treasure was all obtained by them, but they couldn't stand the siege of the other 3, and they all lost their hands. After fighting for a long time, no one really got it, and the fighting became more intense. Terrible wounds appeared on their bodies, and no one took advantage. They were all wounded, but no one gave up. The temptation of the mountain treasure was too great, and those who got it could use it to transform, and fought a terrifying life and death battle. These 4 unimaginable existences fought fiercely in the center of the Kangmang mountain range, and the fight became fierce, and some people who wanted to fish in troubled waters were wiped out. Before they died, they were so desperate and regretful that they dared to intervene in the battle of such creatures. Everyone in Shikyun was terrified, that existence was too terrifying, and when they looked at it from a distance, their souls seemed to be leaving their bodies. Fortunately, the willow god has awakened, and used dozens of willow branches to form a large net above the stone village, shrouded in green light, which made everyone feel at ease. The battle of gods in the mountains went on for a day and a night, but it stopped for some reason. There were fierce beasts uttering words, shaking the mountains and forests. The people in the stone village were far away, and they could only faintly hear words like massacre, bloodbath. Immediately after the beasts finished speaking, a large number of beasts gushed out from the mountains, forming a terrifying tide of beasts that spread out and swept across the land. Suddenly, the dozens of willow branches burst into endless light, filled with the aura of gods, and the black cauldron in the village trembled slightly. The patterns on it became clearer and clearer, as if the creatures inside were about to come out. Stone Village was surrounded by a strong glow, and a large number of order chains poured out from the wicker net, and the runes were reflected in the air, densely packed. The scorched willow tree trunk bloomed with immeasurable precious light, bringing the whole stone village to disappear suddenly on this land. Everyone in Shikyun raised their heads, and the sky above their heads turned blue-purple, dotted with dots of light, as if they had entered the void. Not long after, all these scenes disappeared, the sky and the earth were covered with white mist, the visibility was very low, and there was a desolate atmosphere. The willow god blesses us, let us avoid that disaster. A clan elder exclaimed, leading the villagers to come before the willow god, and bow down devoutly. The willow branches at the entrance of the village are no longer so green and shiny, but rather dim. Lu Shen took a village across the space and it was quite difficult for him now, and it took a lot of damage. They couldn't see the surroundings. Although everyone was a little confused, they didn't panic, because Liu Shen had reminded them a long time ago that they had prepared a lot of wild vegetables and meat, like the earth dragon used by the Thunder Clan, which was dozens of meters long and naked. There are tens of thousands of caddies of meat, enough for them to eat for a long time. In this catastrophe, it is a blessing to be able to protect oneself. Everyone in Shikyun is very contented and lives an honest life. The supreme beings in the Kangmang Mountains open their mouths, promising that the best of them can go to the sacred mountain to practice. This is a great temptation for ordinary ferocious beasts, every corner of the land. On this day, I don't know how many villages and groups were submerged by the tide of beasts, and all the human races inside were buried in the belly of the beasts. The Lihuo bull demon with half its horn cut off led a wave of beasts and attacked a city with a population of hundreds of thousands. The human race was vigilant, and the warriors rushed up to the city wall, bowed their bows and set arrows, and the arrows shot at the huge Lihuo bull demon like a rainstorm. It's a pity that it's all useless. These arrows are not painful to the Lihuo bull demon of the immemorial relic. It is a powerful immemorial relic, and some ordinary weapons have no effect on it. Its huge body of tens of meters slammed into the city wall with a huge force of collapsing mountains, and the thick city wall collapsed instantly. Then a large number of ferocious beasts poured into the city and carried out an indiscriminate massacre. Everyone died tragically, and blood stained the moat outside the city wall. Some slightly powerful tribes have people who know how to practice and bone inscriptions. They have good strength and take the initiative to stand up to defend the tribe. Even the territories of the Lei clan and the Zishanho, with a population of tens of millions, were also slaughtered. One of their patriarchs was killed by the Willow God, and the other was still in a coma. The prosperous place turned into a dead land, and tens of millions of human races were swallowed in one bite, reduced to blood. The spirit sacrifice Old Wolf of the Golden Wolf tribe ran away before the disaster in the Beast Tide, and even snatched the ancestor artifact of the Golden Wolf tribe. Most of these creatures are cold-blooded by nature, and they don't care about the tens of millions of human races who have worshipped them for many years. Tide engulfed. On the contrary, the sacrifice spirit and patriarch of Luofu days were somewhat bloody. When the Beast Tide came, they led the tribe to fight back and killed many fierce beasts. All the land within a radius of 50,000 miles of the Kangmang mountain range was turned into a dead area, and all life except for the beasts was wiped out. Because of Liu Shen's existence, Shikyun is safe and peaceful, but Shi Zhang is more and more eager to become stronger. If Liu Shen didn't wake up in time this time, not to mention the catastrophe, the members of the 4 major clans alone would be enough for Shikyun to drink a pot. Shi Zhang didn't want his fate and that of Shi Kun to rest entirely on luck and Liu Shen. This is not a book. Because of my arrival, the world has changed a long time ago, and Shikyun has to rely on himself. Shi Zhang began to yearn for strength, and tried every means to exercise his physical body in the village, but the effect was mediocre. It was not until 3 months later that his physical body reached 100,000 jin. Shi Zhang waved his fist, making the whirring sound of piercing the air. He was a little excited. He could step into the next level immediately, but he was not satisfied, and wanted to go one step further. One day after 3 months, there was a slight breaking sound outside the stone village. The thick fog outside the village began to fade, and a fiery red sun rose from the east. Shikyun sees the light again, and everyone is very excited. What makes them even more excited is that Shikyun is no longer in the original location, but has come to a treasure land with fat dragon beard fish, colorful chickens, and unicorns. Chapter 26 Move the Blood Realm, the original true solution. With these rare spirit beasts, the bones of the children in Shikyun will inevitably undergo transformation again, and they will be much stronger than their parents. Everyone in Shikyun was happy and wanted to know where he was now. Xiaobudian volunteered, rode Zion out, and came back after a long time. When Xiaobudian told everyone that Shikyun was hundreds of thousands of miles away from their former homeland, and that the former Kangmang mountain range had been completely broken, with it as the center, there was no life in a radius of 100,000 miles. A feeling of survival after a catastrophe. This catastrophe has stimulated the children even more, and everyone has become more active in cultivation. The children in the village have been baptized with the blood of Suan Ni and Devil Ape many times, and their potential has greatly increased. Pai Hu clamored to create an ancient country. Shi Zhang walked out of the village and entered the deep mountains. He wanted to break through the physical limit of 100,000 jin, and be comparable to the little one in the original book, so as to lay the most solid foundation for the future. In the days that followed, everyone in Shikyun village could see the 2 little brothers Shi Zhang going out of the village together every morning, and they didn't come back until the sunset turned the earth red. Both of them were disheveled, with many bruises and scars on their bodies, and only a pair of bright and big eyes. They did not use the power of bone inscriptions and treasures in the mountains, but relied on their bodies to fight those ferocious beasts. This is very dangerous. Some ferocious beasts have the thin blood of ancient ferocious beasts in their bodies, and their ferocity is boundless. Once they start a battle, they will never die. There are also some fierce beasts that are petite and seem harmless to humans and animals, but they hide in the dark and rush up suddenly, making the 2 of them very dangerous and almost drowned in the herd of beasts. Originally, Shi Zhang didn't plan to bring Xiaobudian to such a dangerous place for training, but he thought that he still had a deep hatred to avenge, and he would have to experience many dangers in the future. Now that I can take care of him by his side, it is not a bad idea to let the little one feel these dangers in advance. In the future, when Shi Zhang is not around, he will have better resilience. The 2 fought bloody battles among the group of beasts, and their bodies were stained red by the blood of various ferocious beasts. Shi Zhang has been paying attention to Xiaobudian all the time, but unless Xiaobudian's life is in danger, he will not make a move. 2 months later, The two had suffered countless injuries, and they often supported each other to go back to Shikun, without any strength in their bodies. Fortunately, the ancient prescriptions in the family have amazing effects. Although they are replaced by some common medicinal materials, the wounds on the two of them are healing rapidly after taking the medicinal bath, and they feel that their physical strength has improved further. Boom! There was a loud noise from the outskirts of the mountain range in Shikun. In one place, earth and rocks were flying, and a large area of trees was snapped, and smoke and dust shot up into the sky. At this time, Shi Zhang was fighting a pangolin that was tens of meters long. It was covered with scales and armor, shining silver light, and runes appeared on its body. This is a very powerful ferocious beast, with the thin blood of the ancient ferocious beast flowing in its body. Its strength is boundless. Shi Zhang hugged its pointed head, preventing the other party from getting under it and wrestling with it. The silver pangolin went berserk and let out a low growl. It dug the ground with its 4 short legs and flattened half of the hilltop. With a flick of its long tail, which was more than 10 meters long, trees broke, boulders crumbled, and even Shi Zhang was struck by it. 2 lashes were drawn, and blood flowed continuously. If it weren't for his innate sacred body, Taoist fetus, and physical body, he must have been pumped into pieces. Shi Zhang firmly held it down, neither letting it raise its head and throw him away, nor let him burrow into the ground to escape. I didn't get it right before. Half of the pangolin's body got into the soil, but Shi Zhang grabbed its tail and pulled it out alive. At this moment, Shi Zhang was ferocious and terrifying. His face was flushed, his veins were exposed, his bones were rattling, and he tried his best to stand in a stalemate with this huge pangolin for several hours. It wasn't until sunset that Shi Zhang released a golden thunderbolt from his palm, which was the Suani treasure technique. He slapped it on the head and killed it. Xiao Budian and Shi Zhang dragged the giant beast back to the village. In the village, there are 3 young green-scaled eagles and a golden-winged roc. All of them are big eaters, and they are fed with a lot of flesh and blood every day. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian went out early and returned late, fought and killed all kinds of beasts in the mountains. In addition to the increase in strength, their bodies were bathed in the blood of too many beasts, and there was a terrible evil spirit on their bodies. He was tireless, and at night, he carried tens of thousands of caddies of huge boulders and ran round and round on the grass outside the stone village, bathed in the starlight, wearing the stars and wearing the moon. From a distance, it looks like a small rock mountain has become fine, and you can only see it when you look closely. To the small body under the stone. Xiaobudian also learned from others, and has been accompanying Shi Zhang, and his physical strength is getting stronger and stronger. Everyone in Shikun is very pleased. With Shi Zhang and Xiaobudian's talents, they will definitely be the strongest in the future. Maybe under their leadership, Shikun can really create an immortal ancient country. The sky paid off, and 3 months later, Shi Zhang broke through the limit of his physical body, and with a single arm swing, he possessed 108,000 caddies of divine power. But Shi Zhang is not satisfied with this. He has a wide vision, sees far, and wants to break this limit again. The reason why the future Wangtian Emperor can overwhelm all the heroes every time is because he has reached unprecedented levels in every realm. The limit of the blood-moving state is that the physical body can shake 108,000 caddies with one arm, but the little one can create miracles in the sky. Why can't I? Shi Zhang continued to temper his physical body, but after another half a month of training, he found that his physical strength growth seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and this way of tempering his physical body had no effect. When Shi Zhang returned to the village, he thought hard, but he couldn't find a breakthrough, so he planned to practice the original true solution first, and then slowly think of other ways. In the stone village, green smoke curls up, cocks crow and dogs bark, and everything is peaceful. Shi Zhang has been here since he came to this world. Everyone here treats him very well, just like his relatives. This is the eternal warm harbor in his heart. Shi Yunfeng is using a big pot to boil medicine, which is for Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian. Since they went out to temper their bodies, every time they come home, there will be a big pot of steaming medicine waiting for them. Shi Zhang felt very warm in his heart, and he called softly, "Grandpa." "Child." Shi Yunfeng turned his head when he heard the sound, and looked at Shi Zhang with a smile on his face. His 2 grandsons are the talents of the sky, comparable to the existence of the ancient fierce beast cubs. Nothing can make him more happy. Shi Zhang sat down and talked with the old man in front of the stove with the yellow fire light shining, for a full 2 hours. The old man was very happy, even the wrinkles on his forehead were relieved a lot. Shi Zhongwen felt peaceful in his heart, and the hostility and depression caused by the previous killings dissipated. Finally, Shi Zhong explained his purpose. Shi Yunfeng seemed to have expected it a long time ago. He took out an object wrapped in silk cloth from the room and handed it to Shi Zhong repeatedly. Son, the rune on this bone has a mysterious power. Ordinary people will vomit blood at a glance. Grandpa knows you, it's extraordinary, but you must be careful not to look at it for a long time. Pay attention. Seeing Shi Yunfeng's solemn look, Shi Zhong nodded seriously. Okay, Grandpa. Shi Zhong took the original truth and held the original truth in his hand. As a bone, his heart was turbulent and he couldn't restrain himself. This is the #1 fairy scripture in the perfect world. Not to mention anything else, it is just this bone, which is from the body of the fairy king. Taking it out is enough to make the world crazy. Hands. Even if it's just a divine quotation, it's enough to transform oneself and surpass the past. Chapter 27, Breaking the Extreme Realm, Zijin Blood. After getting this precious bone, Shi Zhong found a quiet place and prepared to study it. This precious bone is white and delicate, transparent and shiny, like a piece of warm suet jade. It feels very comfortable to hold in the hand. Although it is only the size of a palm, the lines on it are densely packed, covering the entire bone. Shi Zhong calmed down and began to interpret the lines on it bit by bit. These lines are like pictures of gods, interpreting the mysteries and changes of the world from the most primitive basis, all-inclusive, not only recording the strengths and weaknesses of various beasts and divine birds, but also accompanied by the battle map of the gods. For example, Zhenji, Baihu, and Wuwu, these fierce beasts have battle pictures of gods and gods engraved on them. Although there are only a few lines on it, it outlines the charm of each fierce beast, which is vivid in Shi Zhong's eyes, and the feathers and scales are clearly visible, as if they are about to come alive. The scene of their battle with the gods is also outlined, with only a few lines, but starting from the most primitive, abandoning the vain god shape, and expressing the essence of the god battle vividly. Shi Zhong held this palm-sized treasure bone, silver light shot out from his eyes, and the lines on it moved instantly. Shi Zhong had a panoramic view of the battle scenes between all kinds of beasts, monsters and gods. Through this bone, it spans the long river of time and reflects in the present. It is a pity that although this original true solution contains all the mysteries of the origin of heaven and earth, it does not record any kind of treasure technique. However, this is amazing enough. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to see the battle between ancient fierce beasts and gods? Unknowingly, Shi Zhong immersed his mind in it, until the bright moon was hanging high. He spurted a mouthful of blood, and then retreated from that strange state. This thing really can't be watched for a long time. Shi Zhong said with a wry smile. This kind of battle of gods is too powerful. Both sides of the battle are adult ancient beasts and gods. Even if it is only expressed through the lines, it has a great impact. If you just look at it, you will be hurt by this kind of power. Shi Zhong went back to the house and stabilized his mind. Today he was very satisfied. He learned some of the mysteries of the origin of heaven and earth from the original truth. He lay down on the bed contentedly and fell asleep, and woke up refreshed the next day. On the second day, Shi Zhong read a record of the battle between the golden-winged rock and the gods. The fight between the golden-winged rock and the gods was a life-and-death battle. But it was not affected by the momentum. On the contrary, it became even more mighty. Its aura dominated the world. Jinpeng's dragon fighting technique was displayed by it. The sky collapsed, the sky was shaken, and a round of stars were cut off by its wings and fell to the ground. In the boundless sea, at the end of the battle of the gods, the golden-winged rock tore the gods apart with supreme power, and the blood of the gods stained half the sky red. Shi Zhong was terrified. This golden-winged rock is too strong. Tu Shen is really not just talking, it can really do it. The Jinpeng fighting dragon art performed by this incomparably powerful golden-winged rock showed its original power, and it seemed to touch another realm, which made Shi Zhong feel deeply. For several days in a row, Shi Zhong was studying this original true explanation. As if possessed by a demon, he immersed his mind in it, and often woke up with a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he finally remembered all the records and textures in his heart, and began to comprehend. The lines recorded on the palm-sized bone are too amazing. Each line contains all kinds of changes, and can break down the mysteries of the world into the most primitive and essential things. After Shi Zhong realized something, looking at the bone again, it has a different charm, it is really endless. From these lines, Shi Zhang learned the most original mysteries of the world, the birth and evolution of rune power, and then went on to rebuild the blood-moving realm. His body began to change, every inch of flesh and blood was glowing, his pores sprayed thin energy, as if a cauldron of innate gods was ignited in his body, absorbing the spirit of the world and tempering his body. The runes in his body were being rebuilt, Xianxia was shining, blending with his physical body, lines emerged on the body surface, one after another, all over the body, the lines were all glowing, exuding the original aura. During the day, the stone bell absorbs the hot energy of the sun spirit to temper the body. At night, the spirit of the moonlight, which attracts gentle energy, nourishes the primordial spirit. The yin and yang qi coexist in his small body. This is the original power of heaven and earth. It seems that a small world has evolved in his body. In the flesh and blood of the stone bell, there is even the sound of the Tao, as if there are 3,000 gods and Buddhas chanting sutras, attracting the power of the gods to add to the body. The light on Shi Zhang's body is shining brightly, emitting light and rain all over the sky, reflecting the stone house transparently, showing through the cracks in the stone, and it is even more dazzling at night, reflecting the stone village like daytime. Everyone in Shikyun knew that Shi Zhang was transforming and cultivating, so he suppressed the curiosity in his heart, and no one disturbed him. This kind of change lasted for 5 consecutive days. The stone bell transformed from the inside to the outside, the muscles became more solid, the internal organs were full of vitality, Xianxia in the flesh and blood became more radiant, and her spirit became more and more full. Shi Zhang was surprised to find that his own innate Taoist body and holy fetus had transformed again. A touch of purple appeared in the original light golden blood, which merged into purple gold, which looked extremely noble and contained mysterious power. The power of that body protecting precious light has greatly increased, and there is no need to deliberately mobilize the stone bell. As long as he uses the power of blood, this precious light will emerge spontaneously, as if the Tao is protecting him. Shi Zhang felt that his own potential had risen to a higher level, and the original bottleneck was suddenly cleared up. He was very excited. The problem that had bothered him and made Shi Zhang baffled, was solved naturally through rebuilding the blood-moving realm. Shi Zhang couldn't wait to rush out of the village, wanting to continue his body training, so that this potential could be transformed into the real power of the physical body. Just as Shi Zhang ran out of the village, a green willow leaf fell down, thin and thin, but when it landed on Shi Zhang's shoulder, it weighed his body down, and his feet sank into the ground. This piece of leaves looks like a breeze can blow more than 100,000 caddies. With gratitude in his heart, Shi Zhang ran slowly in the wilderness with the leaf on his shoulders, and then ran faster and faster, climbing peaks one after another, and climbing the cliff of 10,000 meters. He even jumped into the turbulent long river, went retrograde, and let the power of the world impact his physical body to achieve transformation. His strength no longer stagnates like before, but grows day by day. In the end, when Shi Zhang was 6.5 years old, he had a supernatural power of 129,600 caddies with a single swing of his arm, which surprised even God Lu. The best heirs of the cubs of the heavenly beasts can reach a maximum strength of 108,000 jin in this period. They are a race blessed by the heavens, and they can only do so they are called the extreme state. But the current stone bell has a single arm with a force of 129,600 jin, which is 1 yuan, which greatly exceeds this extreme state. Chapter 28 In the False God Realm, check in again. Just when Shi Zhang was still immersed in joy, the cold mechanical sound of the check-in system appeared again. Ding, activate a new check-in task, break a record in the False God Realm, and check in on the spot, do you accept it? The cold mechanical voice sounded in Shi Zhang's mind again. Break the record of False God Realm. Shi Zhang searched for the memory about it in his mind. This False God Realm is incomparably mysterious, and it has existed since the era of immortals. It allows people to experience their spiritual bodies and gain benefits in this realm. However, it is not so easy to enter the False God Realm. Those big clans have specific passages, but they are too far away from the current self, and they cannot be touched. Currently, only God Lu can help him enter. The rewards of the check-in system are too generous, and I have to get it no matter what. Except, Shi Zhang said decisively, swooping down from the top of the mountain all the way, the towering trees along the way were directly smashed by him. After returning to Shikyun, Shi Zhang found that there was another monkey with golden hair and red souls in the village. This monkey is extraordinary, It is the ancient fierce beast Zhu Yan, but it has a serious problem with its body, and even lost its memory. It is only the size of a fist, and it stands on the little one with a heartless smile. Xiao Budian said that he picked it up in a large dry lake when he went out to train his body. When he saw it for the first time, he had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it soon disappeared, and he realized that it was a treasure. With golden light in his eyes, Shi Zhang looked at the original treasure bone in Zhu Yan's body, but it was blank without any lines, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Everyone in the stone village was lively for a while because of Zhu Yan's arrival, and it took a long time before they dispersed. Shi Zhang came to Liushan to express his gratitude, and told Liushan that his physical strength had reached the extreme of the current state. "How many caddies is your physical strength?" Lu Shen asked. Shi Zhang took the willow leaves from his shoulders with one hand and returned them to Willow God. The edge of the willow leaf gave off a faint hazy light, gently floated up from Shi Zhang's hand, and returned to the branch, as if it had grown there before. "The strength of one arm is 129,600 caddies." Lu Shen said. His tone was no longer so flat, but a little surprised. Physical strength is not the advantage of the human race, but Shi Zhang has surpassed the extreme state represented by the heirs of the ancient beasts of the heaven rank in this respect. The number of 1 yuan in heaven and earth happens to be the strength of your single arm. Could it be a coincidence? Lu Shen seemed to perceive some different meanings from this number. "You have done a good job, exceeding my expectations. Your talent is rare in ancient times. This area is too small, which is not conducive to your future growth. Now I want to take you to a mysterious and vast world, where there is a chance to meet Junho, Pian, the cubs of these real ancient beasts, and fight them. Would you like to?" Lu Shen asked, feeling pity in his heart. A pearl can only be bright if it is continuously polished. If it is placed in a corner, it will only be dusty and dim. "I am willing," Shi Zhang said immediately. This was exactly what he hoped for. Shi Zhang was still thinking if it would be a little weird if he said it directly, but he didn't expect Lu Shen to propose it on his own initiative, saving him the little entanglement in his heart. "Okay, tell the clansmen, we will set off right away." Lu Shen acted vigorously and left as soon as he said. Shi Zhang ran back to the village to inform everyone of the situation. The clansmen heard that Shi Zhang was going to such a dangerous place, and might encounter the real offspring of the ancient fierce beasts, so they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Shi Zhang told them about his current strength, and expressed his relief. "If I really meet them, I will definitely beat them up. If I can bring them back, I will catch a few and watch them at the entrance of the village." The reason is that Shi Zhang's current strength is stronger than the heirs of the ancient beasts. Thinking about it this way, the big guy was relieved, and he stopped worrying so much. He just told him to be careful. After all, there are thousands of races in the outside world, and there are countless arrogances of all races. In addition to being careful of other races, we must also guard against those who have ulterior motives. After Shi Zhang reassured the clansmen, he came to God Willow, sat on the ground, and said quietly, "God Willow, I'm ready." The divine light soared into the sky, and the brilliant chain of order penetrated the sky. The green light emitted by the divine chain of order in the sky covered the sky and covered the sky. A hazy door appeared in it. Behind the door was a white mist, and the breath of another world came out from the door. Shi Zhang felt a slight tremor between the sky and the earth, and his body flew up lightly, and floated towards the high-altitude gate. When he passed through the door, his feet touched the ground. Shi Zhang looked back and found that the door had disappeared, and the surroundings were covered with white mist, making it impossible to see anything clearly. "Come here." A willow leaf emitting green light suddenly appeared in the white mist, guiding Shi Zhang forward. As the stone bell got closer and closer, the surrounding mist gradually dissipated, revealing the surrounding scenery. What caught the eye was a vast world, with mountains like the backbone of the world, and countless giant palaces, but all of them collapsed, and no one was intact. Judging from the stone pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes in the ruined walls, this place must have been extremely brilliant, but I don't know what happened, and now there is only desolation and death. This is the false god realm, a spiritual world built by the ancient gods. You only exist here in the form of a spiritual body. Liushan's voice sounded from Shi Zhang's heart. Shi Zhang moved his body, and found that there was no surprise in the feeling in the real body, even the 5 senses were exactly the same. "It's so real." Shi Zhang sighed in his heart. "Your spiritual body is like another body of yours. All the training and perceptions experienced in this world can be brought back to the physical body, but if your spiritual body is damaged or even dies, it will also affect the real world. You in the middle, Lu Shen said. Yes, I know Liushan. Shi Zhang nodded solemnly. I've said everything I can say. This place is just a ruin, and it doesn't serve any purpose. Go forward, and you will reach the real place of training. Lu Yi trembled slightly, and finally disappeared directly. Shi Zhang nodded and strode forward, stepping on layers of blue bricks and jade tiles, stepping over broken walls and ruins, and finally walked out of this ruined land. When he stepped up the steps of the bluestone slab, a force appeared to remove him instantly. The stone clock was a little dazed, and the foreground was blurred, but he recovered in an instant, and he was still stepping on a bluestone. Seeing several crystal-clear white bones inlaid on the bluestone slab with gleaming runes, the corners of Shi Zhang's mouth slightly raised, thinking of what Emperor Wangtian would do in the future, he secretly thought not to be in vain. Although breaking a few pieces of bluestone would be in danger of being expelled, but if it seems like one piece, the rules of the false god realm will only give a warning. Compared with a precious bone, this innocuous warning was ignored by Shi Zhang. Chapter 29 Breaking the Passage, Ethnographic Bag. Shi Zhang mobilized all his strength, his body became crystal clear, and his arms were made of divine gold, shining with precious light. He raised his arm and slapped hard on the bluestone board below him, making a loud noise. The people in the original place were stunned, and they all left after hearing the sound, only to find a small body of 5 or 6 years old shaking the bluestone slab of the passage. Haha, which family's descendant is this? It's really funny. Someone laughed. That's right, it probably came out of some desolate place, and got the attention of Dao Baogu. The onlookers were all happy, with smiles on their faces. However, some sharp-eyed people discovered that there was a crack on the bluestone slab. Like seeing a ghost, he stared at the passage with wide-eyed eyes, speechless in shock. What's wrong? Someone in the same company asked, seeing him like this. But soon he also became like this, because the small body in the passage raised and lowered its palms, and the cracks on it became bigger and bigger, and anyone who got closer could see it. After more than a dozen palms fell, the bluestone slab broke with a sound, and several precious bones inside floated out. Shi Zhang hurriedly stretched out his hand to grab the one with the most radiance. The other precious bones instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Sure enough, Shi Zhang said in a low voice. The crowd of onlookers turned into petrification. What the hell is this? Someone really broke the bluestone slab of the passage and got the treasure bone. Even so, that person still had a dissatisfied look on his face, as if the false god realm owed him something. Forget it, it's better to have something than nothing, Shi Zhang thought, put away the treasure bone, and began to clock in silently. He looked up, and found a large group of people staring at him at the entrance of the passage, smiling a little embarrassedly. Little friend, as a gift from the sky, I am willing to exchange a large amount of essence wall for this precious bone. I wonder what you would like. An old man with white hair and beard walked out of the crowd with a smile. Master Jingbi, Shi Zhang blurted out the moment he saw him, his past life memory flashed. Go, who is Master Jingbi? The smile on the old man's face froze instantly. At this moment, a misty stone tablet rose, and a line of bright words was engraved on it. Crush the original passage, and reward the original treasure bone. Everyone destroyed the passage speechlessly, and there was even a reward. Shi Zhang trotted over. There were 2 blank lines on the steel. It seemed that he had to complete it himself. But now he is a spiritual body, without any pen, ink or carving knife. How can this leave traces? You can use your finger to replace the pen. An old man with a 5-color sparrow on his shoulder reminded. Shi Zhang turned his head to look at him, and also blurted out, "Thank you, bird master." There were 3 black lines on the old man's forehead, so he shouldn't have said anything. Shi Zhang originally wanted to get close. He knew that these 2 were giants in ancient times, the people of the Supreme Palace, and Master now was a fierce man known as the second in the world. It's a pity that their research on reincarnation grass and resurgence grass caused memory loss, and their current cultivation base is too low, so think about it or forget it. Shi Zhang ran to the stone tablet, stretched out his index finger, thought for a while, and wrote down his code name in the false god realm in one go, Great Good Man. The people who followed him were surprised. This little guy is actually named after this. Could it be that the descendant of the legendary Xiao Shishan came, To remind yourself to do good deeds. But thinking of his behavior of slapping the passage to take the treasure bone with several slaps earlier, everyone shook their heads again, and quickly denied this guess in their hearts. The second line is to write about which aspect of himself has broken through the limit. Shi Zhang thought about it for a while, and finally wrote, the most handsome. What the hell is this? The air suddenly became quiet, everyone was petrified in place. This kid is really top quality. Even the Void God realm seemed a little surprised. The words written by Shi Zhang on it appeared and disappeared, as if deliberating whether to record this so-called best. In the end, the characters of the stone bell were materialized and engraved on the stone tablet, shining brightly, and the brilliance of showing off spread in all directions. Not only in the initial land, but also in the other higher-level caves and blessed lands, stone monuments also appeared, announcing the world, brilliant and brilliant, attracting everyone's attention. Someone broke the record. Who is it? What kind of record did they break? Most people pay attention to this kind of record-breaking moment, which means that someone has reached the current peak in a certain aspect, although it is likely that he is also an extraordinary person in the real world, worth making friends with. If it is a new star, it will attract all major forces to woo them and attract them to their own forces. So I don't know how many people are reading the content on the stele at the same time. Break the original passage, and reward the original treasure bone. Everyone exclaimed, this is okay, it is obviously maliciously damaging the false god realm, so why is there a reward? When they read the following words, their expressions were even more weird. Great benevolent person, who are you lying to? Which kind person would do such a thing? He is clearly a greedy person, and he actually got Dao Baogu's attention. The most handsome. Everyone in the Void God realm was stunned after reading this, their throats seemed to be stuck, and they couldn't speak. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses and swarmed towards the original place. I also want to try to go to the initial stage to see if I can break the stone slab of the passage, and maybe I can get the treasure bone. Another rookie has appeared, let's see if I can win him over. What an arrogant boy, he claims to be the most handsome, I want to see his true face. Most people rush towards the original place with these three thoughts, among which the third one is the most. When the stele recorded the information filled in by Shi Zhang, the mechanical voice sounded again in Shi Zhang's heart. The host task is completed, and you can receive rewards. Reward 1, a boundary crossing talisman. Reward 2, a race bag. Do you want to claim it immediately? After hearing the reward, Shi Zhang immediately understood that the two because of the usefulness, his heart was turbulent. This boundary crossing talisman is a treasure that can randomly travel to other worlds. It can be experienced in another world and find opportunities. Its value is immeasurable. If you use it well, you can grow yourself rapidly. But after the excitement passed, Shi Zhang immediately calmed down. Although this cross-border talisman is good, it is not sure which world it will go to. In case of traveling to a more dangerous and cruel place than this world, with my current strength, let alone chance, I might even lose my life there. Oh, let's wait until we are stronger. Shi Zhang sighed inwardly, and focused on another reward. The human race bag is the treasure of space. The space inside is endless. If its own power is strong enough to activate it, it is a pity that it swallows the sky and absorbs everything, and its effect is self-evident. If I don't get it now, can I still get it in the future? Shi Zhang asked. You can do it at any time. I'll get the transgression talisman later, and get the race bag first. Shi Zhang made a decision. Ding! The system has confirmed that the ethnicity bag has been received successfully. The mechanical voice said. As soon as the words fell, Shi Zhang felt his waist sink, and there was something extra. He stretched out his right hand and took out a yellow bag. This human race bag seems to be made of coarse cloth, with a red string tied to the mouth of the bag. There are no runes or rays of light on it, and there is no powerful aura emanating from it. There is only a red circular seal with a Wan on it. Words have a charm of simplicity. Shi Zhang cheerfully opened the mouth of the bag, put the treasure bone he just got into it, and then hung it back on his waist. This human race bag can be manifested in the false god realm, which is enough to show that it is extraordinary and not as ordinary as it looks. During this period, many people stared at the precious bone with shining eyes, and began to think in their hearts. Chapter 30 People of the Rain Clan, Face Slap Sound. There are more and more people in the initial place, and the sea of people seems to be crowded, and the stone bell is surrounded by 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. Is this the kid who smashed the tunnel? Someone asked in surprise. Who is the brat? Shi Zhang glared at him. You dare to be called the most handsome? Some masters folded fans in long gowns, opened the precious fans in their hands with a swipe, and fanned them lightly. The meaning was self-evident. Yes, if you are not convinced, you can break a record and write like this. Shi Zhang glanced at him and said. You. The man wanted to refute, but was choked. He also wanted to, but he knew his ability and couldn't break the record. Little brother, we have collected 100 fine biscuits of your precious bones. Someone opened his mouth and pushed forward. 100 fine biscuits, it's too little, besides, I haven't planned to sell it yet. Shi Zhang looked at this person, obviously the visitor was not kind. There are a lot of 100 fine biscuits, young people must be content, otherwise they may not get anything, and they are still in danger. The man's tone became more serious, although it seemed to be persuading, but the thread meant that everyone could hear it come out. This man is so unreasonable. Someone in the crowd whispered. Hush, keep your voice down, this is a member of the Yu clan, the most arrogant and domineering, don't let them hear. His partner turned pale when he heard this, and quickly covered his mouth. But the people present were all monks, and their facial features were so sharp that most of them heard what he said. The people from the Yu clan glanced at him, immediately turning the faces of those two into ashes. However, the other party has not made an attack yet. After all, it is real to get the treasure bone first. As for Shi Zhang, they didn't take it very seriously. Breaking through the passage and the so-called most handsome are both very watery. Most likely they took advantage of loopholes, and they don't have much strength. Shi Zhang also heard the conversation between the two, and looked at the group in front of him with a smile on his face. In my memory, the woman who dug up the bones of the little one was from the Yu clan. Not only had she been helping others, she was also Shi Yi's backstage. It was delivered to the door. The precious bone is on me, come and get it. Shi Zhang looked at him with a half-smile. Seeing Shi Zhang's expression, the man felt a little guilty, but he quickly calmed down. He was just a 5 or 6-year-old kid, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He mustered up his courage and strode up to Shi Zhang, stretched out a hand, and said in a deep voice, bring it. Oh, good. Shi Zhang took out the treasure bone from the human race bag, and handed it over to Shi Zhang, to the opponent's hands. The crowd around the audience were amazed, and some people beat their chests and stamped their feet. They didn't expect this brat to be so timid. If he had known that he might have asked for it first, he might have gotten it. You're sensible. A smile appeared on the man's face. He was a member of the Rain clan, and ordinary monks would dare to resist. But the smile on his face was quickly replaced by a ferocious one, and beads of sweat dripped from the top of his head. Because when the kid on the opposite side reached out and handed him the treasure bone, he took advantage of the situation and held his palm. The force from the other party's white and tender little hand was astonishingly strong, like a pair of pliers squeezing his hand through the precious bone. The precious bones of the ancient relics were so hard, he could hear the creaking sound from his own bones, and he was about to be crushed by the opponent. Why haven't you come back yet? The members of the Yu clan felt that something was wrong. The two held a strange posture as if they were shaking hands. That Yu clan member was also stubborn. He didn't want to lose face in front of so many people. Even though his face was distorted, he still didn't call for help, and when he saw Shi Zhang still looked at him with the half-smile expression before. It's quite resistant. Shi Zhang increased his strength a little bit, and crushed his hand bones with a thud, causing all 5 fingers to stick together. Ah, the man finally couldn't hold on anymore. The backlog of pain erupted in an instant, and he let out a terrifying scream, which stunned everyone present. What happened? The members of the Yu clan rushed over upon hearing the sound. Seeing their companions' hands were bloody, they immediately understood what happened just now. Even dared to offend members of my Yu clan, courting death. The 5 men shouted loudly, and directly attacked, using their own precious techniques to kill Shi Zhang on the spot, demonstrating the majesty of the Yu clan. Hey, what is the Rain clan? The stone bell moved, like a dragon going out to sea, leaping forward, as fast as lightning, and slapped each of them in midair, making them fly backwards. The surrounding audience were stunned. This good man was too fierce. The clear and loud applause was hitting the face of the Rain clan. Half of the faces of these 5 people swelled up after landing, and each of them turned into a pig's head. They are from the Rain clan, an ancient family. They were slapped by a child today. They were furious and rushed forward again. Papa. There were several crisp applause again, and the 5 people flew back in an instant, faster than they rushed, and spit out a few bloody teeth in midair. This way is symmetrical and full of beauty. Shi Zhang rested his chin on one hand, looked at the 5 people, and nodded in satisfaction. People who hurt me from the Yu clan, neither the false god realm nor the reality will have a place for you. There were dozens of people from the Yu clan present, and they angrily shouted, put away their previous contempt, and moved away. Baoshu attacked Shi Zhang together, and they all tried their best to kill them. So many people murdered a child, it's really. Someone sighed, but it's a pity that he is only a member of a small family, and he can't afford to provoke such a giant as the Yu clan. Good time. Facing the siege of so many people, Shi Zhang did not retreat but advanced, and launched an attack on his own initiative. How terrifying is his current physical strength, surpassing the pure-blooded ancient fierce beast heirs, breaking the limit. In this initial place, everyone can only exert the strength of the blood-moving realm, and it is useless to have more of these miscellaneous fish in front of him. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, shuttling among the Yu clan people. His movements were swift, like an antelope hanging horns without a trace. His left and right hands opened his bow at the same time, and crisp applause sounded one after another, with a rhythm. Crack, 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 crack. Following the sound of slaps, people from the chaotic crowd besieging Shi Zhang flew into the air and fell in an elegant arc. Both have 2 bright red palm prints. A moment later, Shi Zhang stood in an open space, and all the people who had besieged him just now were thrown away with his palms. The hearts of the onlookers were one after another. This is where the gods and men ran out. They were not afraid of the ancient aristocratic Yu clan and slapped their clansmen in the face. Everyone wondered if this was a dream. There were people who had the same thoughts as the Yu clan before, but it was a little late to start. They were depressed just now, but now they are patted their chests and feel lucky. If they made a move first, they would be the one who is swollen into a pig's head at this moment. Immediately, while everyone was gloating, they also had some sympathy for the Yu clan. This clan is used to being arrogant, and few people in the false god realm have a good impression of them. Chapter 31 Shi Zhang shows his power and sweeps away all. It's not fun, you go and ask for help, Shi Zhang urged. This once again exceeded the expectations of the onlookers. Shouldn't the people who took care of an ancient family run away immediately, at least to prevent them from looking for helpers? But this good man actually did the opposite, wishing they could find more people. Go, why are you standing still? Shi Zhang urged again. And kicked a member of the Rain clan in the ass. Run. To humiliate themselves, 2 bright red palm prints hung on their faces, and being watched by so many people, they all felt ashamed and scattered in an instant. You are dead, wait to be killed, even your power will be wiped out. Someone from the Rain clan shouted after running away. I can't hear what you said, come over and say it. Shi Zhang responded, taking 2 steps towards him. Hearing that, the man ran faster and disappeared from sight in an instant. Does anyone else want this precious bone? Shi Zhang raised the glistening bone in his hand. No, no, everyone shook their heads like rattles. Little friend is really extraordinary, but hurry up and leave, you will be in trouble when someone from the higher cave comes down. Someone kindly persuaded. Oh, it's all right, Mr. Xie Jingbi. Shi Zhang laughed, not thinking about it at all. Uncle Jingbi's expression was as weird as if he had eaten a dead fly, and he couldn't care less about a brat, so he slipped into the crowd. The onlookers were not afraid of making a big fuss, and they all called their friends to come here to watch the fun, and more people gathered at the beginning. Not long after, people from the higher cave came down from the passage. There were nearly 100 people, all of whom were strong. The leader was aggressive, his face was full of murderous intent, and he shouted loudly as soon as he arrived at the initial place. Where is the great benevolent man? Come over and give the head. Oh, good man, I'm here. Here, see. Shi Zhang jumped up, trying to wave his arms, for fear that others would not see him. He has 129,600 caddies of divine power in one arm, and he can look down on all opponents in this initial land. Even if the descendants of the gods come, they will be suppressed. The onlookers looked at him so excited that he met his relatives, and they were a little speechless. They are here to kill you, not to reconnect with you, so what? Seeing the men of the Yu clan approaching aggressively, everyone voluntarily made way for them. Is he the one who beat all of you? The Yu clan leader asked suspiciously when he saw Shi Zhang was so young. Yeah, a man with red and swollen faces said, he was the one who led the way. At this time, he was so ashamed of being asked by the senior members of the Yu clan, and wanted to find a crack in the ground to sneak in. Even if you have some skills, you shouldn't go against my Yu clan, go to hell. The leader swung his iron fist and threw it at Shi Zhang's head, and he killed him as soon as he came up. This person has a huge body, and runes appear on the bronze-colored muscles, shining with light, and he has used a treasure technique. With his own strength plus the enhancement of the treasure technique, when he swings his fists, there is a whistling sound, which is extremely powerful. This little baby is miserable. This fist has a strength of tens of thousands of caddies, and the distance is so close, it is difficult to avoid it. Someone said, and many women were blindfolded, afraid of seeing a cruel scene. This person is indeed very strong, he can punch tens of thousands of caddies with one punch, but the physical strength of tens of thousands of caddies is completely different from the strength of 10,000 caddies with one punch. Hey, Shi Zhang raised his right hand, without using any treasure, he punched the opponent's fist. Hey, if he is fast, he can still avoid it. It's unwise to go head to head. He's still too young. Some people shook their heads, not optimistic about Shi Zhang. Because the other party's arms are bigger than Shi Zhang's body, who is less than 6 years old, compared with them, his slender and white arms look weak and not frightened, and I am afraid that the two will break if they collide with each other. A cruel look appeared on the strong man's face, and the strength in his hand was a little bit heavier. He wanted to blow that ignorant kid to pieces with one punch. Crack, the two fists collided instantly, and there was a crisp fracture sound. Everyone mourned in their hearts, feeling cruel. Which force came out of this? Why no adults were watching, young, and didn't know how to advance or retreat? This time they ended up disabled or even dead. Being blown up like this, in the real world, the mind will also be severely damaged, and it is likely to be completely devastated. Ah, the scream sounded as promised, but it was a rough male voice. Everyone took a closer look and found that Shi Zhang was standing there safe and sound, with no injuries on his body. And the huge Yu clan man held his right arm tightly with his left hand. The right arm that had punched Shi Zhang was completely broken, the bones inside were broken into several pieces, and the stubble pierced through the skin and exposed to the outside. Here it comes, the muscles, bones and muscles are turned outwards, and the blood spurts out, looking horrific. Do you know if you're wrong, the Rain clan is nothing. Shi Zhang jumped up, gave him a slap, and made him spin twice in the air and fly out. Looking for death. The remaining members of the Yu clan yelled, slanting wind and drizzle rain slashing the moon and the stars. This is the exclusive combination skill of the Yu clan. Those who have mastered this skill can use it together to double the power. At this time, nearly 100 members of the Yu clan in the initial land performed it together, and the sky in the initial land became overcast, and one after another dark clouds drifted over. All the onlookers retreated, fearing that it would hurt the fish in the pond and hurt themselves. However, members of the Yu clan did not dare to offend the public, because among these people there were quite a few powerful children who were not weaker than the Yu clan. They controlled the range of this technique to a smaller range, and the dark clouds all overlapped, making it even more powerful. Layers of dark clouds in the sky enveloped the stone bell, making it so dark that people felt breathless. Suddenly, fine rain began to fall from the clouds, but all of them turned into sharp knives, and the cold light flickered, trying to pierce the stone bell. Everyone was terrified. The Rain clan was indeed terrifying, and they were not to be provoked. This kind of treasure technique turned raindrops into indestructible sharp blades, and they fell from the sky so densely, how could they resist it? Shi Zhang got serious and didn't underestimate it. He used the purple gold blood power in his body to reveal a protective light on his body surface. Dang, clang, clang. The sound of gold and stone colliding was heard endlessly, and the stone bell radiated purple gold light, blocking all these sharp blades and failing to penetrate this layer of precious light. Under the dim dark clouds, the stone bell was surrounded by purple golden light, setting off his young body extremely noble and conspicuous, like a god in the lower realm. Hey, little Doyle! Shi Zhang jumped up violently, at an extremely fast speed, rushing into the crowd of the Rain clan like a hungry tiger. Dull voices sounded one after another, mixed with the sound of bone cracking from time to time. Shi Zhang rampaged in the crowd, using both fists and feet, everyone only saw purple gold light flashing among the figures, and some people kept vomiting blood and fell to the ground. Chapter 32 The Genius of the Rain Clan, the First Life Scroll. Oh my god, everyone exclaimed, this is too unbelievable, a seemingly harmless child, even ignoring the Rain Clan's combined attack skill, bathed in sharp blades, and nearly 100 people vomited blood from the beating. Although Shi Zhang was small in stature, he moved very quickly. It didn't take long for these people to be beaten and lying on the ground vomiting blood, unable to get up. These people killed him, but he didn't show mercy. He broke more than half of their bones and howled. Can you guys do it? I'm not enough to beat you. A family as big as the Rain Clan doesn't have any powerful characters. Shi Zhang sat down on the leader's strong man, and his strength was so great that he kept crying. Although your combat power is not very good, you are really thick-skinned. My hand was severely injured. Do you usually only quench your body there? Shi Zhang shook his hand seriously, and blew lightly. Not to mention the people involved in the Yu clan, even the onlookers didn't believe it. Even a sharp blade from the sky can't do anything to his precious body, and he insisted that he was seriously injured by hitting someone in the face. Who would believe that? Our Rain Clan Tianzhao will come soon, just wait. The leader said viciously. My hand is hurt like this, it's time to come over and talk about compensation. Shi Zhang nodded. Let them go. A woman in Xingyi came with lotus steps. Her body is white and crystal clear, her facial features are exquisite, her eyes are big and watery, and she has a unique spirituality, just like a woman walking out of a painting. It's one of the twin heroes of the Yu clan, Yu Zimo. Someone exclaimed and said her name. Shuangji, how about another one? Shi Zhang raised his head and asked. He's not here right now. Yu Zimo said, his words were calm and peaceful, and he didn't get angry because of what happened on the court. You are very mysterious, you can't see the future, you can't see the past, and the trajectory of your fate is covered by a layer of mist, so you can't guess. Yu Zimo said in a clear and pleasant voice. Thank you for helping me with my fortune-telling, but you haven't figured out anything, and you still have to pay a price to take them away. Shi Zhang said with a smile. There was nothing unusual on his surface, but he was relieved inwardly. This woman practiced the technique of picture scroll of one life, but knew the past and future. It was very secretive. Shi Zhang was really afraid that she would see something. What do you want? Yu Zimo said, still not angry, with a sense of detachment, as if she didn't care about everything in this world. Noble phantasm, township treasure art, all are fine, I am kind and talkative. Shi Zhang said. Yu Zimo shook her head lightly. The Yu clan didn't intend to pay any price, otherwise it would be like bowing her head like a little doll. What is the majesty of the big family? I don't have any of these, but I am ordered by the clan to take away the person. Yu Zimo said, although the words were light, there was an unquestionable flavor. You can try. Shi Zhang instantly became serious, ready to fight. Yu Zimo didn't move, but mottled ancient characters emerged behind him, emitting a blue light, with an inexplicable power. Have you thought about it clearly? Yu Zimo said, her voice was clear and powerful, and she wanted to win without fighting. Let's fight. Shi Zhang only responded with 2 words, and jumped up from the Yu clan man to attack. Go. Yu Zimo waved his lotus root arm, and the ancient characters behind him shone brightly, pressing towards Shi Zhang. These few ancient characters surrounded the stone bell, flowing out energy, connecting them into one body, and a grand and heavy power was born to seal the stone bell. Break it for me. Shi Zhang stretched out his fists and kicked up a fierce wind, smashing on the ancient characters. Dang! A kind of ripple emanated from the impact point, accompanied by a loud noise. Shi Zhang's mind was shocked by this energy, and his mind shook slightly. This kind of ancient character is really extraordinary. It integrates attack and defense. It is very difficult for ordinary people to break through. But Shi Zhang is not an ordinary person. With all his strength, he swung his fists quickly with all his strength. The ripples produced by the impact spread out like ripples, and Shi Zhang was the first to bear the brunt. I saw him hold Yuanshui, stabilize his mind, and finally broke through the word under continuous bombardment, broke through, and still faced the rain. Zemo went to kill her, wanting to capture her as a bargaining chip. Everyone was amazed. This little boy was more ferocious than they thought. He actually broke Zemo's magic technique with his physical strength, and punched out abruptly. The picture scroll of the first life. Zemo was also a little surprised, and used his most powerful treasure technique. Yu Zimo emitted a hazy white light all over her body, as if she wanted to fly away. Her feet left the ground. In the void, there are continuously ancient characters of talisman culture imprinted on it, densely packed, innumerable, forming a picture scroll. Seal. Yu Zimo scolded lightly, and the picture scroll composed of ancient characters appeared on top of Shi Zong's head in an instant, wanting to include him in the picture. Break it again. 3 silver moons appeared behind the stone bell. They overlapped and combined, rotating at high speed, going up against the scroll. The ancient characters are connected into one, and the silver moon cuts at high speed. The two sides are in a stalemate and fierce confrontation, with silver and cyan rays of light splashing. In the end, a divine bird flew out of the silver moon, spread its wings, and almost broke through the scroll, but it was still a little short. The silver moon dimmed and disintegrated quickly, and some of the ancient characters on the scroll were also worn away. Shi Zhang was a little surprised. He had already understood the treasure technique of the ancient demon bird to a very high level. The temples above were almost manifested, but he didn't expect it to be successful. This picture scroll of one life is indeed an extraordinary skill. However, a lot of the ancient characters on it have also been obliterated. Shi Zhang stepped on the ground with both feet and jumped up from the ground. The purple gold body protection appeared, and the golden thunderbolt attached to his arms was shining brightly. He punched on the scroll. The picture scroll was directly pierced by Shi Zhang's punch, and the ancient characters wanted to spread up from his arm to seal it, but they were all shattered by the golden thunder above. He broke Yu Zimo's treasure. Someone exclaimed. This picture scroll of one life is Yu Zimo's technique of becoming famous. I don't know how many Tianzhou were sealed in it and couldn't break free, but today they were smashed by a punch. This little figure is really domineering, simple and straightforward, full of violent beauty. It's time for me to make a move. Shi Zhang smashed her 2 kinds of treasures in succession, and came close to her. When Shi Zhang raised his hand, he punched violently, without any intention of pity. Before the fist arrived, the strong wind of the fist had already rustled Yu Zimo's clothes. Yu Zimo felt the power of collapsing mountains and couldn't resist. She quickly sacrificed a bone umbrella, opened the umbrella, and blocked in front of her. Boom! Shi Zhang punched it, and the runes on the umbrella shone brightly, dispelling his power. Even so, Yu Zimo was thrown more than 10 meters away by this punch. Her hands were in severe pain and almost broke. Is this guy a humanoid monster? Yu Zimo was shocked. The opponent's physical body was in a complete mess, and he couldn't match him in a place where he could only use the strength of the blood-moving realm. Chapter 33 The Decree of the Gods, the Suppression of Words. He also said that there is no treasure. Shi Zhang turned into a gust of wind and rushed over. Since the other party didn't give it, he just grabbed it. Runes flashed on Yu Zimo's body, and she was urging the treasure with her own power. The lines on this treasure began to shine, and then flew towards the stone clock, hanging above his head and spinning around. Tianluo umbrella, take it. Yu Zimo scolded lightly. Tianluo umbrella. Shi Zhang raised his head and found a suction force coming from under the umbrella, trying to pull him in. It's not the real Tianluo umbrella, it's just an imitation, but it's enough for you. Yu Zimo said. Really? Shi Zhang took out the precious bone obtained on the bluestone slab. This precious bone contains the power of space, which can be used to shake the bone umbrella on the head. Sure enough, after Shi Zhang urged this bone with the divine light in his body, the Tianluo umbrella on top of his head began to tremble slightly, and its attraction was greatly reduced. Shi Zhang jumped up from the ground, stretched out his hand and grabbed the bone umbrella, then put it away, held it in his hand and looked at it. Not bad, it's a good baby. Shi Zhang was quite satisfied. Give it back to me. Yu Zimo was in a hurry, and rushed towards Shi Zhang, wanting to take it back. If this bone umbrella spirit fell into Shi Zhang's hands, even the power of the Tianluo umbrella outside her would be greatly reduced, and it would eventually be reduced for all things. Hey, it's mine in my hand. Shi Zhang chuckled, swept the umbrella in his hand, and hit Yu Zimo, sending her flying. Even one of the Yu clan's heroes has been defeated, who else can surrender him? Someone asked. Quickly ask Shi Yijun to kill this beast. The Yu clan elder shouted, his expression slightly flustered. When Shi Yi was mentioned, the originally flustered members of the Yu clan became full of confidence. In their hearts, Shi Yi is a god-like existence, with double pupils and a supreme bone, who can compete with him. The God-man with double pupils and the supreme bone is coming, you will have nowhere to escape but death. The Yu clan was full of confidence. Hey, is the supreme bone his? Shi Zhang laughed, but his expression was very cold, as if he was about to freeze people, with strong killing intent flying everywhere. The supreme bone of the 1-year-old boy was pulled out alive and connected to Shi Yi's body. Who could bear this kind of pain? He was almost weakened to death. Let him avenge the little boy's revenge in the future, beheading this fellow with his own hands, but as the little brother, Shi Zhang doesn't mind charging some interest today. Shi Yi will blow his spirit and body into a rain of blood if he comes. The core members of the Yu clan's faces were a bit ugly when they heard the words. This matter had been rumored in the outside world, but they exerted great pressure from the Yu clan, and with Shi Yi's success in transplanting the supreme bone, he must be a god who walks the world in the future. It is easy to offend, so it is slowly suppressed. To be mentioned by Shi Zhang in front of so many people today is like tearing apart the glamorous appearance of this big family. Put on the kill list. Who is this person? For a while, many people were guessing the identity of this great good man. The son of God of our clan must not be offended. He dares to frame him even when he is about to die. The big man of the Yu clan said, with a ferocious expression on his face. He refused to admit it. Hey, no one in the world knows the truth. It's not something you can cover up with your face. As for Shi Yi, if he dares to come, I'll kill him. Shi Zhang said word by word, his voice shaking the void. Ring. Arrogance. The elder of the Yu clan scolded. The person who went to ask for help came back, but it turned out that Shi Yi was in seclusion, isolated from the outside world, and could not be contacted. Hearing this, Shi Zhang felt that he couldn't vent his anger against Shi Yi today, and felt a little regretful, so he sighed softly. This sigh was clearly heard by everyone present, and the elders of the Yu clan were even more furious. Crazy man, do you think my Yu clan can't do anything to you? My Yu clan is a family that has produced gods. The elder of the Yu clan shouted. So what, isn't he dead? If he doesn't die, ask him to come over and kill him with one hand. Shi Zhang didn't care. He knew very well what the so-called god was, and he would reach it in the future, and will be far beyond. There is no sense of awe at all. Not to mention that the so-called god of the Yu clan is dead. Even if he is not dead, with the willow god by his side, his coming here is just a nourishment. Death to the madman. The elder of the Yu clan took out a black clay pot and lifted the lid. Suddenly, there was a bright light, and the aura of a god appeared, which shocked the surrounding audience. The aura of existence was so shocking that they couldn't help it. Want to kneel down? The elder of the Yu clan cut his wrist, a large amount of blood dripped, and the light in it became more intense, illuminating the surrounding area brightly. The elders of the Yu clan muttered words, and the light gradually faded away, but the aura of the gods became stronger and stronger. Finally, a piece of pale yellow paper flew out of the pot and spread out in midair. There is only one word, cutting, on it, and the breath of panic emanates from this word, like an invisible raging wave. The space around it is distorted, the order is affected, and it is about to exceed the limit of the original limit. God's Dharma paper, everyone present exclaimed, being influenced by the power above, they almost wanted to worship. This is the power of the gods, beyond the power of the world, unrivaled. Suppress and kill. Everyone in the Yu clan shouted in unison. The light yellow paper flowed brightly, and the divine light of order flickered, as if a god was recovering. It was terrifying. Shi Zhang watched from the beginning to the end. He didn't run away, and he didn't interrupt them. Although this god's decree is strong, it will definitely not be able to surpass the blood-moving realm under the suppression of the false god realm. Since this is the case, there is nothing to be afraid of. He wants to smash this decree head-on, and let the people of the Yu clan know that if they fight at the same level, even their gods will be suppressed if they come over. With the concerted efforts of the members of the Rain clan, this piece of rain god paper was fully activated, and a large number of golden raindrops shot out from the yellow paper, which was contaminated with the power of the gods, trying to pierce the stone bell. Come on, Shi Zhang yelled at the sky, full of fighting spirit. He mobilized all the power in his body, blood surged all over his body, a purple-gold protective light appeared, and at the same time, hundreds of golden thunderbolts burst out from his fingers, striking at the rain god French paper. Is this person crazy? All the onlookers were terrified. They didn't expect that someone would not evade or retreat in the face of the gods' legal system, resisted head-on, and manipulated treasures to obliterate the will of the gods in the legal system. The golden raindrops were extremely fast, densely falling on the body of the stone bell. There were many fine blood holes on his body, and blood flowed out. Xizong was not surprised by this situation. The power contained in these golden raindrops almost broke the limit of the blood-moving realm, and it was reasonable to penetrate the precious light of the purple gold body protection. But he didn't panic. These golden raindrops penetrated the precious light of the body protection, and at the same time, their power dropped greatly. In addition, his body was as hard as precious iron. These golden raindrops only penetrated the flesh, and did not hurt his fundamentals. So although Xizong was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable, he was actually fine. Chapter 34 Shred the decree, and the Yu clan will be wiped out. You can't, Xizong said, full of fighting spirit. The golden thunder and lightning burst out with strong energy and struck the god paper, shaking it for a while. The onlookers were stunned. There were actually some people who were not afraid of the power of the gods, but wanted to challenge the will of the gods. Is this something humans can do? After the god paper stabilized, the power became even more terrifying. The radiance was so bright that everything around it was bright white, and the aura of the gods filled the air, as if the gods were angry after being provoked and wanted to kill all those who rebelled against the gods. The word, cutting, on it was filled with mist. The spirit paper trembled slightly, and the golden raindrops poured down on the stone bell like heavy rain. Hey, the light on. Xizong's body was shining brightly, and a large number of golden runes appeared in the space behind him. After these runes were combined, they formed a golden winged rock sculpture that dominates the world, lifelike, as if poured from divine gold. This golden winged rock seemed to be alive. Its gong-sized eyes glowed with golden light, staring sharply at the decree of the gods. Its wings spread, and its body leaned forward, as if it was preparing to hunt. After Xizong comprehended the illustration of the golden winged rock fighting the gods on the original true explanation, he had a deeper understanding of this golden rock fighting dragon technique, which is reflected at this moment. Xizong opened his arms, wrapped in thick golden light, as if he had turned into golden rock wings, and the gods in the sky gathered into colorful rain of light, pouring into his body frantically. Every inch of his flesh and blood was glowing, his energy was gushing out, the divine light in his body was brilliant, and his energy was saturated. With a leap, his body was lifted from the ground, like a pung hitting the sky, and the light on his body was shining brightly. At the same time, the golden winged rock behind Xizong screamed at the sky, spread its wings, and the two hit the god's decree fiercely at the same time. Boom! There was a dull sound, and the light yellow decree of the gods was sent flying horizontally, and the light dimmed a lot. Xizong took the opportunity to grab a corner of the decree and did not let go. Body. The originally flat decree became distorted as the stone bell fell one foot after another, and the word, cutting, on it almost came out of the paper. Xizong raised his right hand and activated the Suani treasure technique. A golden thunder appeared in his hand immediately. He punched the Nafa word down. The golden thunder splashed everywhere. He insisted not to let it come out. The destructive energy burst out from the cutting characters, like the wrath of a god, blasting Xizong's fist into a bloody mess, exposing the bones. But Xizong didn't stop, and his aura became even worse. With an invincible aura, despite the decree of the gods to struggle, he just concentrated all his strength on his fists, and with the power of collapsing mountains, punched down one after another. My god, what is he doing? Everyone felt that their brains were not enough. Originally, when the decree of the gods came out, everyone thought that this little baby would be killed without any suspense. But now the opponent not only resisted the attack of the gods head-on, but also took the initiative to use primitive treasures to kill him personally, grabbed the decree of the gods, and rode on it to punch and kick. Is this going against the sky? Xizong's single arm contains 129,600 caddies of force. How terrifying it is to go all out. Even a mountain can be smashed through by him. At the same time, Xizong used the Jinpeng fighting dragon technique to bombard him with all his strength, but it couldn't stand it anymore, and fell from the sky unsteadily. The character, cutting, that originally radiated immeasurable light also became dim, and there was no longer any terrifying energy flowing out. Xizong stepped on the decree with his feet to prevent it from escaping, then grasped the word, cutting, with both hands at the same time, exerted force with both arms, and directly tore it in half. That's it. Xizong crumpled the word, cutting, into a ball, threw it on the ground, stepped on it with one big foot, turned his ankle, and crushed it fiercely. Everyone in the Yu clan felt that they were in a dream and could not accept this result. This is the decree of the gods, which contains the will of the rain god, but it was blown away and trampled underfoot. When Shi is out of customs, ask him to crawl over and lead him to death. Shi Zhang said coldly, although his body was covered in blood and tattered, he had an aura that I was invincible. Then he rushed into the crowd of the Rain clan, shot with all his strength, blasted everyone into a rain of blood, and dissipated in the false god realm. In the center of the Yu clan, a large group of people spat out a mouthful of old blood, their faces were pale, and their spirits were listless. Find out the real identity of this kid for me, and kill him immediately, and don't let him grow any longer. Shi Zhang finished killing the Yu clan. After that person, he sat down cross-legged on the spot, drawing the spirits from the world to repair his injured body. The power of this decree of the gods almost broke the initial limit, and the decree itself is equivalent to a treasure. When it was destroyed, it was backlashed by the will of the rain god, and it suffered a lot of injuries. The Yu clan in the false god realm was wiped out by a 5 or 6-year-old child. Go and see. Someone quit the false god realm to spread the news. Is it true or not? It's impossible. Many people don't believe it, but it is an ancient family that gave birth to gods. Whether there is a fake or not, I was on the spot. Not only did Yu Zemo lose the battle, he even tore up the decree of the gods invited by the Yu clan. It was too violent, the man recalled, and his body was still shivering with lingering fear, trembling. Where is Shi Yi? He is the nephew of the Yu clan. He didn't make a move. I heard that he is in closed-door training, but the man is still in the false god realm, and asked Shi Yi to go out and crawl over to lead him to death. Wow, let's go and see which family's successor is so fierce. A large group of people scrambled to enter the false god realm, wanting to see the fierce man's demeanor. Shi Zhang didn't know that this matter had already become an uproar. He was still recovering from his wounds in the false god realm. People around him didn't dare to approach him, so they consciously left him an open space. After Shi Zhang finished healing his wounds, he found that there were more than 10 times the number of people around him, and there was a mass of people shaking. The same thing is that they all looked at themselves, and felt a little embarrassed to be stared at by so many pairs of eyes at once. Is there something wrong? Shi Zhang asked. No, no, a large group of people shook their heads at the same time. At this time, the stele reappeared, with a line of bright characters on it. Tear apart the decree of the rain god and set an initial record. Wow, everyone thought it was very interesting. The decree of the gods was destroyed by the stone bell. This was a slap in the face of the Yu clan, but the void god realm actually recorded it, so the bright red palm print will not fade away. Shi Zhang was familiar with the road this time, and wrote 4 large characters on the first blank line. But that's it. Quote, the second line of the stone bell wrote, the most courageous. This time, the false god realm readily engraved the record filled in by the stone bell on the stone tablet, and the light shone brightly, and more advanced caves also appeared everywhere. The stele announced to the world. Chapter 35 Shi Yi Records, Zualu Academy. A multicolored glow fell from the sky, and there was a cloud of light and mist inside. The stone bell reached out and touched it, and an irregular piece of bronze fell down. Reward 1/10 of the ancient bronze wares. A line of golden words appeared in the sky. Shi Zhang was overjoyed, he knew what it was, and when he got it all together, he could get a world-class treasure. He cheerfully put away the bronze fragment, looked around, but did not see Shi Yi's figure, so he walked towards the recording stone. Everyone made way for him and followed behind him. The quaint stone tablets are densely packed with inscriptions, all of which record the records broken by various fierce men in history. Shi Zhang looked it up for a while and found that 2 of them belonged to Shi Yi. One is the record of beheading the 9-headed beast king, and the other is the record of climbing the top of the mountain with physical strength. Since there is no chance to kill Shi Yi today, then all his records will be broken and he will be removed from the stele. Bird Lord, Lord Jingbi, help me find the Beastmaster, at least 10, and the mountain recorded by Shi Yi Chuang. Shi Zhang said, he knew the true identities of these 2 uncles, and it would be best to ask them to help. Who is Master Bird? You bastard. The 2 elders refused to admit it, but there were so many onlookers, and seeing Shi Zhang so strong, they all had the mentality of watching the excitement. Scattered to really look for it. I have to say that there are times when there are many people and strength is very reasonable. Not long after, Someone ran over excitedly and told Shi Zhang that the mountain where Shi Yi set the record had been found. Okay, let me break his record. Shi Zhang couldn't wait to follow the man. Maybe while humiliating Shi Yi, he could also get some rewards like bronze shards. All the onlookers followed behind, forming a long dragon with a huge momentum. After running for a while, I finally arrived at my destination. The terrain here is very unusual. There is a big lake with rippling blue waves in front of it, and the mist is transpiring like a fairyland, and there is a waterfall of 10,000 feet in the back, flying down like a white curtain. Apes cry and beasts roar in the mountains, there are thousands of beasts hidden in it, and there are huge birds in the sky, with a pair of big wings covering the sky and the sun. When Shi Zhang came here, there were already many people waiting here. The nearby mountains were full of people, and some of them were standing on the imperial treasure. This is the place where Shi Yi kicked his feet and directly stepped up to the top of the mountain. His divine power was astonishing. The person who led the way said that he should have been a witness back then. That's right, at that time, many great figures in Tianzhou also tried, but none of them succeeded. Only Shi Yi did it. He really deserves to be called a god. Someone echoed. He's a feather god, look at me. Shi Zhang said without trying to hide it. The people nearby heard it, and many people who had good friends with the Yu clan showed anger on their faces. Shi Zhang looked around and found a mountain that was tens of feet higher. He originally wanted to find a higher one, but the others were too far away and less obvious. This mountain is verdant with verdant pines and white waterfalls competing for splendor, just in sharp contrast to Shi Yi's bare mountain with few trees. You wait for me. Shi Zhang walked to the foot of the mountain, said seriously, took a deep breath, and squatted down. All the onlookers held their breaths and concentrated, including those dignitaries who controlled the treasures, staring at the stone clock with thousands of eyes, ready to witness the arrival of this moment. Shi Zhang calmed down, squatted down, and then lifted the shoes that were about to be taken off with his hands. The crowd around the audience almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. My eyes widened, and you just showed me this. Shi Zhang just did this out of instinct, but he didn't expect to cause an uproar unintentionally. Then, he took a deep breath, exerted strength on his feet, his eyes flashed, and he jumped up on the ground. The whole ground shook and the air buzzed. A large area sank where the stone bell used to be, and spider web-like cracks spread in all directions, bottomless. This fissure has been extended to the Great Lakes, causing a large amount of lake water to pour back. A part of the nearby mountain was also collapsed by the earthquake. Boulders and mud clods rolled down and hit the lake, splashing water into the sky. Shi Zhang's whole body is like a sharp arrow that leaves the string, soaring up into the sky at an extremely fast speed, penetrating through layers of mist, surpassing the mountain top by a large distance, and then descending and stepping on the mountain top. Wow! The surrounding audience exclaimed, as if witnessing a miracle. Their hearts could not be calm for a long time. He really surpassed it. Ever since Shi Yi showed his talents, he has been singing all the way, invincible, and with double pupils, no one can compete with him. The records he set are regarded as miracles by everyone. Now there is someone who broke his record head-on, and has the potential to overwhelm the former. How can it not be amazing? Shi Zhang is standing on the top of a high mountain at this moment, feeling the cold mountain peak blowing by, with clouds and mist under his feet. His eyes are deep, overlooking the earth, and there is a sense of pride and ambition in his heart. In the eyes of everyone, at this moment Shi Zhang's figure became tall and majestic, like a god, inviolable. After a while, Shi Zhang jumped down from the top of the mountain, and hit the ground, where the earth and rocks were flying, and the dust was soaring into the sky. In the thick smoke, Shi Zhang's small body came out. He patted the dust on his body. There was no scar on his body. The precious body was hard to hurt. He walked up to the raised stone tablet and wrote in large characters with a pen, "There are thieves' Yi's nest in the rain." Anyone can understand the meaning. Shi Yi is like a mouse nesting in the Rain clan and dare not appear. The onlookers were all in an uproar. This great good man is really not an easy way to save fuel. He even satirized the Yu clan and Shi Yi together at once. The new member of the Yu clan hid in the distance with a livid face, but he didn't dare to show himself. With Shi Yi absent, they were no match for this great benevolent man at all, and even the decree of the gods had been defeated. Even though Shi Zhang and the Yu clan had turned against each other, there were still many powerful people who were not weaker than the Yu clan came forward and extended an olive branch, hoping to recruit them. Does my little friend have a teacher? If there is no Luoyu pavilion, I welcome you to join me. A kind old man tried to ask. Hearing this, Shi Zhang really had this idea in his heart. Although Shi village is good, it is too desolate. If he wants to become a strong man, he must not be one of them. Seeing Shi Zhang thinking, combined with his own age, most of the forces were overjoyed. My God, King Palace welcomes you to get started. A burly middle-aged man said. Butian Pavilion is waiting for you to come. I will consider it, Shi Zhang said solemnly. He was still considering. My Zulu Academy also opens the door for you. A clear female voice sounded, making people feel like a spring breeze. Shi Zhang raised his head, and the person speaking was a slim woman wearing a battle armor, with big eyes, fair nose, bright cherry lips, beautiful facial features and a sense of heroism, with a heroic appearance, which is pleasing. Wow, even the goddess of war from Zulu Academy personally recruited her. I'm envious. Someone said in a low voice, looking at the goddess of war with stars in her eyes. You also go to provoke the Rain clan and let them bombard you with the decree of the gods. If you survive, you will have this treatment. His companion laughed. The man shrank his neck earlier. It's good to think about this kind of thing. Chapter 36 Female Martial God, New Mission. At this moment, the check-in system was activated again. Ding, please host to open up 8 caves within 2 years, and check in at Zulu Academy. Shi Zhang was stunned for a moment, and the check-in system actually started to have a realm requirement. However, he quickly came back to his senses and said, okay. At this moment, he unexpectedly found that the goddess of war at Zulu Academy looked at him with a half-smile, with deep meaning in her eyes. Shi Zhang was at a loss, looking around in confusion. You're so young, ah. Master Bird laughed at the side. It was only then that Shi Zhang realized that when he was in a daze, due to his height, his eyes happened to be at the same level as the towering position of the goddess of war. From the perspective of others, he was just staring straight at there. What made everyone more convinced was that Shi Zhang had said to reconsider the invitations from so many families and ancient aristocratic families before, but as soon as the goddess of war invited him, he agreed. This is clearly the idea of going to compete for the academy with the idea of the goddess of war. Oh, you misunderstood, it's not what you think. Shi Zhang quickly waved his hand to explain. We haven't said anything yet. Uncle Jingbi said to add insult to injury. Shi Zhangtu is big, but I really want to explain it now, but I can't explain it clearly. He secretly glanced at the goddess of war, a little afraid that she would get mad on the spot. But what surprised him was that the other party didn't seem angry, and there was still a smile on his face. Little brat, you're not too big, but you're not too young. The goddess of war laughed. She was one of the first group of people to come. She witnessed Shi Zhang's domineering scene of tearing up the decree of the gods. Get angry over this little thing. I'm so young, I'm an old man. Shi Zhang was a little dissatisfied. If he was 27 or 80 years old in 2 lifetimes, he would be called a brat. Seeing Shi Zhang's unconvinced look in his chubby little face, the goddess of war felt that besides being black-hearted and domineering, the goddess of war was also a little cute. It's up to you, since you are a man, you can't break your promise. The goddess of war took out a token and handed it to Shi Zhang. If you take this token, you will be my candidate for the academy, and you cannot vote for another school. Quote. Shi Zhang took it over, looked at the white jade token in his hand, and touched it warmly. It was engraved with the 4 characters, Zulu Academy, and there was a mysterious aura emanating from it. It must be made of precious materials, otherwise it could not be brought into the false god realm. Okay, I'm right, I'm yours from now on. Shi Zhang happily put away this token. With it, as long as his cultivation base breaks through the 9 caves, he will be able to complete the check-in task smoothly. What did you say? The goddess of war asked, taking 2 steps forward. Oh, Shi Zhang realized that he had said something wrong when he was happy, but seeing the beautiful face so close and the faint fragrance coming from his nose, he swallowed and said. Then from today onwards, you are my headquarter. Hearing the voice of the other party swallowing, the goddess of war realized that she was standing too close. She took a few steps back, her face flushed with blush, but soon back to normal. You're really brave. If you can defeat me in reality, it's not impossible. The goddess of war smiled. Her title is based on actual achievements, and she is confident that she will not be weaker than anyone else. This time Shi Zhang was deeply surprised, but looking at the beautiful person in front of him, he said he had no idea, it was definitely a lie, and said with a smile, "What you say is what you say." Before the female war god could reply, she was interrupted by a roar up. "Great good man, I want to fight you one-on-one." A large group of men filled with righteous indignation poured out from all around, rushing towards Xizhang mightily. Wow, it's fake. Xizhang didn't expect that there were so many admirers of the goddess of war, and 300 or 400 people rushed out all at once, with anger on their faces. Although Xizhang was strong, he didn't want to attack them. If he killed these people, he didn't know how many enemies would be added for no reason. He simply ran to the mountains to avoid them. "It's none of your business if I chat with my future daughter-in-law," Xizhang shouted while running, causing a large group of people to chase him wildly, chasing them all the way to the depths of the mountains where no one could be seen. Xizhang stopped when he saw that there were no pursuers behind him, and found that the surrounding area was surprisingly quiet. There used to be roars of various beasts outside, but now there was no sound at all. He immediately became vigilant. There must be monsters in everything, and this place must be extremely dangerous, so those beasts dare not set foot here. Here, the blue waves are rippling, the grass is fresh, and even the spirit in the air is more intense. It is a rare and protected place. There may be a beast king here. Xizhang guessed that he was a little excited, and walked straight in. This is the initial place. He has no fear, and firmly believes that he is invincible in this realm. Suddenly, the stone bell heard a slight vibration, and the leaves of the towering ancient trees shook slightly. His heart was shocked, a little excited, and hurriedly followed the sound to walk deep into the mountain forest. Sure enough, he followed the sound and found several huge beasts resting in the tree dens, including silver pangolins, impure blood pixiu, and 6-legged camels, all of which were powerful beast kings. There are 10 of them here. This place turned out to be the habitat of the beast king. No wonder other ferocious beasts dare not approach. It doesn't take much effort to get here. Xizhang laughed, revealing his figure, and rushed over directly. The stone bell was extremely fast, turning into a gust of wind in the forest and killing the group of beast kings. But before he got close, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a green shadow jumping up from the leaves and rushing towards him. Xizhang quickly stretched out his palm and hit the figure, who flew out and landed aside. Xizhang took a closer look, and saw that it was a small green snake, only 2 or 3 feet long, and it was raising its upper body and spitting bright red letters at itself. This is the jade scale snake, which is highly poisonous. If it bites, the dragon-horned elephant will be killed on the spot. Xizhang's killing intent suddenly rose. Compared with those huge beast kings, he was still more afraid of this green-scaled snake, so he planned to deal with it first. A golden rune emerged on his arm, radiating brilliance, and a golden lightning burst out from his fingertips, blasting towards the jade-scaled snake. The jade-scaled snake bounced off the ground with a bang, extremely fast, and the golden lightning struck a deep black pit on the ground, but it didn't hit it. Xizhang wanted to strike again, but a giant eagle swooped down from the sky, its wings spread more than 10 meters, and its 2.5-meter-long claws shone coldly, grabbing towards him. Xizhang raised his right hand, a hazy precious light appeared on the face of his fist, he punched it, and collided with the giant eagle's claw. The giant eagle was sent flying upside down, its half-meter-long talons snapped off, it suffered pain, and let out a long cry, loud and ear-piercing, shaking the mountains and forests. All the beast masters who were resting woke up, opened their eyes as big as a gong, stood up, and looked at Xizhang, the intruder, with aggressive eyes. The stone clock counted. The one he saw before was 10, plus the jade scale snake and iron feather eagle. There are 12 beastmasters. Those huge beast kings are like hills, and those big blood-red eyes make people daunting. Good time, Xizhang shouted. Without any fear, he rushed straight to these beast kings. As long as all these beast kings are killed, Shiyi's record can be broken and he can be squeezed off the stone tablet. While he was running, 3 rounds of silver moons rose from behind him, clear and bright, with a faint silver glow, flying towards the group of beast kings. There was a clanging sound, and the 3 to 4 meter long horn of the magic horned rhino hit it, directly smashing a round of silver moon. The horn was stronger than precious iron, and it was difficult to destroy. With a slap of the silver pangolin's paw, it also pressed Yinyu to the ground, and then crushed it. These are all powerful beast kings, powerful enough to break through the primitive treasure technique learned from Xian with just physical strength. But before the third round of Silver Moon was crushed by the Beast King, a silver divine bird flew out of it. It grabbed the jade-scaled snake under its claws with 2 claws, and then quickly rose into the air to fight with it. Chapter 37 12 Beast Kings, all destroyed. Although Shi Zhang is confident, he will not underestimate the enemy, and always regards the venomous green-scaled snake as the primary threat. After temporarily dragging the green-scaled snake, the magic horned rhinoceros running wildly has come to the front. It is the biggest, and the mountains are trembling when it runs. Shi Zhang jumped up from the ground, the huge rhinoceros horn brushed past him, he landed on the head of the magic horned rhinoceros, and stepped down. The strength of his body is so terrifying, 1 foot can break even the mountain. After the magic horned rhinoceros received this foot, its eyes went black, its huge body fell down, and a large area of trees were all broken. Shi Zhang jumped up from it again, and a giant lizard took the opportunity to rush up, opening its mouth to swallow Shi Zhang. The Suan Ni treasure technique reappeared, and the golden thunder erupted from between the palms of the stone clock, and fell directly into the mouth of the monitor lizard, blasting it to fly. Before the stone bell fell to the ground, a Pixiu with impure blood rushed forward, with a body like a leopard and a tail like a dragon, and raised a tiger paw to pat it on the head. Shi Zhang clenched his fists and confronted him. Pixiu flew out horizontally, but Shi Zhang had nowhere to use his strength in midair, and backed up repeatedly after landing. Before it was over, the pangolin swung its 7 or 8 meter long tail and swept across, and all the trees in the middle burst into sawdust. This silver pangolin has a huge body strength, coupled with the hard scales, the destructive power is astonishing when it sweeps over. Shi Zhang didn't underestimate it, he suffered this loss when he was training his body, and was swept away to a bloody mess. But now it is not what it used to be. Shi Zhang mobilized 100% of his strength, hugged the tail, and then used all his strength to rotate it. The 10-meter-long pangolin left its feet on all fours and was dragged around by the stone bell. Finally, it was thrown out and hit the magic horned rhino that had just got up. The two flew out together, dragging a deep ravine on the ground. Come out. The 6-legged camel also came to the front. It was tens of meters high. It raised its upper body, supported the ground with its last 2 feet, and slapped the other 4 feet towards the stone clock. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hooves. Shi Zhang was a little difficult to deal with for a while, but at this moment, there was wind behind him, and the giant eagle with a broken claw came over again. He couldn't turn his head back, so he could only try his best to dodge, and at the same time mobilize the precious light of purple gold body protection in his body. Kai, the sharp eagle claws broke through the precious light protecting the body, grabbed Shi Zhang's shoulder, and blood spattered out. Shi Zhang was furious, resisted the 6-legged camel a few times, and broke its 3 legs abruptly. The 6-legged camel suddenly lost its support and fell to the ground, bleeding profusely from the broken leg. Shi Zhang couldn't stand firmly, and once again a golden thunderbolt was released from his hand and struck towards the top of his head. Cracking. The jade-scaled snake was burnt black by the lightning, and just as it broke free from the claws of the silver god bird, it wanted to sneak attack Shi Zhang. But how could Shi Zhang not know that his treasure technique dissipated? He released the golden thunder in time, and knocked the jade-scaled snake down from the sky. Shi Zhang took the opportunity to hold the jade-scaled snake paralyzed by the electric shock, and pressed its head with his palm to prevent it from opening its mouth to bite. Facing the Beast King rushing over like a rainbow, Shi Zhang directly whipped the jade-scaled snake. It has to be said that the body of the jade-scaled snake is really hard, and the huge Beast King was directly smashed into pieces of flesh and blood. It's interesting. Shi Zhang waved the snake whip in his hand, thinking it was quite easy. Next, Shi Zhang relied on the hard body and great strength of the jade-scaled snake to crush 2 powerful Beast Kings alive. There were still 10 of them left on the field. Shi Zhang rushed into the crowd of Beast Kings, snake whips and golden lightning erupted, and Beast Masters were constantly injured, and the roar shook the forest. When Shi Zhang crushed the 3rd ape-like Beast King, the green scale snake in his hand also disintegrated. Shi Zhang kept the small half of its body on the side, attached the golden thunder to his fists, and fought the rest with his physical strength. Beastmaster. Shi Zhang had the bone umbrella snatched from Uzimo on his body, but he didn't use it. He had to rely on his own strength to complete the feat of slaughtering 12 Beast Kings. He was like a humanoid tyrannosaur, shuttling between the Beast Kings. His body was stained with a lot of blood, some belonged to the Beast King, and some belonged to himself. These Beast Kings are ferocious one by one, and some even gave birth to their own primitive treasures. Under the siege of so many Beast Kings, the others would have been torn to pieces long ago. Only the evildoers can resist it. The magic horned rhinoceros is nearly 30 meters long and 5 or 6 meters high. It has the blood of ancient demon birds flowing in its body. It is powerful, rough-skinned and thick-skinned. Very strenuous. When Shi Zhang managed to kill a Beast King with great difficulty, the demon-horned rhino hit him again with a big dark red horn. Shi Zhang was hit just as he turned his head, and his internal organs were impacted, burning hot. He put his feet on the ground and leaned forward, but he was still dragged for hundreds of meters before stopping. At this moment, Shi Zhang's calf hadn't even entered the ground, but fortunately he stabilized his body and was about to use his strength to overturn the magic-horned rhinoceros. But the situation happened suddenly, and the green-scaled snake, which had only a small half of its body, jumped up from the ground and bit Shi Zhang's leg. Its sharp fangs pierced Shi Zhang's body shield and skin, and the venom was injected into Shi Zhang's body. This green-scaled snake is highly poisonous. Shi Zhang didn't expect this kind of creature to have such a strong vitality that only a small half of its body could hurt people, and suffered a big loss without paying attention. The venom entered Shi Zhang's blood, making Shi Zhang's legs go limp, and he almost couldn't stand up. But the purple gold blood in his body seemed to sense a threat, and a mysterious power surged out, dispelling the snake's venom, and the feeling of fatigue disappeared instantly. Shi Zhang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, this innate Taoist body gave his blood a mysterious power to dissolve snake venom, otherwise it would be really dangerous. "Give me up," Shi Zhang yelled, grabbed the horn of the magic rhinoceros, and burst out with a huge force of collapsing mountains with both hands, forcibly overturning this huge monster like a hill. The stone bell sacrificed 3 rounds of silver moons again. They superimposed and rotated at a high speed, and cut into the belly of the magic-horned rhinoceros. Blood flowed out like a stream, staining a large area of land red, and the Beast King was killed. Shi Zhang turned his head, and the golden thunders fell one after another, until they chopped the half of the green-scaled snake into coke. The giant eagle spread its wings and came to attack again. Shi Zhang leapt tens of meters, landed on the giant eagle's back, smashed his fists down, and directly blasted it into a rain of blood in the air. Shi Zhang swooped down from the disintegrated giant eagle's back, fell from the sky, and punched Pichou's skull with his fist. This fist of Shi Zhang used all his strength, coupled with the rapidity of the dive. The strength was so great that Pichou's skull was directly shattered, and he fell to the ground with a bang. There were not many Beast Kings left, and Shi Zhang could not be threatened for a long time. He charged forward, shot them all with force, and finally finished off the 6-legged camel with a broken leg on the ground. So far, the 12 Beast Kings have all been wiped out. Chapter 38. The sky is full of martial arts, and the heroic posture is arrogant. Phew, Shi Zhang let out a long breath. These Beast Kings were fierce and powerful. Killing 12 at once was a bit difficult for him who broke through the extreme realm. Beside him, the ancient vicissitudes of the stone tablet reappeared, and a line of words on it gleamed, slaying 12 Beast Kings at once, setting an initial record. Shi Zhang thought for a while, and filled in the blank below, the great good man superb, heroic and proud of the world. The stone tablet recorded the engravings, and finally appeared in various places in the void god realm, and the radiance was auspicious, proclaiming to the world. "Break Shiyi's record again," the onlookers exclaimed. Most people thought that this great benevolent man fled in despair, but he didn't expect that not long after, he beheaded 12 Beast Kings in a row, shaking the false god realm. Why is this pervert so fierce? Did he grow up drinking real dragon blood? Many people slandered in their hearts. Heavenly and mighty, heroic and arrogant. The goddess of war at Zulu Academy couldn't help laughing when she saw these words, like a spring garden full of flowers, so beautiful that many disciples were stunned. Although there is indeed a kind of invincibility, but you don't have to boast about yourself. It's still engraved on the stone tablet. Why didn't you see how thick-skinned this little ghost was when he fled? The female war god smiled lightly. The people from Zulu Academy beside him were all surprised. This goddess of war is naturally belligerent, and it is difficult for ordinary people to catch her eyes. Today, she actually smiled at a stone tablet. "I will fight you to the death." I don't know how many admirers of the maiden god of war shouted in their hearts. There was an uproar everywhere in the false god realm, and many people keenly felt that this great good man had been targeting Shi, who had never met, not just because of his enmity with the Yu clan. Regardless of what other people thought, Shi Zhang jumped into the big lake beside him with a plop, and swam leisurely, washing off the blood on his body. This battle taught him another lesson. The strongest demon-horned rhinoceros among the beast kings didn't hurt him, but suffered a big loss from the jade-scaled snake, which had only half of its body left. In the future, we must kill the enemy thoroughly, and we must not let them have the opportunity to counterattack me when they are dying. Shi Zhang thought to himself. After grooming, Shi Zhang went back to the recording steel to check. Sure enough, Shi Yi's name had been squeezed out by him, and he felt a sense of relief. He has done so many sensational events in a row, and now he is a big celebrity in the false god realm, attracting a large group of onlookers as soon as he appeared. What about Shi Yi? Have you come out of the rat's nest? I've been waiting for him for so long, Shi Zhang said carelessly. No, those good people have been waiting in the false god realm, hoping that Shi Yi will come out and have a shocking battle with this scumbag. Boring. Shi Zhang shook his head. The Tianzhao of his clan also fought, the decree of the gods was torn up, and the Beast King was destroyed. He didn't even come out after slapping Shi Yi a few times. It's too meaningful, even the higher-level Dongtian paradise itself can't get in. Goodbye, Shi Zhang said to everyone. Without nostalgia, he walked towards the passageway in a chic way. When stepping on the bluestone slab, Shi Zhang smiled, raised his hand and slapped down again. Boom, the bluestone slab shattered again, and he got another precious bone. The onlookers were amazed. This master really doesn't stop, and even makes troubles when he leaves. Isn't he afraid of punishment from the false god realm? Satisfied, Shi Zhang put this precious bone into the human race bag, and didn't make another move, because he knew that if he tried again, he would be expelled. In the eyes of everyone, Shi Zhang waved at them, walked down the passage, and disappeared into the false god realm. The previous power reappeared, and a golden light flashed in front of his eyes, sending the stone bell to the ruins. Willow God was waiting for him there, and when he saw the stone bell coming out, 5 willow branches shot up from the thick black trunk again, and the green light shone across the sky, piercing through the sky. In the end, the void gate reappeared and returned to the real world with the stone bell. Shi Zhang opened his eyes in the village and found a group of old and young people surrounding him. Seeing him standing up, he hurried forward to ask. Shi Zhang only told them that God Lu took him to the false god realm, and took the others lightly, not wanting to worry the villagers. After satisfying the curiosity of these people, Shi Zhang walked around the village a few times, but did not find the little one. He asked the villagers, and learned that during the time he entered the false god realm, Xiao Budian asked Lu Shen about the mystery of his life experience, and then went out riding a unicorn with a fur ball. Shi Zhang sighed softly. He knew that this day would come sooner or later. He originally hoped that the little one could live a carefree life for a while. Knowing his own life experience, his supreme bone was gouged out alive, and his parents also searched for medicine for him, and his life and death are unknown. How painful it must be for the little one. Shi Zhang was worried in his heart. He knew that Xiao Budian was going to the second ancestral land of Shi country. The journey was 300,000 miles away, full of ferocious beasts and full of dangers. Shi Zhang originally wanted to catch up and walk with Xiao Budian, but he held back, fearing that if he intervened too much, Xiao Budian would not be tempered and unable to grow up. Shi Zhang spit out a suffocation in his body. The little boy does not know how much suffering he will experience in the future, how many life and death crises are waiting for him. The road to revenge is long and difficult, and if he is not careful, he will die young. But if you can't even go through this hurdle, then you won't be the Wangtian emperor who will be arbitrary in the future. Shi Zhongnian felt relieved for the time being, but when he thought of the future crisis, he couldn't rely on a small person to get through it. Everything needs to be strong. Only strength is the root of everything. He began to digest it in the false god realm. The perception of the battle, ready to hit the cave realm. The cave realm needs to understand the nature and order of this world, understand the profound meaning of runes, absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and open up a pure land or a small world inside or outside one's body. After another month of precipitation, Shi Zhang felt that he had reached the peak of the blood-moving realm, which was only a thin gap from the Dongtian realm, but he still couldn't break through, and was missing something crucial. Do you understand the essence of this world? Shi Zhang looked at the field and walked out of the stone village under the silver light of the bright moon. The night breeze is cool, the stone clock is bathed in moonlight and starlight. Walking on the vast wilderness on foot, he walks very slowly, without any energy emanating from his body, like a mortal, listening to the insects, wearing white dew on his head, shuttling through the mountains among the mountains. Feeling the majesty of the mountains, the steepness of the cliffs, and the breadth of the river, after letting go of his irritability and purpose, Shi Zhang felt calm and peaceful in his heart, as if he had merged into this world. The crescent moon is slanting to the west, the stars are dim, and the fiery red sun rises from the mountains like a red jade plate, illuminating the earth and awakening all things. The crystal dew falls from the tip of the grass, refracting the sun, but reflecting the whole world. Regardless of his image, Shi Zhang lay down on the grass and observed quietly, feeling something in his heart. Chapter 39. Break through the realm and open up a cave. The rooster crowed, the birds spread their wings from the forest, and everyone in the stone village went out to work. No one arranged for all of this, but it has happened countless times. When night falls, the sun's afterglow fades away and the sun sinks to the west. The bright moon rises from the branches again, and the stars shine in the night sky, like a small reincarnation. Shi Zhang did not return to Shi village for dozens of days. He walked in the mountains, sat cross-legged by the fields, and meditated in the river. He seemed to have turned into a stubborn rock, a plant, and a drop of river water, completely integrated into the world, unaware of the passage of time, in a wonderful situation. This world is the same, yet different. Like the sun and the moon rising, day and night alternate, like a cycle, always like this. However, if you look closely, you can see that the time and temperature of the sun are different, the moon is full and waning, and the number of stars is more or less. Everything in the world is growing and decaying, and there are new births and destruction. The world contains changes in the sameness, which is very unpredictable. Shi Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and that layer of barriers burst open, like a flood that had been accumulated for a long time, and the energy in his body gushed out, pushing himself to a higher level. He knew that the time had come, so he sat down cross-legged immediately, trying to open up a world in his body with the laws and mysteries he had comprehended. At this moment, his body was full of flesh, Xianxia shone in his body, various runes appeared on his body surface, and the golden vision behind him condensed, and the supreme immortal king and banished immortal became clearer, exuding of mighty power. Shi Zhang didn't intentionally lead, all of this emerged spontaneously. Boom! An invisible ripple emanated from his body, the surrounding plants broke and collapsed radially, and the clouds in the sky were also shaken away and disappeared without bounds. The mountains trembled, the beasts fled, and the birds scattered, as if a supreme being was awakening, majestic and majestic. Countless spiritual spirits poured into the stone bell like a whale, and at the same time, dense runes appeared in the air, countless, all of which were radiant and dazzling, covering the stone bell. Golden blood energy and Xianxia burst out from the body of the stone bell, gathered 3 inches above the top of the stone bell, and finally exploded with a bang, forming a golden cave, like a crater, overflowing with golden light, as if casted by divine gold. Shi Zhang imprinted the rules of heaven and earth that he had comprehended during this period of time into the cave above his head in the form of runes. The crater instantly stabilized, and a large amount of energy gushed out from it and poured into Shi Zhang's body. Shi Zhang suddenly felt that the sky was full, Xianxia filled his flesh and blood, and his whole body was full of strength. After reaching this realm, the cave opened up can capture the spirit from the endless void, and temper the runes in the flesh and blood through the channel built with the human body, making itself stronger and far superior to the previous realm. The power of the cave realm is not limited to this. When the realm is advanced, one can also raise spirits, warm up treasures, and refine runes in the cave, which is infinitely mysterious. The golden volcanic crater above the head gushes out spirits, which keeps the stone bell at its peak, and the blood and energy in his body surges and is full of strength. At this time, Shi Zhang's body once again burst into immeasurable brilliance, and his essence was condensed into mist. Under the radiance of the runes, it looked weird and strange, and a sacred breath was born again. A purple volcano appeared again 3 inches to the left of his body, in which essence chi churned and spewed, nourishing Shi Zhang's body. Shi Zhang made a big breakthrough, and went to the false god realm to fight again. After coming out, he spent a month to realize and sublimate, and his foundation was so solid that it cannot be added. It broke out and opened up 2 holes in a row. Suddenly, Shi Zong's body vibrated violently, and the blood energy and divine light in his body rioted again, leaking out of his body, and finally formed a crater outside Shi Zong's right side body again. The energy in the 3 volcanoes is rolling, located on the top of the stone bell and on both sides of the body. The brilliance is gorgeous, as if there are 3 gods living there. These 3 caves absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, and the magma, formed by the energy in the caves, flowed and poured into his body through invisible channels, making every inch of his body glow, and the pores sprayed thin air. Shi Zong opened up 3 caves in one breath, and instantly crossed the early stage of the cave realm, and came to the middle stage of the cave realm. If this is spread out, the world will surely be amazed, and it will be called a miracle. He stood up and clearly felt the changes in himself. He was much stronger than before. The energy in his body was as vigorous as the sea, and his gestures were full of powerful power. After Shi Zong looked inside, he found that his innate sacramental body was also evolving with the strengthening of his own realm, and the purple gold color in his blood was a little more, flowing with mysterious power. This feeling of becoming stronger made Shi Zong very excited. He ran directly from the depths of the mountains to the direction of Shikyun. Using only his physical strength, the speed was unbelievably fast. The scenery on both sides turned into afterimages, backwards. He jumped into the turbulent river with a plop, and the yellow river flooded him, and there was no one in sight, but there was some huge monster rolling violently under the water, and blue fins drilled out of the water from time to time. After a while, the river suddenly exploded, and a large amount of yellow soup splashed out of the river. Shi Zong held a blue double-headed dragon and jumped to the bank quickly, dragging its tens of meters long body to the stone village. This double-headed dragon is still alive, twisting its body crazily, struggling violently to break free from Shi Zong's hand. Its long tail smashed even the hill, but it still can't escape the translucent white hands. Smoke billowed along the way. Brother Zhang is back. The snot-nosed child who was playing at the entrance of the village was the first to discover Shi Zong, and shouted, which alarmed the whole village. Shi Zong hadn't been back for nearly a month. Although everyone in Shi village knew that he was going to practice, they were still a little worried. Hearing Snot Baby's shout, they rushed to the entrance of the village. Wow, this kid caught a double-headed dragon, Pihu's father exclaimed. The 2-headed flood dragon has the blood of an ancient fierce beast flowing in its body. Its brute force is astonishing, and it is hidden in the Great River. It is almost impossible to hunt it down, but Shi Zong actually caught a living one. How could this not shock them? Zhang Zi, have you broken through again? Shi Linhu asked. Shi Zong nodded. Good, good, good. Shi Yunfeng said 3 good things in a row, and his excitement was beyond words. Everyone went to prepare for the children's baptism. When all the preparations were completed, Shi Zong poured the blood of the 2-headed dragon into the cauldron himself, and let the monkeys baptize them. Everyone in the stone village was very happy to see Shi Zong's breakthrough, which meant that the stone village was getting more and more prosperous, and everyone had smiles on their faces, dealing with the flesh and blood of the double-headed flood dragon. Chapter 40 Shi Hao returns, the supreme divine treasure. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. Every day, Shi Zong can catch powerful beasts and bring them back to the village to baptize the children. Most of the flesh and blood fell into the mouths of the divine birds raised by Shi village. The precious light flowing on the body is very powerful. Xiaojun even spread his wings nearly 10 meters, his whole body was golden yellow, without a single hair on his body. It was like pouring divine gold, shining brightly, and possessed a strong combat power. According to Shi Zong's estimation of the golden-winged rock, it will soon be able to transform into a human form. This kind of racial talent favored by the heavens is amazingly powerful. During this period, Shi Zong once again opened up a hole in the cave, and his cultivation has reached the realm of the 4 caves. He has already begun to try to nourish the treasures in the cave realm, and finally a red gold suani appeared in the cave above his head, as if living creatures exude a powerful breath. When he was practicing on the small slope outside the village entrance as usual, a few figures appeared on the horizon in the distance, stretched out by the afterglow of the setting sun. Shi Zong took a closer look, and his heart was cheered, and the little one came back. Shi Zong hurried forward and saw that this group of people was covered in blood. Their clothes were torn into strips, stained with mud and blood. In a mess, even the fur balls seemed to be thrown into the mud and rolled around. Circles, the original bright golden fur is sticky and messy, like weeds. The unicorn was also horrible, with many wounds on its body, and even its stomach was cut open. It was dying, and the little one didn't even ride on it. In addition to the little one, there is also a little boy. Although he is also dressed in rags, there are no wounds on his body and he is well protected. "Brother, I'm back." Xiaobudian saw Shi Zhang running over quickly, and called out softly, forcing a smile on his face. His body was covered with injuries, bones could be seen in some places, and even his big eyes couldn't bear it. "It's getting darker." Seeing this scene, Shi Zhang felt very distressed, quickly hugged Xiaobudian in his arms, and ran to Shi village at high speed. Seeing the little boy's appearance, everyone in the stone village quickly took out the ancient medicine, including the powder made from the blood of ferocious beasts, and finally prepared a medicinal bath. After a whole day of tossing, the little boy's face regained a trace of blood. Xiaobudian introduced to everyone the little boy he brought back, named Shi Qingfeng, who has been taking his place in the second ancient land of Shiguo, but when the old people there passed away one after another, he was brutally murdered by the Yu clan, and one foot was bitten by a poisonous insect. It's hard to recover. If the little guy didn't go in time, I'm afraid he might have lost his life. Yu clan. Seeing Xiao Qingfeng's thin and timid appearance, even with a limp leg, Shi Zhang was furious. The Yu clan could even kill such a small child. Moreover, Qingfeng stayed there as a little girl. If the supreme bone had been gouged out at that time, and the extremely weak little girl had been murdered, whether she would be able to live now is a matter of opinion. "I will definitely heal your leg for you," Shi Zhang said seriously while holding Xiao Qingfeng's hand. This little Qingfeng has suffered for so many years in place of Xiaobudian. Shi Zhang feels guilty and grateful. Shi Qingfeng replied, but Shi Zhang saw in his eyes the sorrow and gloom that shouldn't be at this age, and his expression was so calm that it made people feel distressed. But in the days that followed, the little friends in Shikyun took him to play every day, climbing mountains and rivers, digging out bird nests and plucking rhubarb hairs, which gradually made Xiao Qingfeng smile. Xiaobudian traversed 600,000 miles back to Stone Village, and encountered countless crises and attacks from various beasts along the way. After recovering, his physical strength improved a lot, and his physical strength was about to reach its peak. Shi Zhang took his little one out to practice, hoping to break into this extreme state as soon as possible, but suddenly found that many nearby villages were slaughtered. It was very cruel, even the newborn children and the elderly were not spared, and all fell to the ground in a pool of blood. They found a dying survivor in a village that had just been massacred, and learned what had happened. Unfortunately, the life of that person was cut off and he died soon. Phew, supreme divine treasure. Shi Zhang sighed, he had already guessed which force did it. "Go back and tell the villagers to get ready," Shi Zhang said, and after burying them, he and Xiaobudian stepped on the back of the unicorn and ran towards Shi village. But what they didn't expect was that before they returned to Stone Village, they saw a large group of people riding on beasts blocking the entrance of Stone Village from a distance. Not good. Shi Zhang's heart skipped a beat. This group of people were all vicious, and they were still holding blood-stained knives. Most likely, they were the group of bandits who slaughtered nearby villages. According to the memory of his previous life, these bandits came when Xiaobudian was about to break through the cave, but now it is so much earlier. It seems that because of his appearance, the original trajectory of this world has changed greatly, and many things are no longer the same. Past life memory development. Originally, he still had a sense of superiority about knowing the future, but at this moment it was completely replaced by a strong sense of crisis. If Lu Shen is sleeping at this moment, and he is still practicing outside, then Shikyun is likely to be destroyed. You must be extremely careful in your actions in the future. Shi Zhang secretly warned himself, and at the same time shifted his mind to the immediate crisis. The leading gangsters were tall and tall, with runes shining on their bodies. They seemed to be strong men who understood the power of bone inscriptions. Everyone in Shikyun was facing them with broad swords and dragon horn bows. The scene was very tense, and there was a tendency to start a war if there was any disagreement. "Get ready to fight," Shi Zhang said. The little boy nodded, and the unicorn under him quickly ran towards Shikyun. The runes on the two of them flickered, and several rounds of silver crescent moons rose, white and holy, and sprinkled with brilliance. Who? The group of bandits sensed that someone was approaching them. They acted fiercely, and directly drew the big bows in their hands and shot. "Zhu Wo! Do it!" Shi Linhu shouted, fearing that Shi Zhang and Xiaobudian would be hurt. Everyone in Shikyun opened their dragon horn bows and shot at the bandits. In an instant, many bandits were hit by arrows and fell from the beasts. The leader of the bandits did not expect that this group of villagers would be so decisive, and they dared to attack without fear of the threat of toucan. Shi Zhang manipulated the 3 rounds of silver moons, turning them into beams of light to directly attack and kill them, while the smaller 2 rounds of silver moons smashed the falling arrows and protected themselves. Yinyu's speed was extremely fast, and she rushed into the group of bandits in an instant. As the sound of flesh and blood entering her body continued to sound, several bandits were beheaded on the spot, and blood was sprayed high. Shi Zhang didn't show mercy. The tragic scenes of those villages were still vivid in his mind. The baby was thrown to death, the old man fell in a pool of blood, his gray hair was stained red with blood. How cruel it was. The bandit leader was furious when he saw this, and the runes on his body were shining with precious light. He raised his long whip and whipped it violently on a round of silver moon, which shattered. But out of the shattered silver moon, a silver-white divine bird flew out, flapped its wings, and shattered his iron whip, and then 2 sharp claws pierced into his skull, killing the bandit leader. The golden-winged roc and 3 blue-scaled birds also flew out from the village and joined the battlefield. They all possessed great strength and bodies that could not be hurt by knives and axes. They rampaged among the bandits. The number of people dropped sharply. At this time, Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian also rushed forward, jumped off the unicorn, and blasted the last 2 bandit leaders. Chapter 41 4 Caves, Battle Pangolins. Boom! The dust rose to the sky in the distance, the mountains and forests shook, and another huge creature was approaching rapidly. In the sky full of yellow sand, 2 big golden eyes like lanterns were exposed, splattering with murderous aura, making people daunting. It seemed to see the bandits being massacred. It got angry, twisted its huge body and rushed straight at an extremely fast speed. This is a terrifying master, not only with brute strength, but also with an extremely tyrannical physique. The boulders and hillsides along the road were directly smashed by it, and he came towards Shikyun with a destructive momentum. Shi Zhang became vigilant in an instant, and took the initiative to kill him. He had already guessed the identity of the person who came, and he didn't want the rest of Shi village to be affected. The 4 caves provided Shi Zhang with an endless stream of power, and his body gushed out energy, which turned into a stream of light during the extremely fast running, and rushed into the smoke and dust with all his strength. Boom! There was a dull loud noise, as if the whole world jumped, and everyone only saw a large piece of soil in the smoke and dust rising into the sky, and the earth and rocks were flying. A circle of invisible ripples emanated from the smoke and dust, which was the impact of power. The surrounding large trees were all broken and exploded by this ripple, and even the people in the stone village in the distance were almost unable to stand. Everyone in Shikyun was amazed. They knew that Shi Zhang was very strong, but they didn't expect it to be so tyrannical to such an unimaginable level that even the terrifying creatures that smashed into the hills could compete with it. Apart from being amazed, they were also very worried that Shi Zhang would have to face a life and death struggle for that behemoth to be so powerful. Under the impact of these ripples, the smoke and dust dispersed, and everyone saw a huge crater in front of Shi Zhang. They were obviously knocked back a few steps, and the body of that huge monster also appeared. This is a pangolin more than 10 meters long, with a faint golden color all over its body, shiny scales, and a reddish blood covering it. This is a powerful sacrificial spirit. Not only does it not have the peace and sanctity of ordinary sacrificial spirits, but it is very ferocious, with a strong killing intent. Its pair of lantern-like blood eyes stared at everyone, as if it wanted to choose someone to devour. At this time, its body was lying on its side, and part of the scale armor on its pointed nose was broken, and blood overflowed from the crack. Hurt. Shi Zhang was a little surprised. He was well aware of the horror of his own strength. In the realm of moving blood, the strength of a single arm was close to 130,000 caddies. Now he has broken through 4 caves. Even stronger. With such a punch with all his strength, a small mountain would burst open, but the opponent only suffered a small injury, and his physical body was so tyrannical that it was unbelievable. And that golden pangolin also had a strange light in its eyes. It is not an ordinary beast. Ordinary pangolins are extremely powerful, with the power to pierce mountains, and it has horned dragon blood in its body. Its power is extremely tyrannical. Just now the front it is unbelievable that it is slightly disadvantaged when it collides. However, when it saw the slaughtered bandits, the murderous intent in its eyes became even stronger, and it let out a low growl. A golden mist rose from its body, and its blood was soaring. It twisted its huge body and rushed towards the stone bell. Xizhang held his breath calmly. He knew the origin of this pangolin. It was originally an extremely strong man who surpassed the realm of the cave. Now that his body fell down, he still has absolute strength in the realm of the cave. It is hard to find a match. The huge pangolin charged forward at an extremely fast speed, and it was not restricted by its size at all. When the two were about to collide, the pangolin's front body sank, its two front paws grabbed the ground violently, its body swung obliquely, and its tail twisted and swept towards it. This pangolin is very shrewd. With such a charged blow, it instantly transfers the power it rushed to its tail, and the power contained in it increases dramatically. Xizhang and the pangolin had fought many times, so he naturally knew their usual attack methods. He had expected it, put his feet on the ground, jumped up from the ground, and avoided the blow between the lightning and flint. But seeing that the pangolin was shot down, it twisted its body, turned half a circle in the direction of its tail, kicked its hind legs on the ground, and stood up, with a cold light flashing from its front paw, and slashed at the stone clock in the air. Shoot away. This change was extremely quick, as if the pangolin had expected it long ago. The stone bell was still in midair before it landed in time, so it could only mobilize the protective light in its body, and then crossed its hands in front of its body to meet the pangolin's giant claws. Bang! Xizhang was hit by this claw, as if he had hit a mountain. His body exploded directly from the air, making a big hole on the ground, and no one was visible. Everyone in Shikun exclaimed, and they all rushed to help. Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao even took out the ancestral artifact, but they were stopped by a being Ying Wicker. He will be fine, I will take action if necessary. Lu Shen's voice sounded in everyone's hearts. Everyone stopped when they heard the words. They had all seen Lu Shen's peerless power, and they absolutely believed in what she said. Xizhang jumped out from the bottom of the pit, his arm was bloody. This pangolin's strength was too strong, even today's body protection Baoguang could not completely block it. He had expected that the pangolin was strong, but he didn't expect it to be so cunning, as if he had predicted his actions, and it hurt him as soon as it came up. Even though this pangolin's realm has fallen, its combat awareness and skills have not weakened, and it is far better than the current stone bell. It didn't give Xizhang time to breathe, twisting its body like a metal hill and rushing forward again, trying to tear it apart with one go. After Xizhang was wounded, his fighting spirit became even stronger. The blood in his body boiled, and a large amount of energy spewed out from the cave, pushing his combat power to the peak. Facing the charging giant, he did not retreat or evade, and let out a long roar go towards the pangolin and fight with it. The purple gold body protection precious light sets off Xizhang as noble and powerful as a god of war. His body contains a powerful force like a savage dragon. He meets the pangolin in close contact, claws and fists, and fights fiercely. After several blows, Xizhang finding the opportunity, he punched the pangolin in the stomach and sent him hundreds of meters away. After the pangolin landed on the ground, it rolled twice to stabilize its figure. Its eyes splashed with murderous intent, golden mist rose, and the scales on its body made a metallic clang, and fell off one after another, turning into streamers of light. Shoot towards Xizhang. Xizhang opened his 10 fingers, and thousands of golden thunderbolts fell from the palms of his fingers. They fell down in a dense way, smashing the flying golden scales into powder. But even though the golden thunder thundered thousands of times, falling down like a waterfall, there were still a few scales passing through the gap, breaking a few blood holes on Xizhang's body, and blood spattered. The golden thunder spread to the pangolin's body, and the sound of thunder and crackling explosions continued, blasting out large areas of scorched black and bloody flesh on the parts of its body that were not protected by scales. Chapter 42 Golden Bone Scissors, Suani Treasure Technique. The pangolin was frightened and angry. It didn't expect that this young human being in front of him, besides a pure-blooded beast with a body comparable to that of ancient times, also possessed the treasure of Suan Ni. This kind of golden lightning is extremely powerful and has a strong penetrating ability. It was severely injured, and a large part of its body was scorched black. Xizhang continued to attack, without hesitating consumption, and once again used golden thunder to cover the pangolin. Seeing this, the pangolin showed its instincts as a race, and quickly planed the ground with its 2 front legs. Its claws were extremely sharp, and it dug a big hole in an instant. Even the rock under its claws was like a block of tofu. The claws were neatly cut into several pieces. The golden thunder and lightning only had time to leave a few wounds on its tail, and the pangolin's body completely penetrated and disappeared on the surface. Looking at the big black hole, Xizong wanted to pursue it, but decided to be more cautious. After all, the ground is the home of creatures like pangolins, and the pangolins are cunning and cunning. If he enters recklessly, he may be ambushed. The pangolin ran away, Piho asked, trying to get out of the village, but the branch of Willow God was still blocked at the entrance of the village. There was a vibration at the foot of the stone bell. He knew that the pangolin hadn't left. Seeing that he had killed all its accomplices, he was going to fight himself to the death. Suddenly, Xizong's heart skipped a beat. Sensing danger, he jumped away immediately like a conditioned reflex. Zoo rate. A few pieces of golden scales rushed out from the ground where Xizong was standing just now, almost piercing Xizong. The scales had been refined by the pangolin, so it could be said to be its treasure. After a missed blow, it wanted to go back to the ground, but was directly smashed to pieces by the golden thunder shot by the stone bell. The next pangolin attacked again with this method a few times, and one time it shot out 2 waves of scales in a row. Xizong didn't expect that there was a translucent blood hole on the foot, and the blood was gurgling. Xizong became more cautious, and smashed all the scales shot out from the ground, and he was not caught again. After so many sneak attacks, Xizong had probably figured out the location of the pangolin, so he attached a golden lightning bolt to his fist, and smashed it down to the ground with all his strength. Boom! The ground sank where Xizong's fist hit, and the golden lightning went through the ground, directly hitting the pangolin hiding in the ground. The latter jumped out of the ground in pain. The place where the pangolin broke through the ground was very close to the stone clock. When it jumped out, it directly stretched out 2 giant claws to slap the stone clock. But it has a huge body, and the movement of getting out of the ground is so loud, Xizong has already guessed its position, lowered his head to avoid the claw, and then hit its rising torso with an old fist, causing it to fall far away. The originally golden pangolin had a large black body, and its scales were broken a lot. After being attacked by the stone bell lightning and fists, it was severely injured, blood was pouring out of its mouth, and it was no longer as powerful as before. But Xizong didn't dare to underestimate it at all. He saw the fury and murderous look in the pangolin's eyes, and he was going to do his best. The pangolin opened its mouth wide and spit out a ball of blood-red light. The brilliance was so brilliant that people couldn't open their eyes. At the same time, there was an aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushing towards their faces. It was weird and terrifying, making Xizong feel as if he was in sheer hell. That brilliant light shone in this world, presenting the scenes of tribes and villages being massacred. Everyone fell in a pool of blood, and the whole world was filled with scarlet. After the light disappeared, Xizong saw the true appearance of the object clearly. It was 2 pure gold jaws, intersected like scissors, and there were bursts of dragon chant from above. It looked like a terrifying treasure. The pangolin opened its mouth and roared, the golden runes on the bone scissors shone brightly, the 2 jaws turned and cut towards the stone bell, with an extremely terrifying aura surging. Xizong's hair stood on end, and he felt a fatal crisis. This treasure was too powerful. It was left by the pure-blooded pangolin king. It was a fierce beast with the blood of the horned dragon. Nothing is broken. He hastened to activate Suan Ni's primitive treasure technique to create a thick golden mist in this small world, and at the same time hide his body, waiting for an opportunity to move in it. A pair of big golden eyes of the pangolin is watching in the mist. This kind of creature lives in the dark underground all year round. Its eyesight is surprisingly good, like 2 big lanterns, looking for the trace of the stone bell. However, as the stone bell activated the Suani treasure technique to create mist regardless of consumption, the mist in this world became thicker and thicker, and the golden pangolin was also a little weak, and its sight was completely blocked. But the pangolin was very shrewd, it sacrificed the remaining scales on its body, and walked quickly through the mist. If the stone bell wanted to avoid it, it would make a sound, and if it didn't avoid it, it would be pierced through its body. The sound of shush piercing the air continued to resound in this space, shooting indiscriminately. Some of them rubbed against Xizong's body, bloodstains appeared, and the bones could be seen deep. Why is this pangolin smarter than a ghost? Xizong complained in his heart. This pangolin that once surpassed the realm of Dongtian was too shrewd. Although he fell to the realm, he still had combat experience, which made him very passive now. Xizong felt that he could no longer be passively beaten, otherwise he would be pierced by these scales sooner or later, and if he resisted, he would be cut in half by the golden bone scissors. Fortunately, the stone bell now has 4 caves to absorb the spirits of the heaven and the earth to supply itself, otherwise it would drain him dry by urging the Suani treasure technique to create these golden mist. Shi Zhang decided to use offense as defense, and once again urged the golden thunder to fall. Crack, crack, crack. Shi Zhang discovered the location of the pangolin with golden thunderbolts, and immediately gathered hundreds of thunderbolts there, bombarding them wildly. Shi Zhang, who was really manipulating the Suani treasure technique, suddenly tensed up all over his body, and his heartbeat accelerated instantly. Without even thinking about it, he jumped up from the spot like a vigorous rabbit, and placed a pair of golden bone scissors at Shi Zhang's position just now. Cut it off, and immediately a bottomless gully appeared on the original flat ground, hundreds of meters long, and the cold earth air gushed out. Shi Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. If he had been slower just now, his body would have been separated by now. The golden bone scissors are too terrifying, they can cut even a mountain, and they are irresistible. He speculated that when he manipulated the Suani treasure technique to bomb this area, the shrewd pangolin saw that there was no lightning falling in the area he was in, so it found the location. Let's see who dies first. The golden bone scissors had already arrived, and the pangolin also knew the location of Shi Zhang, and it was difficult to avoid it. Shi Zhang could only fight to kill the opponent before the golden bone scissors hit him. Chapter 43 The Power of Jinpeng, Shi Hao's Limit. Behind Shi Zhang, golden light bloomed, and a large number of golden runes were branded in the void, condensing a golden winged rock that dominates the world. The endless energy around him turned into light rain and poured into Shi Zhang's body frantically, making his aura surge and his state reached its peak. Shi Zhang's eyes shot out 2 real golden lights, and his eyes instantly became as sharp and unruly as a jinpeng. His whole body was glowing, and the golden bone scissors were behind him, about to cut them off. But Shi Zhang's figure disappeared in place in an instant, as if breaking through the barrier of space, turning into a burning golden flame and killing the pangolin. With Jinpeng's power added to his body, Shi Zhang felt extremely powerful. He let out a roar, blood in his body shot up to the sky, golden light radiated from his fist, containing infinite power, and he smashed on the pangolin's head extremely swiftly and violently. Boom! The ground under the pangolin exploded into a deep pit, and the mud splashed everywhere. Its skull exploded like a watermelon hit by a steel hammer, and half of its body fell into the pit. Shi Zhang let out a long breath, and sat limp on the ground as if his strength had been taken away in an instant. This battle lasted for half an hour. Shi Zhang has been going all out, and the Suani treasure technique has been activated many times, and finally he has used the Jinpeng fighting dragon technique, a treasure technique of the ancient gods and birds, which consumes a lot of money. He couldn't replenish his mouth, which made him lose his strength for a while. At this time, the willow god's branches were put away, no longer obstructing the crowd. Hundreds of people rushed out in a swarm, treated Shi Zhang's wound, and swallowed the blood of the beast. Shi Zhang himself was also mobilizing Xianxia in his body to repair the wound, and with the full energy of the 4 caves absorbing energy, the wound on his body healed a lot soon. Seeing that he was safe, the villagers felt relieved and began to clean up the battlefield, moving the pale golden pangolin back to Shikyun. Shi Zhang found the bone scissors. He originally wanted to give it to the little one, but Shi Hao said that he had a precious mirror and didn't need so many treasures. I don't want it, I'm very stubborn. In the end, Shi Zhang broke open the pangolin's body, found its jawbone, and gave it to Xiao Budian, which was the hardest part of its whole body, and it was not crushed by Shi Zhang's punch. The little one didn't shirk this time and put it away. It must be a powerful treasure after being refined. Then Shi Zhang returned to the village, and while helping Xiao Budian break through the limit of the physical body, he taught him the Jinpeng dragon fighting art without reservation. This is Shi Zhang's comprehension from seeing the first Jinpeng and Zhaolong fight through the innate Eucharistic body, Daotai and Affinity Avenue. The little one now knows his life experience, and also knows that there is Shi Yi, who has double pupils and a supreme bone, to fight. He trains like crazy. He often carries a huge boulder to climb the waterfall to temper his body and return to the world. Shi Kunshi's body was always bruised and purple. Shi Zhang didn't let up in the slightest either. If he wanted to survive in this world, he had to rely on his own strength. 3 months later, Xiao Budian's physical strength reached 100,000 jin, comparable to the strongest descendant of a heavenly beast. Shi Zhang once again opened up a hole in the sky, which contained treasures. Because he had a very deep understanding of the golden rock fighting dragon art, a golden rock was formed in the hole, which was lifelike and exuded a powerful aura. There is an aura of disdain for the world. Xiao Budian was not satisfied after reaching the extreme state, and became even more crazy about his own tempering. When the mountain torrent broke out, others could not avoid it, but he rushed into it carrying a huge boulder weighing 100,000 caddies. He was not afraid of danger. Fight against Tianwei with strength, and finally break through the limit again, with 108,000 caddies of force in the sway of a single arm. Shi Zhang was also happy for Xiao Budian. In his previous life, Shi Hao reached this extreme state at the age of 7.5, but now he is only 6 years old, which is more than a year earlier. This shows that his appearance not only did not make Xiao Budian down, but made him much stronger. "Brother, I want to go out," Xiao Budian said, and the two sat on the small slope outside the village, watching the fiery red sunset. Shi Zhang had expected it a long time ago. Ever since Xiao Budian knew his life experience, the smile on his face was much less, and now his eyes were even more worried. Revenge is important, but what Xiao Budian cares more about is the whereabouts of his parents. With the help of Lu Shenda, Xiao Budian learns that his parents have gone to find the holy medicine for him, but the place where the holy medicine is found is a place of great danger and extremely dangerous. "Okay, I'll go out with you." Shi Zhang pampered his head. "Don't worry too much, we'll fight everything together." "Yes." The little boy nodded, his big eyes sparkling. After the two returned to the village, Lu Shen took Xiao Budian to the false god realm, and Shi Zhang entered the depths of the mountains to find those powerful beasts to fight. From the battle with the pangolin, Shi Zhang saw that his combat experience was not insufficient, so he couldn't wait to make up for this shortcoming. Of course, this so-called shortcoming is only Shi Zhang himself. Compared with other monks in the cave realm, his combat experience is already very rich. Except for him, who has the opportunity to challenge the decree of the gods, and fight against the 12-headed beast king at once. Fight. However, Shi Zhang was not satisfied. He had to ensure that he was the strongest at the same level in all aspects, so that he would be qualified to aspire to the top in the future. When Xiao Budian came out of the false god realm, he was shocked. He didn't expect that Shi Zhang would make a mess there. As soon as he went in to find out about the precious bones on the bluestone board, someone asked him if he was the younger brother of the great virtuous man. At first Shi Hao was still at a loss, not knowing who the so-called benevolent person was, but he didn't know the identity of this benevolent person until he saw the stele and other people's descriptions later. This great benevolent man can be said to be a celebrity in the false god realm. After such a long time, there are still people talking about it. The little boy was shocked when he learned about it. At the same time, he was very moved, because Xiao Budian knew that Shi Zhang was targeting Yu clan and Shi Yi for his own sake, and even fought against the decree of the rain god. His eyes were slightly red when he came out. Silly boy. Seeing his appearance, Shi Zhang couldn't help pinching his chubby face. Xiao Budian also told Shi Zhang that Shi Yi passed through the false god realm after leaving customs, and said that after he reappeared, he would kill him to stand up for the Rain clan, and also said that he would kill his real body in the real world. Cut. Shi Zhang didn't take it seriously. He didn't show up after waiting there for so long, and even broke his record and removed the other party from the stele. If Shi Yi really had the ability, he would have broken the record by himself. The mountain is right there, and you can't run away, so why don't you go and prove yourself? If he hadn't been left to Xiao Budian to personally avenge him, Shi Zhang would have planned to kill him immediately if he saw him in the future. Chapter 44 Willow God passes on the law, from life to death. Xiao Budian also made a big fuss in the false god realm, ransacking 4 big families, and even robbed a treasure, breaking the record for the most looting, and finally broke the 3 bluestone slabs in succession due to money obsession, and was expelled from the false god realm, can no longer enter within 2 years. From then on, the great benevolent person and the animal's milk favorite, these 2 people were called the double pits of the false gods. The Yu clan is the worst, wanting to cry but not crying. The last time Shi Zhang beheaded a large group of people in the false god realm. They were weak for a few months. After finally being able to enter the false god realm, they were beheaded by the little one again. Some high-level people were angry he vomited blood directly. After Xiao Budian came out of the false god realm, he began to comprehend the original truth, learned a lot of the essence and mysteries of this world, and broke into the cave realm not long after. With a lot of accumulation, he opened up 3 caves in a row. This is an astonishing result, and few people have been able to do it since ancient times. During this period, Shi Zhang has been buried in the depths of the mountains, fighting various powerful beasts, and his cultivation level has gone further, reaching the realm of the 6-hole cave, getting closer and closer to the regulations of the check-in system. When Shi Zhang returned to Shi village against a fierce beast with the blood of Wu, Lu Shen's voice suddenly came from his mind. He came under the willow tree, and now the willow tree is more vigorous. There are 50 or 60 branches on the trunk, hanging down in the air, looking green. My memory has recovered a bit, and I decided to pass on a method to you, so that you will have more capital to protect yourself in the future. Lu Shen said. He knew that Willow God was going to pass on the holy law to him, and he felt an uncontrollable joy in his heart. Thank you, Willow God. You don't need to thank me, this is the cause you planted that day, and now it has only borne fruit. Lu Shen's voice rang in Shi Zhang's mind. Shi Zhang was stunned for a moment, and soon understood the meaning of Lu Shen's words. What Lu Shen was referring to should be the past when he gave Lu Shen Sangguang Shenshui when he completed the check-in task for the first time. But even though Lu Shen said that this is just a return, Shi Zhang is still grateful. Lu Shen protected Shikyun and guided him and Xiao Budian to practice. If it weren't for the other party, Shi Zhang might have ceased to exist. Willow God stretched out a green branch, emitting a rich golden light, which was very different from usual. The willow branch slowly extended towards the stone clock, and one golden symbol after another was branded in the air, shining brightly, like a gilded dome, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura of the avenue, as if a real god was born, reflecting all sky. Shi Zhang calmed down, emptied his body and mind, and the Lingtai was clear, ready for Lu Shen to pass on the holy law. When the wicker that looked like divine gold touched the center of Shi Zhang's eyebrows, little ripples spread out, and the countless golden runes in the air all poured into Shi Zhang's mind, and finally the sea was condensed into the most primitive rune. Shi Zhang took a look at it calmly. When he first saw it, it was a simple rune, but when he looked at it again, it turned into countless golden symbols branded in the air before, and he could even see the phantom of Willow God, with endless changes. Willow Divine Technique. Shi Zhang was delighted. He knew that this divine technique was not weaker than the 10 fierce treasure techniques. Thank you, Liushan. Shi Zhang bowed sincerely and asked, can I pass it on to the little one? Yes. Liushan's words were simple and clear. Shi Zhang was overjoyed. It seemed that Lu Shen was also very optimistic about the little one's future achievements, and would not insult this method. After obtaining the Willow Divine Method, Shi Zhang couldn't wait to find a quiet place deep in the mountains, and began to comprehend the supreme method in his mind. From the only rune, he saw countless golden symbols imprinted in it, and the stone bell decomposed them one by one, realized and evolved one by one. This is a long process. It seems simple. The runes outlined by a few strokes contain thousands of changes. Each rune contains the true meaning of the Tao, which is hard to understand. Shi Zhang didn't eat or drink, sleepless, and spent several days in a row before comprehending all these densely packed golden runes. In the end, these runes gathered together in Shi Zhang's mind, and unexpectedly formed a small golden willow tree. This golden willow tree was very dense at first. It could be said to cover the sky and the sun, with thousands of willow branches hanging down, covering the whole world. There are divine flames dancing around it, and each divine flame has a phantom of a god in it, as if accepting the worship of all gods, making this willow tree the only one in the world. But then, this willow tree triggered a myriad of divine thunders, covering the sky and covering the earth, each of which was thicker than a mountain, turning the whole world into a sea of thunder. The golden willow tree is bathed in it, and countless wicker branches are waving like real dragons, penetrating the heaven and earth and shaking the sky. But this sea of thunder is too strong. It stretches as far as the eye can see, as if all the thunder and lightning in the world are gathered here. The willows are chopped off one by one, and finally, even the tree trunk is blown away, leaving only a small black stump fall. At this time, Shi Zhang's consciousness was completely dark, as if there was no life or anything. It was dead silent. After an unknown amount of time, a green spot of light appeared, filling the world with life for an instant, and then the spot of light gradually grew larger, finally forming Liushan's current appearance. Is this the experience of God Lu? Shi Zhang guessed inwardly. The light and shadow of the green willows gradually changed, the trunks and branches twisted, only the shining original rune remained in Shizong's mind. Shizong tried to evolve this rune, but as soon as his consciousness moved, his blood and essence began to burn. PFF'd. Shizong's body spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was like gold paper. If this willow magic method is to be cultivated, one must experience life from birth to death, and then life from death, so as to obtain its true meaning, and the body will form its own reincarnation, endless life. This process is extremely difficult and dangerous, and it will fall if it moves, and it will really become a corpse. Shizong's Taoist heart is firm, and he had expected it a long time ago. How could it be possible to easily cultivate such a sacred method that is comparable to the top 10 evil techniques of the ancient times? He closed his eyes and continued to evolve this rune. Immediately, the blood in his body rolled, as if being ignited, the essence turned into fire, and the blood turned into flames. His body was like a furnace, ready to sacrifice himself. Shizong gradually began to feel that he was becoming weaker, Xianxia was dim, his body was weak, his internal organs were weakened, and he was aging rapidly. But he didn't stop. Even though the vitality in his body was gone, he was still evolving this rune. The originally full body began to wrinkle, dry like bark, hair and teeth began to fall off, and even gasping began to struggle. If anyone can see the stone clock at this moment, they will be shocked. He is only 8 years old, but now he has become a twilight old man, dying, and the fire of life is about to be extinguished. Shizong felt the change in himself, but he still sticks to his Tao heart and firmly believes that he can practice Lu Shenfa. Now he has no way out. Even if he stops immediately, his body will remain in the current state of aging. Chapter 45 Nirvana Rebirth, Out of the Wilderness. Another day later, only a small cluster of fireworks remained in Shizong's body. Just like his body, it was dying, and it was about to perish. The 6 craters opened up no longer had magma flowing out, and there was a dead silence. When Shizong opened his eyes, it was pitch black, and his 5 senses were deteriorating, and he could hardly feel his own existence. Gradually, his swaying firework of energy gradually disappeared, and finally turned into a red spark. And then, even this spark was extinguished, and the stone clock was skinny, a layer of gray-black dry skin wrapped around his skeleton, and fell to the ground with a slight sound. Even when he fell like this, many bones in his body were broken, like rotten wood eaten by moths, rotten to the extreme. Fallen leaves covered the body of the stone bell, and insects and ants crawled over and built a nest under his body. All living things could not feel his existence, as if he had disappeared into this world. 3 days later, a faint green light appeared in the center of the pile of skeletons. That green light is exactly the original rune. Although the light is small, it exudes a strong breath of life. The ball of green light became more and more intense and expanded rapidly, like a green sun about to rise, shining so brightly that the entire mountain was reflected in emerald green. The essence of the world was like a whale swallowing, frantically pouring in there, evacuating the essence in a large area in an instant. The mountain became smoggy, and it was formed from thick essence, and the essence near the green primitive rune turned into liquid, flowing into the remnant of Shizong. The dark and dilapidated bones became crystal clear again, the flesh and blood were reborn, the internal organs were remodeled, and the meridians were reconstructed. All these were happening at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a spark starting a prairie fire. The vitality of the stone bell grew rapidly, and he sat up from the ground again. The strong heartbeat in his chest shook the forest like thunder. The purple golden blood washes through the meridians, containing immeasurable vitality. Even the trees on this mountain are uplifted, and the greenness is so thick that it can almost drip down. Shizong stood up, heaved a sigh of relief, a little scared. This process is really dangerous. If it wasn't for the congenital Eucharist, the Taoist fetus, who was born with the Tao, there would be a mysterious force blending with the original rune to protect his last trace life. He will really perish. Fortunately, the result was gratifying. Shizong felt that his physical body was stronger than ever, even his blood was glowing faintly, his whole body was full of blood, and he was about to rush out from the top of the sky. The most important thing is that a small samsara has been formed in the body, and the vitality is endless. In the future, as long as there is no trauma from the source, everything else can recover quickly. Shizong's excitement is beyond words. He has cultivated the Willow God technique, that is comparable to the ancient 10 evils, and his protracted combat power will rise to a new level in the future. He didn't rush back to Shikyun, but walked into the center of the mountain range, looking for those powerful beasts to fight, and deliberately didn't use the body protection precious light. The result was stronger than Xi Zhang expected. Some skin injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. Even if it was a penetrating injury, the flesh and blood would regenerate quickly, and scabs would form after a while. If he encounters a strong opponent, he can kill the opponent even if he trades injuries for injuries. After weighing again and again, Xi Zhang still passed the Willow God method to Xiao Budian, but warned him of the dangers in it, and told him to be careful. Of course, he has never slackened in his practice, because Xi Zhang has comprehended a profound state of Jinpeng fighting dragon art. The treasure art he has cultivated this time is like a living thing, with the arrogance that looks down on the world in his eyes. Xi Zhang went to one dangerous place after another every day, walking deeper and deeper in the mountains, and the fierce beasts he encountered became stronger and stronger. There was even a time when I broke into a herd of beasts that had the blood of ancient beasts. Each of the beasts had cultivations of the cave heaven realm, and primitive treasures were born in their bodies. The strongest one could vomit at the mouth. According to people, it can be regarded as a relic of the ancient times. Xi Zhang encountered a life and death crisis and was almost torn apart in the beast's nest. Boom! There was a loud noise in the depths of the mountain range, and a cloud of blood rushed out from the top of Xi Zhang's head, shaking the clouds in the sky. The dense rune imprints shone brightly in the air, submerging the stone clock. Every inch of his flesh and blood was glowing, a large amount of energy was sprayed from his pores, and the light rained all over the sky, as if he was about to become a flying fairy. 3 inches below the navel of the stone bell, there is another crater, where the green spirit turns into magma and gushes out from it, gurgling and flowing. He once again opened up a hole in the sky, and it has been a year since Lu Shen taught the method. Xi Zhang displayed all his caves, 8 mouthfuls, surrounding him like 8 bright little suns, setting him off like a god. He has met the requirements of the check-in system and is ready to go to Zulu Academy. With this in mind, he has expectations and reluctance. With the help of Liu Shen, Xi Zhang entered the false god realm again, asked about the location of Zulu Academy, and prepared for Kaichen. The people in the false god realm immediately exploded, and the news spread like wildfire. Is this great good man finally appearing in reality? Then Zulu Academy will definitely set off a storm recently. Xi Zhang learned that the current location of Shikyun is more than 2 million miles away from Zulu Academy, which is a terrifying figure. On the way, he has to pass through untouched primitive mountains, cross large rivers, and pass through countless towns. Finally arrived at the bustling area of Wangyu, where Zulu Academy is located. Although there is still some time left before the 2-year check-in mission, Xi Zhang wants to leave as soon as possible. After all, the journey is far away, and it is hard to know how much time it will take just to cross this long distance. Xi Zhang told everyone in the village about his decision. Everyone was very reluctant, but they all knew that with Xi Zhang and Xiao Budian's talents, they must go to a wider world, and staying in this wilderness would only make the pearl dusty, and finally disappeared into the crowd. Boy, remember to come back to see uncle, Xi Linhu said, with a pair of tiger eyes with a little sparkle. Okay, Xi Zhang replied. Xi Yunfeng's eyes were red and his body was trembling. Looking at Xi Zhang, he didn't know what to say. There was joy, but also reluctance. The grandson who used to be frail had grown up now and became the heir of the most powerful ancient beast. Existence, now it is time to walk out of the wilderness and fly to the outside world. Grandpa, wait until I bring the elixir from outside to heal your injury. Xi Zhang said, revealing his true feelings. Okay, Grandpa is waiting for you. Xi Yunfeng stretched out his big rough hand, and gently patted his head. Piho and the others gathered around Xi Zhang, with tears in their eyes. They used to climb the hill to dig out bird eggs, and the little friends who milked animals were about to leave in a blink of an eye. Chapter 46 Primordial Mountains, Dangerous Encounter on the Way. Son, your own safety is the most important thing outside. If you are in danger, go home. His mother Xi Meng shouted. Xi Zhang could feel that everyone here treated themselves as relatives. Brother, I will go out of the wilderness to the Budian Pavilion in a while, and I will come to you when I have the chance. Xiao Budian said seriously. He has now opened up 5 caves, and is also preparing to go to the outside world. Okay, Xi Zhang said, and once again told the little one to practice Lu Shenfa according to his ability and be careful. After waving farewell to everyone in Shikyun again, Zhang faced the rising sun and embarked on the journey to Zulu Academy in the morning light. Zhang originally wanted the golden winged rock to carry his own, but considering that its body is too dazzling, its golden light is likely to cause unnecessary trouble, so he finally decided to include it in the human species bag. The human race bag, this is a reward for opening in the false god realm, and the stone clock has already figured it out during this period of time. It is only inferior to the yellow-browed king in Journey to the West. Although it is an imitation, it is still a powerful treasure, much better than the red feather fan that the little one snatched from the false god realm. Zhang stepped out of the wilderness. Before he had gone far, he was attacked. It was a big eagle with silver scales all over its body, very similar to the green-scaled eagle, but the color of the scales was different, and its momentum and strength were much stronger than the green-scaled eagle that Zhang killed earlier, like the green-scaled eagle evolved. It spread its huge wings dozens of meters and rushed towards the stone bell. The towering ancient trees on both sides were all broken by its pair of iron wings, and its brute force was astonishing. But Zhang is different now. He is now a strong man who has opened up 8 caves, and instead grabs the claw of the giant eagle, swings it on the ground twice like a chicken, and smashes a small hillside. Then Zhang jumped up and rode on it. At first the giant eagle wanted to struggle, but after being given 2 old punches by Zhang, he became more honest and flew towards Zulu Academy. After flying for a day, the halfway was relatively calm. The silver giant eagle that Zhang was riding was considered a king of birds. Unless it was a particularly strong beast, it would not come to them. Suddenly, 1 person and 1 eagle flew to the dense mountain range. There was a large area of gray-brown barren land. The peaks were tall and majestic, but they were bare and there was no sign of life. The originally obedient giant eagle began to struggle violently. Even though Zhang tried his best, he refused to fly over. Zhang let it go without killing him. After all, he flew a long way with him. Zhang didn't enter rashly, and observed the edge for a long time, but he didn't see any danger. So he set foot on the gray-brown area cautiously, walking very slowly and carefully, until he walked all the way to the center of the area without seeing any changes. Suddenly, the area began to shake, and boulders rumbled and jumped on the ground, as if something really huge was about to be born. The vibration became more and more intense, the whole world trembled, and there was the sound of heavy iron chains being dragged, making one's hair stand on end, as if it came from the 9 Serenity Hell. The 2 mountains that the stone clock passed by suddenly collapsed, and a huge amount of earth and rocks rolled down. A blue claw protruded from the inside, and the claw wrist was tied by circles of dark red metal chains. Come out. That claw is bigger than a mountain range, truly covering the sky and the sun. It's hard to imagine how big its body is. A large amount of gray-brown mist sprayed out from the cracks in the shattered mountains, and the surrounding plants were contaminated and immediately turned into a pool of black liquid, and the scope of this barren land expanded a lot. Zhang ran away. Even though he had a strong physical body, he didn't want to be contaminated by these things even if he practiced Yuliu Shenfa. The giant hand was still struggling, as if it wanted to break the red gold chains, but unfortunately it failed. These actions seemed to have exhausted all its strength, and the giant claw fell down feebly and retracted to the ground. The stone bell turned into a stream of light and ran all the way, running all night, until the gray-brown area could not be seen. He got into the forest, caught a 6-legged camel, and used it instead of walking. This 6-legged camel has a huge body and long 6 legs. It is extremely fast and has good durability. It is most suitable for running in the rugged mountains. It's a pity that within a few days of riding, it was torn apart by a saber-toothed tiger that jumped out of the mountain. This saber-toothed tiger was extremely powerful, and its cultivation was above the realm of the cave. With 1 claw, the 6-legged camel was torn apart. Zhang had no choice but to abandon it and run for his life in a panic. Zhang also swam across the Taiyan River. This river is thousands of feet wide and has an inexplicable power, into ice. On the way, Zhang changed mounts many times, including Iron Eagle, Flying Dragon, Magic Horned Rhinoceros, and even a Swift Turtle. But most of these mounts were devoured by other ferocious beasts. I don't know how many ferocious beasts are hidden in the boundless mountains. The stone bell brushed past death several times. In addition to the dangers, there are many opportunities in the mountains. Zhang collected the elixir guarded by ferocious beasts and the eggs of ferocious birds to satisfy his hunger. These things contained a large amount of life energy, which gave him some supplements when he was exhausted. When passing through human towns, the stone clock would stop for a while, firstly to relax its tight strings for a while, and secondly to make sure that it was not going in the wrong direction. After a short rest, Shi Zhang embarked on the journey again. After walking for a month, the mountains disappeared, replaced by swamps beyond the horizon. Not only are these swamps difficult to walk on, they are also full of swallowing quagmire and poisonous fog. The predators here know how to hide better than those in the mountains. A piece of dead wood or a leaf can camouflage these ferocious beasts. Once they pass by, they will explode and hurt people. Once Shi Zhang broke into the territory of the armored crocodile, and thousands of crocodiles attacked him, almost dragging him into the mud and tearing him apart. He tried to summon Xiao Jin and let it fly him across the swamp. But just after flying for a long time, a loach suddenly sprang out of the swamp, nearly 100 meters long, and almost swallowed this person one by one. After beheading the loach, Shi Zhang still decided to walk on his own. The golden-winged rock's target was too big and too dazzling. What surprised Shi Zhang the most was that the plants here are full of dangers. There are bright red piranhas and pink fascination grass. From a distance, it looks like a gorgeous sea of flowers. How many lives are swallowed up in this dangerous beauty? 4 full months have passed, and Shi Zhang has been walking through uninhabited places like mountains and swamps, and he has become a savage. He was dressed in tattered animal skins, he drank blood from his fur, and his long hair was messy. After narrowly escaped death, he finally got out of the fringe area of the wilderness, and began to see people. Shi Zhang entered a restaurant under the astonished eyes of everyone, and then washed his body and tidied up his image, because he estimated that he was not far from Zulu Academy. Chapter 47 Zulu Academy, Meet the Goddess of War. Zulu Academy, one of the oldest and most powerful forces in the wasteland, has tens of thousands of disciples. I saw green bricks and vermilion gates, white walls and blue tiles, palaces and islands in groups. There are thousands of them, stretching into one piece, magnificent, high pavilions protruding into the sea of clouds, fairy peaks standing on Chongtian, highlighting this square. Extraordinary power. Zulu Academy and Butian Pavilion are both ancient forces, and they are equal, but recently Zulu Academy has become famous, not because Zulu Academy is stronger. Rather, there were rumors that a great benevolent person from the false god realm was going to visit this place in person, which attracted all forces to send troops to station at the gate of Zulu Academy, trying to reveal the true face of that benevolent person. A carriage stopped not far from the gate of Zulu Academy, and a 18 or 9-year-old boy got off, dressed in plain clothes, with a yellow cloth bag hanging around his waist. This person is Shi Zhang, who sleeps in the wind, wears the stars and wears the moon, crosses the dragon pool in the tiger's lair, has gone through life and death, crossed 1,000,000 miles of territory, and finally arrived at the destination. I'm finally here. Shi Zhang let out a long whistle, expressing his heart's joy. At the gate of the academy, no noise is allowed. Several disciples of Zulu Academy came over and shouted after hearing the sound. Hello, juniors, Shi Zhang said with a smile, in a good mood. Who are you? The man was about to explode, but when he saw Shi Zhang's smiling face, he swallowed the words in his throat instantly. Great good man, the academy disciple asked. He happened to be there when Shi Zhang broke Shi Yi's record, but Shi Zhang's appearance has changed a lot in the past 2 years, so he is not sure. It's me, Shi Zhang smiled, showing his big white teeth, and took out the invitation letter from Zulu Academy. Shi Zhang inquired about the way to Zulu Academy from the false god realm. Everyone knew about it for a while, and the senior management of Zulu Academy attached great importance to it. He reminded them many times that if someone took the invitation order from the academy and brought it directly to the cabinet, thousands of people would be killed. Never neglect. Please come with us, the disciple of Zulu Academy said politely, then turned around and walked into the academy with Shi Zhang. They looked calm, but there was a storm in their hearts. The master who dared to pierce the sky has really come, and the academy will not be peaceful in the future. The powerful forces stationed outside the gate were shocked instantly, and they also saw the white jade token that Shi Zhang took out. Indeed, combined with age, it is likely to be the great good man himself. For a while, they contacted the family one after another, and the news spread quickly. Under the leadership of these disciples, Shi Zhang entered the gate of Zulu Academy and walked all the way to the center. The buildings here are all magnificent, crisscrossing, and majestic. The stone bells that grew up in the wilderness have never been seen before. They blinked their eyes and looked around. Seeing the disciples of Zulu Academy passing by, Shi Zhang would take the initiative to say hello to them. After all, they will be brothers of the same school from now on. The great virtuous man is here. Someone recognized Shi Zhang, and his voice attracted nearby disciples to come rushing in like a tide. Many people have heard of the deeds of the great good man, but they have never seen the deity. They all want to see if the master, who is called one of the twin pits of the false god, is as vicious as in the legend. But when everyone saw Shi Zhang's smiling face and innocent eyes, doubts arose in his heart. Is this really a violent and powerful, kind person? Shi Zhang followed the disciples of Zulu Academy all the way inwards. The palace inside was getting more and more magnificent. Among the buildings, there were towering ancient trees with luxuriant branches and leaves, and the sparkling green moon lake was dotted. There are all kinds of exotic flowers and plants planted on both sides of the road, some of which bloom very beautifully, competing for splendor and fragrance, and a little breath can refresh people's spirits. A group of colorful cranes circled the branches of an ancient tree like a horned dragon, flapping their wings and landing gracefully on the branches. From time to time on the steaming lake, there are fat arowanas jumping out of the water, with two crystal-clear beards, refracting light like crystals. They're all good things, Shi Zhang thought to himself. These exotic flowers and plants have all evolved into panacea, and the arowanas in the lake each weigh 300 to 400 caddies, which are great tonics. Compared to some cities, Zulu Academy is not too small. Shi Zhang walked all the way in for a quarter of an hour before the disciples of Zulu Academy who led the way stopped. Ahead is the inner hall. The dean has an order. If you come, wait for him there. The disciple of Zulu Academy pointed to the largest palace in front of him. Okay, thank you junior brother, Shi Zhang said, and patted his shoulder. The man's expression changed. He opened his mouth to say something, but held back, holding his nose and walking away. The inner hall that the disciple referred to earlier is located in the center of this stretch of buildings, tens of feet high, magnificent, and the two vermilion pillars at the entrance are covered with mysterious bone inscriptions. On the corners of the eaves on each side is a divine bird, which has an inexplicable charm, as if it has a spirit. The most conspicuous thing is the word, cabinet, on the gate. It was red all over, with a faint light, as if it was written on it with the blood of some powerful beast. After vicissitudes, it still revealed coercion. One can imagine how powerful the beast is. Shi Zhang walked in, and the moment he stepped over the threshold, he clearly felt a wave of energy coming from the top of the door and pouring into his mind. This energy is very powerful. With a little mental attack, if the will is not strong enough, it is likely to collapse immediately. Shi Zhang fought in the wilderness, experienced all kinds of life and death crises. His will has long been as strong as iron. He looked calm as if he didn't feel it, and stepped in. There was no one in the huge lobby, and there were various reliefs on the walls on both sides, as well as text notes, all of which were the deeds of famous people in Zulu Academy. Shi Zhang looked at these murals with relish. Not long after, footsteps came from outside the door. Shi Zhang turned his head and saw two people were stepping in from outside the door. One of them is the goddess of war, with golden light all over her body, and the golden stomach armor still can't hide her tall figure, with straight long legs, plump upper body, fair face, and agile features. The other is an old man in a blue robe, about the age of Jazzy, with a little gray hair, but he is very energetic, his eyes are radiant, and the blood in his body is like a sea, like a dormant dragon. State. Daughter-in-law, are you here? I haven't seen you for almost 2 years. You are even more beautiful. This was the first sentence Shi Zhang said. When he saw the goddess of war again, he felt that she was even more beautiful. Who is your wife? The smile on the old man's face froze instantly. He was originally in a good mood because he found a great genius, but he didn't expect that this good man was just like the rumors. He was a very inefficient lamp, and he dared to directly molested his granddaughter in front of his face. Chapter 48. Check in again, the secret of fighting words. It's just her. May I ask who you are? Shi Zhang pointed to the female god of war. The old man replied in a muffled voice, I am her grandfather. Oh, hello, grandpa. Shi Zhang bowed politely. 3 black horizontal lines rose from the old man's forehead, but considering the other party's age, he didn't care too much. The goddess of war at the side smiled. As the dean of Zulu Academy, her grandfather had always been calm, but today he was so angry by a kid he just met. After some introductions, the old man's face recovered. Hearing that he arrived at the academy after crossing millions of miles, his willingness to enter the academy was extremely strong. What level of cultivation have you reached now? The old man asked. This is what he is most concerned about at present, because many Tianzhou have shown extraordinary talents when they were young, but they have gradually become common people over time. Shi Zhang knew that if he wanted to be valued when he first came here, he had to show his strength, so he showed his cave, and the 8 craters surrounded him like little suns, and the entire inner hall was surrounded. It is colorful. Okay. The old man's expression was agitated. Although Bakudongtian is not the ultimate in this realm, it is unheard of to reach this realm at such a young age, and he is extremely talented. Moreover, he could feel that under Shi Zhang's young body, there was a savage dragon-like power and majestic blood, and there was no tendency to decline in potential. In his eyes, Shi Zhang was a perfect piece of jade in the rough, carved well, it will surely shine in the world. The beautiful eyes of the goddess of war are also rippling. It takes a year or two for ordinary people to open up a hole in the sky, but Shi Zhang is only 8 or 9 years old, and he has already opened up 8 holes in the sky. Isn't there a chance in the future to hit the legendary 10 caves? Mouth. My Zulu Academy is one of the strongest forces in the wasteland, are you willing to join? The old man said decisively, expressing his intention. Shi Zhang agreed without hesitation. He walked out of the wilderness to become stronger, and Zulu Academy will help him grow for a long time in the future. Very good, what do you want? Tell the old man, the academy will focus on training you. The dean said, very bold, it seems that the character of the female war god is to follow him. Shi Zhang pondered for a while, my treasure technique is still relatively lacking. With your talent, if you want to learn, you should learn the best one. I will inform the other old ghosts, and I will pass on the treasure technique to you in 2 days. The dean laughing, he signaled the goddess of war to put the stone bell down. Follow me. The goddess of war beckoned and walked out the door with Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang followed behind obediently, looking at the slender figure in front of him. Shi Zhang leaned forward and asked, what is your current level of cultivation? Boy, are you really confident that you can defeat me? Sooner or later, it won't be too long. Shi Zhang was full of confidence. The two walked and chatted, and they entered a spiritual mountain. The fairy mist on the mountain was misty, with thousands of hanging trees, green pines and white cranes flying together. It was an excellent treasure land. As soon as Shi Zhang entered this range, he immediately felt that the aura around him was much stronger. It seemed that the dean of Zulu Academy really took him very seriously. The goddess of war arranged Shi Zhang in a quiet and elegant attic on the mountainside, explained it a little and then left gracefully. Shi Zhang lived here safely, spending most of his time in the room practicing, and walking around in his free time to familiarize himself with the terrain. 2 days later, it was the 2-year period stipulated by the check-in system, and Shi Zhang began to check in silently. 10 minutes later, a ding sounded in his mind, and then he felt swept by an invisible gaze, as if to test whether his cultivation was up to standard. The host's cultivation has reached the standard, the check-in task is completed, and the reward is the Fighting Holy Law, do you want to receive it? Fighting Holy Law, because of many twists and turns, Shi Zhang's mind has been toughened a lot, but when he heard this award, his heart still jumped up in disappointment. In the memory of his previous life, this Dozan sacred art is one of the 9 secrets of the Do Ziju, which has an incomparably strong attack power. After learning it, all the heavens and 10,000 methods can evolve with this secret method. Shi Zhang closed the doors and windows, lowered his eyes and meditated. Receive. A formula suddenly appeared in Shi Zhang's mind, which was extremely difficult, and at the same time, there was a golden figure, without specific facial features and appearance, only a rough outline. When Shi Zhang was silently reciting the formula, the figure also started to move. Fists, kicks, and handprints, this figure evolved in Shi Zhang's mind one by one. It was obviously just a blurry figure, but when he moved, he had an aura that was superior to me, like a god of war possessed, domineering. Absolutely. Shi Zhang recited this formula very slowly, because it was very complicated. Shi Zhang seemed to have returned to the time of babbling. Every time he silently recited a syllable, he tried his best, and beads of sweat dripped from the top of his head. When Shi Zhang couldn't read any more, the golden figure would stop, and only when Shi Zhang continued to read silently would he continue to move. Shi Zhang gritted his teeth, while reciting the mantra silently, imprinting the movements of the golden figure in his mind. This golden figure began to evolve into weapons and secret treasures. It was extremely miraculous, as if he had understood the true meaning of all attacks in this world. He could evolve any tangible and intangible attack methods. Every inch of his body was the most powerful weapon. In the end, this formula was about to come to an end, and the little golden man's movements became slower and slower, and the ever-changing methods began to converge, and the true meaning of the great and the simple came out through the body. When he finished chanting all the formulas, the golden villain took a strange posture. From that posture, Xizong seemed to have seen all the attack methods and methods he had previously evolved. This figure is gorgeous and simple, standing there like an ancient time, detached from the world. Xizong knew that the essence of Do Zan Shengfa at this time was the only divine form, and all the previous changes were derived from it. Boom! This posture has inexplicable power. When Xizong stared at it, his mind seemed to be hit by a huge wave, and he was instantly blasted out of his mind. Only then did Xizong realize that his whole body was soaked in sweat, and he felt a sense of loss of strength. Xizong was not discouraged, but extremely excited. From the golden figure, he clearly felt the attack power that made the world tremble, and he was eager to learn this supreme secret technique. When Xizong recovered, he immediately immersed his mind in it. Fortunately, the golden figure hadn't dissipated yet. He recited the mantra silently again, and his body followed the golden figure. For 7 full days, Xizong has been immersed in this wonderful state, and his body naturally moves with his consciousness, evolving one attack after another. The goddess of war and the dean of Zulu Academy had visited here before, but as soon as they got close to Xizong's room, the two of them felt the fighting spirit that was about to split the sky from the room, surging like the sea, and as determined as a blade. The old dean immediately ordered the blockade of this place, and no one should interfere. Chapter 49 Fighting Against the Holy Law, the Tuoba Family. When the 8th day came, the movement of the stone clock became slower and slower, as if it was about to freeze, and finally the body took on a strange posture. Xizong finally practiced the only true form, and understood the true secret of the holy method of fighting. Boom! An invisible wave of air erupted from Xizong's body, shaking away the clouds above the sky, and the birds and beasts lay tremblingly on the spot, and everyone nearby felt a kind of overwhelming power. The will is spreading, making their souls tremble uncontrollably. The attic where Xizong was collapsed, and the sky was full of dust. He ran out from inside, shaking off the dust and bricks and tiles on his body. The dean of Zulu Academy was standing not far away, looking at him with a smile. Xizong was a little embarrassed. After all, he destroyed the attic of such a treasured place just after he came here. He didn't expect that he was immersed in that wonderful situation at that time, oblivious to everything in the outside world, and didn't wake up from that state until after comprehending it. Very good. The old dean smiled, walked over and patted Xizong on the shoulder. In his opinion, what is an attic? The key is that Xizong is much stronger than he expected, and the sharp aura like a bright sky knife just now had a great impact on him. I've already told everyone about your entry, and from now on, you can enter and exit the training room, martial arts pavilion, and magic medicine field at will. The dean said grandly. Now it was Xizong's turn to be shocked. The dean's doing so was tantamount to opening the entire Zulu Academy to him without reservation. Is the entire Zulu Academy open to me? Xizong asked. Yeah, then where will my future wife live? The old dean gave him a slap in the face. Xizong rubbed his head and walked down the mountain, ready to go to the martial arts pavilion that he had been thinking about in search of treasures. Xizong mastered the holy method of fighting and won the right to open the entire Zulu Academy. He was in a good mood and watched the beautiful scenery of the academy along the way. Along the way, many people came here admiringly to pay their respects to the great benevolent man, who is one of the double pit of false gods. Xizong was walking on the road, and suddenly a purple-clothed boy riding a green beast jumped out from the side of the road. The cyan ferocious beast was 4 to 5 meters long, with cyan scales all over its body, and a pair of golden, big copper eyes that were very powerful. This is the powerful golden-eyed dragon-horned lion, a relic of the ancient times, staring aggressively at the stone bell. I am Tuoba Chuan from the Tuoba family, and I want to compete with you. The man in purple said. He heard that the great benevolent man had come down from the blocked Lingshan mountain, so he rushed over impatiently. As soon as Shi Zhang entered the academy, he was placed on the Zulu Lingshan, which even he was not qualified to enter, which made him very upset. Tuoba Chuan thought to himself, although this great benevolent man has gained a great reputation in the false god realm, he is only 8 or 9 years old after all. If he can win the battle, he will definitely be able to build his own power on the basis of the opponent's reputation. Maybe he can get the college's attention, instead, get the qualification to live in Lingshan. Not interested, Shi Zhang said lightly. He just wanted to go to the martial arts pavilion to find treasures, and he didn't want to waste time. From Tuoba Chuan's point of view, this kind man must be timid. He knew he was invincible, and he didn't dare to fight him, which made his confidence soar. If you beat me, I will give you a treasure, Tuoba Chuan shouted. Treasure phantasm. Shi Zhang immediately became interested when he heard it. He only had a pair of golden bone scissors on his body, and he lacked treasure phantasm. Yes, but if you lose to me, how about giving me the bronze treasure piece from the false god realm? Tuoba Chuan asked. At this time, he finally stated his ultimate goal. The discussion is fake, but the truth is that he wants the bronze treasure piece. But Shi Zhang in the false god realm is too invincible and dare not provoke him, so he can only use his age advantage to crush the opponent in reality. Okay, Shi Zhang agreed. The other party was only 14 or 15 years old, so he had no fear at all. Tuoba Chuan brought Shi Zhang to the martial arts arena. The Zulu Academy forbids fighting with each other, but allows them to learn from each other in prescribed occasions. The two stood on the martial arts arena, and someone nearby yelled, "The great good man is going to compete with others." This sound instantly attracted everyone in the vicinity, and the martial arts arena was full of people, and it was dark. There are tens of thousands of people. The smile on Tuoba Chuan's face became even wider. It seems that after today, his reputation will explode. Let's start. Shi Zhang didn't want to procrastinate. He wanted to get the treasure as soon as possible and go to the martial arts pavilion. Okay, Tuoba Chuan immediately made a move as soon as he finished speaking. He jumped up, his body was covered with golden runes, and his body turned into a golden rock. When he came up, it was a treasure technique, and he wanted to directly suppress Shi Zhang. Tuoba Chuan is quite well known in Zulu Academy. He has opened up 6 caves, and his strength is strong. Most people think that although Shi Zhang is extremely talented, but after all, he is young, so he will definitely suffer. When Tuoba Chuan approached, his whole body glowed, as if poured with colored glaze. This powerful treasure made his body burst out with terrifying power. Shi Zhang handed over his fingers and palms, only using pure physical strength, and his strikes were as fast as lightning, blocking his attacking arms and legs one by one. Tuoba Chuan was terrified in his heart, feeling that the place where he was hit by Shi Zhang's finger seemed to have been struck by a magic iron, and he grinned in pain. The opponent obviously didn't use any treasures to bless the body, and it's unbelievable that he has such a powerful body. After several blows, Shi Zhang took advantage of the situation and slapped him on the abdomen, causing the opponent to fly backwards. Even the golden light on his body was dimmed. Shi Zhang seems to be strong, but he still has most of his strength. Otherwise, a person who opened up 6 caves, he can kill him with a single finger. Can you give me the treasure? Shi Zhang asked. Tuoba Chuan stood up from the ground. The pain was unbearable. What made him even more uncomfortable was the tens of thousands of eyes watching him from the audience, which made him feel hot and ashamed. It's not over yet, Tuoba Chuan roared, and 6 shining caves appeared inside and outside his body, and the energy in the crater poured into his body frantically, causing the golden light on his body to shine brighter than before, and while the space around him turned golden. At the same time, the golden light in his right hand was the most intense, gushing out, and he came to Shi Zhang again, flexed his fists and feet, and even used his hand as a knife, slashing at Shi Zhang's neck. Feeling the sharp golden light in Tuoba Chuan's hand, Shi Zhang became a little angry. The opponent was trying his best to attack his vitals. With anger in his heart, Shi Zhang stopped being so merciful, blocked his hand with the knife, and kicked it out at the same time. Boom! Tuoba Chuan immediately turned into a bent lobster, flying hundreds of meters in an instant, almost falling into the martial arts arena. Tuoba Chuan struggled to get up. His eyes were red and bloodshot, his body and face were beaten at the same time, making him seem to be insane. He gave orders to the golden-eyed dragon-horned lion, and roared at himself to attack Shi Zhang. Chapter 50. An Ancient Family, an Immemorial Legacy. Everyone on the field exclaimed, "This Tuoba clansman from an ancient family is really domineering." He even ignored the rules set before, regardless of it, and drove the ancient relics to attack the opponent. You must know that this kind of remnant is very fierce. Once it attacks, it is likely to cause permanent disability or even death to the opponent. Shizong's face was gloomy. The other party could say that he wanted to kill him. He moved, his body turned into a black shadow and disappeared instantly, facing the roaring golden-eyed dragon-horned lion. Without avoiding it, Shizong swung the force of collapsing mountains and punched the golden-eyed dragon-horned lion's head with a fist. The pair of dragon horns broke in response, and the huge body flew out and fell to the ground, splashing a lot of dust, and there was no movement. Tuoba Chuan's fist also came in front of him, with a whistling fist wind. The power contained in it was enormous. Shizong opened his big hand to grab it, and Tuoba Chuan's movements stopped instantly. Pa-ta, facing the opponent's heavy hands one after another, even wanting to take his own life, Shizong didn't show mercy, and directly broke his arm. Ah! Tuoba Chuan screamed, and beads of sweat immediately flowed down from his forehead. Treasure phantasm, Shizong said in a deep voice. His face was unkind, and the strength in his hand was a little bit stronger, almost tearing his palm off. Tuoba Chuan's face was distorted, and the sauce-purple face combined with the blood-red pupils looked extraordinarily pervasive, and he was staring at Shizong with resentful eyes. Treasure phantasm, Shizong yelled again. He had shown mercy twice and killed him. Did he really think he was young enough to be bullied? Let go of the young master. The four of us fight you. Do you dare to accept it? 4 people jumped out from the crowd, and one of them stood up and said, "Why should I promise you? The treasure he owes me hasn't been paid yet." Shizong responded. Seeing that the 4 of them each took out a piece of golden bone, exuding the aura of a divine bird, Shizong speculated that it should come from a divine bird with a golden-winged rock, which is very rare. "If you beat us, we will own these 4 treasure bones." "Okay," Shizong replied, pushing Tuoba Chuan out of his hand. These 4 treasure bones are very rare and stronger than ordinary treasures a lot, but he didn't plan to wait for them to give it this time, but planned to grab it directly. Tuoba Chuan gave Shizong a resentful look, and staggered down the stage. When he passed by the 4 of them, he whispered, "Don't keep your hands, I'll take care of things." The 4 nodded and looked at Shizong. Zhang sneered, runes emerged from his body, and golden light bloomed all over his body, fusing the remaining bones with himself. In an instant, their aura rose in a straight line, surrounding the stone bell, 4 in 1, and a large number of golden runes were branded in the air, as if forming a formation. This formation is full of berserk killing power, trying to tear apart the covered stone bell. The first person melted the remnant bone into his hands, and the golden light burst out. He stretched out his hand and rushed towards the stone bell. The golden light exploded, forming a sharp claw. Hey, Shizong knew what they were thinking. He did not retreat, he punched out ferociously, hitting the golden claw. With a bang, the arm of the Tuoba family exploded, and the bone that fused with him also fell to the ground. Then Shizong turned around suddenly, and with a big hand, he directly grasped the golden saber energy that was coming, and crushed it with a bang. He turned into an afterimage, and swiftly killed the man, slashing down like a heavenly knife, chopped off the opponent's right arm, and threw it aside. Shish! Exclamation mark. These feathers penetrate the wall with extreme force, and when they hit the ground, deep cracks appear, which makes people tremble with fear. A purple gold body protecting light emerged from Shizong's body. His innate holy body and Taoist fetus had evolved many times, and the body protecting light was several times stronger than before. It blocked all these feathers and could not hurt him at all. Depilated chicken, Shizong sneered, walked forward with the golden arrows filled with plumes and feathers, and directly tore off his 2 arms, dripping with blood. After the 4th person merged into the remnant bone, his body turned into a divine sword, urging a massive amount of golden sword energy to submerge the stone bell. That's it, Shizong's purple gold body protector seemed to have an indestructible body. The golden sword energy could split gold and rock, but it had no effect on him. Shizong shuttled through the golden sword energy and found his body. With just one punch, the golden sword disintegrated, and the man directly merged with the golden bone, and a large piece of his chest sank. This battle was fierce and fast. Shizong descended like a god, and let the other party do everything possible to crush these 5 people directly with physical strength. I knew that Zulu Academy would not be peaceful. The disciple who had brought Shi Zhang into the cabinet before was overwhelmed with emotion. This good man is really the one who dared to pierce the sky. The Tuoba family has hit an iron plate this time. Someone laughed. If you mess with me again, kill him directly. Shi Zhang picked up the golden bone on the ground. When he reached out to pick up the last piece of golden bone, a bone knife flew from the sky, drew a cold light, and nailed it beside Shi Zhang. This knife was very sharp, and the blade cut through the hard diamond rock ground as easily as cutting tofu, leaving only the handle of the knife outside. Shi Zhang looked up, and a young man also dressed in purple was coming, and the crowd automatically made way for him. Tuoba Kwang from the Tuoba family is here. I heard that he is a strong man who has opened up 8 caves, and he is attacking the next level. Wow, the crowd exclaimed. In the era of the human race, the 8 caves of the human race were the pinnacle, and the person in front of him had reached it. A group of unworthy things. Tuoba Kwang's expression was natural and his tone was flat, but this scolding made the previous arrogant members of the Tuoba family endure severe pain and dare not speak out. Brother, Tuoba Chuan shouted. Tuoba Kwang raised his hand, stared at the stone clock on the stage, and stopped what he was going to say. Although my clansmen have done wrong things, I can't tolerate outsiders hurting them, and I won't embarrass you. Kneel and kowtow or cut off your own arm. You choose one. Tuoba Kwang said without a trace of anger. However, there is a kind of domineering that cannot be resisted. What if I don't? Shi Zhang laughed, but his expression was very cold. I heard that you are highly valued by the academy. I won't attack you directly, but I heard that you have a younger brother. With the strength of my Tuoba family, as long as he dares to show his face. Shi Zhang stepped forward with a powerful look. The aura surged out, stirring up the field. You dare to threaten me? See what you do. Tuoba Kwang still had that calm look. Come up to kill him. Shi Zhang yelled angrily. The other party dared to threaten him with a small child, which directly offended his Nilin. Tuoba Kwang's eyes flashed brightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is what you asked for. Isn't this what you want? Shi Zhang also smiled, but there was a killing intent in this smile.